Good morning everyone to day 2 of hearings of the draft Napier-Hastings Future Development Strategy. Before we start with submitters this morning, I thought I'd just update everyone on what we did yesterday afternoon after hearing from submitters. We had a few questions to the staff. And after that, we went and did site visits in and around Hastings, Flaxmere, out to Bridgepa, and through to Havelock North as well. Our intent this afternoon, after hearing from submitters, is to again go on some site visits, going a bit further afield, this time heading up towards Napier and most likely through Whakatū. I'll report back on where we did go tomorrow morning. Are there any questions from any parties before we start with submitters this morning? No? Okay. We'll start slightly ahead of time. First up, we are to hear from Chesterman, submitter 128. If you'd like to come forward straight in front of us, thank you. We have your submission in front of us. Now, just to confirm, we didn't receive any material in advance, is that correct? That's correct. If you'd like to introduce yourself as well.
Good morning, Madam Chair and committee members and staff. My name is Matthew Holder. I'm a planning consultant with approximately 30 years' experience in both local government and private practice, primarily in private practice. You've got me for the next 7 submissions, I believe. So I haven't done any formal written submissions as such. 10 minutes isn't a lot of time. However, I'll do my best to summarise each of the submissions best I can. I'd happy to take questions at any stage as we move through it. So the first submitter obviously today is on behalf of the Chestermans, and they're the owners of land through various entities at 53 and 155 Harper Road is probably the best way to describe it, and it comprises approximately 95 hectares of flat to rolling terrain. The land is currently excluded from the draft FDS, as you'll be aware, due to it being deemed outside the defined urban extents. However, Waimarama is a popular coastal community with a mix of permanent residents and holiday homeowners, and it has historically been earmarked for urban growth in earlier strategies and planning documents. In this regard, the land in question was previously identified in HPUDs, which is Hiratonga Plains Urban Development Strategy 2010 and in 2017 as part of a potential future growth area, and it's also been identified in Hastings District Plan growth strategies in the past, and which acknowledges its suitability for and land development potential. Including Waimarama in the FDS, especially the Chesterman block, provides the strategic flexibility needed to accommodate growth in various ways. This is different housing densities, ranging from detached homes to more compact topologies, servicing options from fully reticulated to self-servicing, although at the moment there's no reticulation out there, but these are all matters that could be considered in the future, and market preferences, particularly with increased interest in lifestyle and coastal living. The exclusion of rural and coastal settlements like Waimarama limits housing options and may constrain future market supply. Waimarama offers a unique lifestyle proposition with strong demand from both locals and outsiders seeking permanent or seasonal residences. Strategic inclusion would help balance the urban-focused growth model with alternative, sustainable rural coastal living choices. The Chesterman land is located inland from the coastline, making it a potential future relocation site as part of climate adaptation or managed retreat strategies if required. Waimarama and sites like it can be integrated into long-term resilience planning, especially as part of the Clifton to Tongawa coastal hazard strategy, which is currently underway. Although the area is not currently connected to urban infrastructure, the land could be self-sufficient in key services like wastewater management. Development could proceed in a phased or staged manner with appropriate environmental safeguards and cost-effective servicing models. The current FDS does not identify any new coastal or rural residential development areas, instead focusing on intensifying urban areas. While the FDS mentions the potential for a separate rural residential strategy, there is no clear timeframe or directive for including places like Waimarama. The regional policy statement in Hastings District Plan discouraged further rural residential rezoning, citing long-term supply as being sufficient. For example, there's policy UDP 8 in the district plan, which states no expansion of rural residential zones is envisioned. It is submitted that a blanket exclusion is overly restrictive, and the planning document should retain room to respond to emerging demand and community aspirations. Waimarama should be included as a coastal settlement within the FDS to signal future planning and development potential. This would not commit councils to immediate development, but would leave the door open for site-specific rezoning applications in the future. Without the specific consideration of areas such as the Chesterman land, at the very least, directives should be included in the FDS to undertake detailed planning studies for key coastal and rural settlements with a clear timeframe, i.e. within 12 months. Preference, however, is that this land be identified in mapping now. Its inclusion in the FDS is not a green light for immediate development, but rather a way to signal strategic potential and provide flexibility over the 30-year planning horizon. Ignoring areas like Waimarama reduces resilience, market diversity, and adaptive capacity in the face of climate change, changing demographics, and evolving housing preferences. The Chesterman land represents a well-positioned, historically acknowledged, and practically feasible option for future growth that deserves a place in the regional planning strategy. So that's it in a nutshell. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have in relation to that. There will be some information that comes up later in the various submissions. There's a lot of double up information, but yeah, happy to answer the questions now.
Thank you, Mr. Holder. Firstly, I noticed you were speaking from notes. So
they're not great notes, but you're welcome to them if you want them.
We would appreciate them.
Okay,
if
no
you
problem.
can provide those to Caitlin
Certainly,
in
yes.
due course, that would be very helpful. Have you read through the officers' report and their response?
I have.
what's your view?
To be honest, I don't see how bolting on things like HBUD's 2017 will work. And I'll cover that later in the submission I have with the Ensley block or Raymond Road area. HBUD's 2017, I'm not sure what isn't clear in the officer's reply is how that will actually work and what it actually means for places or sites like the Chestermans or the other ones we've raised in submission. So that would be a question I'd ask of the officers to how they see it working, because HBUD's wasn't clear, particularly in regards to the Chesterman block or areas outside of the, I guess, expanded Chesterman block as to how it would actually apply. I just sort of see it as a bolt-on that actually doesn't have a lot of meaning.
We heard from officers yesterday and from submitters about what the constraints have been on coastal development and rural residential development through the RPS and the district plan.
Yes.
What's your view in terms of what those constraints are?
Well, look, it's been overly constrained. There seems to be over the years, and again, I cover that in a submission we did as a company development now, which should cover some of this, there seems to be what I call a misnomer is that there's plenty of rural residential land. That's not the case. There is undeveloped land from HPUDs which are in rural residential areas, such out towards Kopaki Bay, etc., out the back of Taradale. The reason those sites have remained, I guess, undeveloped is because it wasn't cost effective or it wasn't practically possible to undertake development at this time. I think you'll note in the officer's report there was talk of some of the development in the Napier Hills costing $238,000 a lot, etc., to service. That is a direct impact on the form of development that occurs, or if any form of development can occur. So, I cover it later, but I don't see as part of the strategy what the issue is with identifying additional land that is available should it go through a first schedule process or any other planning process that determines its suitability for growth. We're not at that point as part of this hearing, as far as I'm aware. We're identifying potential growth over the next 30 years.
I'm going to have a few more questions on this. Did you want to go through the rest of the submissions and then we can come back to questions? Or, because the questions I'm going to ask, it sounds like you cover later.
No, that's fine. I take it any way you like. We've got an hour 10, or less than that now, but any time, if everyone's happy for it to be mixed, I'm sure my clients don't have an issue with that either, because I think that it all welds together.
I think what we'll do then, Mr. Holder, is we'll continue to hear from you and we'll just maybe ask a couple of questions on the way, but then hold the rest of the questions to the end if we have any further.
Look, no problems with that.
Okay.
So in relation to the Chesterman, there's no specific questions in here, anything other than that, or we just carry on? Okay.
Sorry, just in terms of the number of lots that could be provided, either in the Waimarama future and the proposed, how many lots are we considering?
In terms of the Chesterman block?
Yes, on the Chesterman block.
Look, I'm not sure of the exact number. It's 95 hectares, so it provides an opportunity for a mix of coastal residential, if you like, at a greater density, and they'll be based on servicing, so it could be 1,000 square metre lots or the like. But as you move back up into the hills, you might get down to 2,500 square metre sites, you might get to a hectare site. There's flexibility there, and I think that's the next stage post an FDS is or if it's identified, then put your money where your mouth is, sort of thing.
Yes, happy for you to move on to Strawberry Patch. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Parsonson would like to ask a question.
I think I'll just ask a question now in relation to Chesterman. You sort of indicated, your views on how this proposal could align with some of the potentially relevant policy, but we're aware, obviously, that the RPS is under review, and Ms. Morgan said yesterday that at the moment, because of some of the perhaps gaps in the RPS, they look back up to the NPSUD for guidance in terms of establishing the scope and outcomes of this FDS process. How would you think what your clients are seeking support for, say in Waimarama, is how does that align with the NPSUD policies?
I think I covered that in the submission we put in.
Yeah.
I think it's entirely aligned, provides market choice, it provides opportunity for a variety of the market. It's entirely appropriate.
There's a range of other policies around efficiency and the like, transport and other efficiencies. How does that align with that?
Well, it can be serviced, it can be accessed. These are, I guess, over a 30-year horizon, you're going to see a change in the way technology evolves, different strategies as to transportation, servicing and the like. So it may be that places like Chesterman's develop in parts, it may be in stages, but yeah, I fail to see how it wouldn't be consistent with the NPSUD. And I haven't seen any specific reason to say why it isn't, put it that way.
Okay, thank you.
I will just jump onto that question a little bit. Why is it so important to have your client's land identified in the FDS?
Oh, look, it's entirely appropriate and important that it does get signalled in a strategy document such as the FDS. The problem we've had in the past in Hawke's Bay is there's been a strong reliance on these these plans and strategies. And again, I cover that in the Ensley submission later on, is that a number of cases that have gone before, or applications that have gone before the Environment Court, have turned on the very fact that its alignment with HPUDs in particular didn't support development outside of, identified growth areas. So it needs to be strategically identified before it goes through the next stages. That's historically as I've seen it, because the RPS in the past has picked up on what growth strategies have done. District plans have then come in and given effect to the RPS or the regional plans, and so on and so on. It's been a circular process in Hawke's Bay ad nauseum, and we still get back to the point is everything's out of sync. It needs to be strategically identified. When it's strategically identified, then we can do a proper planning process going forward, and then we can do an essential services plan document after that. So everything is in train. Then you can do your annual plans and your long-term plans on the back of where your growth strategies are, not sort of ask about faces what it's been in the past. Sorry to be blunt, but that's the way it's worked.
Is the scope of what's new in our lexicon as a panel is what is in the scope of HPUDs the same as what is in the scope of an FDS as set out under the NPSUD?
Well, I think it goes further. I think that the scope's greater for this committee to go beyond what HPUDs did. It's a 30-year horizon of potential, and it needs you to be bold in that regard. HPUDs was a little bit more condensed, but I think that the NPSUD is asking for a greater level of commitment from you as a committee to identify future potential.
Would you call Waimarama an urban area?
Yes, and I cover that again and later on, is that it talks about, when you look at the definition of urban environment in the NPS, it doesn't include, and I'll find the exact wording, it talks about being predominantly urban in character, part of a housing and labour market of approximately 10,000 people. And I see Waimarama and the wider rural residential communities as fitting within that definition, for the very reason, I guess, that the officers have drawn a 20-minute line outside of an urban extent and said that's what they believe to be the urban extent. I think that, irrespective of how you look at, is it an urban environment or is it within an urban extent, the MPS, as I see it, allows you to go further than that in an FDS. It doesn't have to be so narrow in its focus.
How would you recommend that we deal with this issue at this stage? Because we have had several submitters come forward seeking that rural residential and coastal properties, particular rural residential and coastal properties, are included in the FDS. However, that wouldn't necessarily mean that all rural residential and coastal areas that might be appropriate for growth are included.
Well, it's the predicament, I guess. I don't know what the hurry is to get an FDS going. I understand there's some time pressures, but getting it right is more important than rushing something through. And again, last minute, we'll bolt on HBUD's 2017 to parts of these environments or these nodes or growth areas, but there's been no input from the wider public into terms of those changes. So a lot of people that I'm aware of, clients, didn't submit on the FDS because it was made quite clear that it wasn't going to include rural residential or coastal settlements or rural nodes such as Maraikako and the like. And I think that's a real failure of the FDS as it stands now.
Do you think that including say Waimarama in the FDS now, you made it clear that in the history of planning decisions in this region, they're quite heavily influenced or weighted by things like HPUDs. Does that skew the scrum a bit towards allowing or approval of expansion of the population in Waimarama ahead of corresponding upgrades in infrastructure? I mean, I'm sort of thinking maybe the extreme where you have a lot of people living in Waimarama wanting to come into Hastings or something every day, and you've got a roading system perhaps that's not really accommodating that, for example, or other infrastructure. Where are the signals here?
Look, this is where I think everything's, I guess, not aligned. Is the way I read the NPSUD and my understanding of the way forward is that your job is identifying potential growth areas. You're not drilling down and seeing what the servicing side of it or the infrastructure side of it. That's the next stage. That's your RMA process, that's your plan change process, that's your resource consent process, that's your essential services planning, that's your long-term planning. But unless you get it right at the start, all that other stuff's meaningless because we keep going back to it's not identified, it's not identified. And that's what we've been faced with for 20 odd years of planning in this region. There's no way forward. So we do a plan change, and I'll cover this later. The Ensley submission goes to the Environment Court. It's not identified in a growth area, but it has potential. And that's what HBUD said, it has potential. But the court said, oh no, it can't go ahead. Notwithstanding the fact the soils were Durapan and couldn't grow, we get into those arguments and the minutiae or on a more micro level, we've got to address the macro and we've got to get it right at the start. So your decisions here aren't decisions at that micro level. You're just providing the potential. It's there for people to come forward and demonstrate how their project or their site aligns with planning documents going forward or how things need to change, because everything changes over time.
So you're saying that statements such as have been indicated here where, look, it hasn't been included in the maps, but we recognise it's got potential, for example, we wouldn't disclose it, discount it in the future. You're saying those sort of statements in a document historically have not been persuasive in convincing decision makers to provide plan change or development in other areas?
No, I haven't seen that. There's the Ensley Cottages versus Hastings District Council, there's the Stone versus Hastings District Council. Those sorts of decisions have been quite clear that they've turned almost on that strategic view or the strategic policies in place. So I hear what you're saying, and I see what the officers are saying, but that needs to translate to showing it on mapping. That's where it is. It's potential. So if it turns out in 5 years' time or in the 30-year planning horizon that something crops up and it's no longer suitable, then so be it. There's another block of land. There's another block of land. So everything changes over time, but if something fails, there needs to be something on the waiting. Okay.
I'll just jump on that again. So the officers are recommending a rural residential strategy. If such a strategy would be produced, would that give the lever that your clients are after? And secondly, is it the settings in the regional policy statement that are creating the issue rather than identification in a strategy or not?
Look, I guess my answer is twofold. Why would you do a second strategy after doing this strategy? And we've heard this a number of times. There's also the Clifton to Tongoia coastal strategy that's underway, and which will affect this very area, the area of Ensley Cottages, Raymond Road. There's strategies on strategies, and it's been going on for years. This is your opportunity to do one strategy, identify those areas at a macro level, and then if you want to do another strategy underneath it, so be it. But there's another, it's a cascading effect, I guess, if you like, of strategies of how things piece together. But you need to get it right at the start. And kicking the can down the road is what's happened in this area for a long, long time. And now's your opportunity to actually, rubber's hitting the road.
So the second question I had there was, is it the settings in the regional policy statement that are creating the issue?
What is the regional policy statement, but that's taken from the guidance of the strategy documents. So historically, at the moment, you've got HBUDS was developed, and it was a non-statutory document that became, if you like, statutory by stealth. It got adopted by the regional plan, and then that regional plan got adopted by the district plan. So it got in there, and the way I saw it is it was intended to be a non-statutory type document, but it got adopted into a statutory process through the RPS.
Mr. Holder, you talked about kicking the can down the road, and I guess you're with us for so long, so we're not picking on you, but I just want to tease some of that out of it. That your clients and many others have the development strategies on the face of it appears to use certain criteria to determine what should be in, what should be out. And that is to prevent, I think, kicking the can down the road, so that there's some certainty as to where the region is going as it relates to development. Now, that is frustrating for people that are outside the line, that have landowners that are out, or developers that are outside the line, that want their land included. It seems to me, though, that unless there is some set of criteria, what's the point of having a strategy? I sort of feel like you're saying we don't need the strategy because we can rely upon the NPS. That, what's going to exercise us is with the multiple submissions that have requested inclusion, then we would essentially be looking to change the parameters that council has used, or suggest the parameters changed, that council has used to include or exclude land.
Look, I cover this again in our own company submission. The NPS provides a pathway for change, I guess, of the change the way we've always done things. As a planning profession, as councils, and various councils do things differently. If you look at Palmerston North, how they've done their FDS, they've been bold. They've identified thousands of hectares of land as potential. So I understand the parameters in here, and I understand we're in an area where we're just gifted with good soils and we've got great landscapes, but you know, those jewels in the crown have obviously been thorns in our side to an extent, because we've got to manage growth. The realisation is we need growth. It's going to happen. So we have to be prepared, if you like, to break the eggs to make the omelette. And I guess that's what I'm saying in my latest submissions is we've got to change the way we do things, and the ability to change the way we do things is provided to you in the NPS. Okay. So.
Okay, Mr. Holder, we'll move on to your next. Hopefully we've asked you lots of questions that would have come up later, because realise we've just taken up a bit longer time than we should have with that first submission. So moving on to the strawberry patch. Some of us drove past this yesterday.
Okay. Okay, so the submission is, and I'll just pull it up. Sorry, I'm just trying to get this. So you've got a copy of that submission in front of you, I assume, and the map. So I haven't brought any maps today, I just assumed that they're as part of the submission.
We have got the submission with us, and we also have maps which identify the sites as well.
Problems. So the submission of the strawberry patch relates to 3 sites along Havelock Road, approximately 10 and a half hectares in area, and it's located, I guess, with immediate proximity to Havelock North Village, with highly favourable access to walking, cycling and roading infrastructure. It's flat in topography, uniform in shape, and its urban edge location makes it an ideal candidate for future urban growth, particularly for, say, recreation use or retirement housing, and those were some examples we provided in the submission. And while the land is currently is classified as highly productive land under LUC mapping, the submission that the strawberry patch make is that the urban development potential combined with the constraints on the constraints they see in primary production means that it should be earmarked as a potential strategic growth area to be explored later in terms of a planning process. So this site supports a 15-minute neighbourhood type concept, enabling that compact and connected communities to align with what the NPS is asking for. We see it as, I guess, a low barrier, high value development option, capable of delivering housing or community assets without undermining the integrity of the urban rural boundary, particularly along that location. And if you drive along Havelock Road in your site visit, or you may have, as you'll notice that strip of land's changed quite remarkably over the years. It's still going to be changing. There's growth housing in that Howard Street area. There's the Cranford Hospice is going down there. There's 2 campgrounds. There's a restaurant. So it has changed, and that change in itself's brought difficulty for the strawberry patch owners. You've got a cycleway right up against the front boundary now, and they've advised me that there's difficulty in mowing lawns, etc., with stones and the way they manage that property. The submission proposes that the land could be utilised for either a community-based recreational infrastructure or retirement housing, both high demand categories in the region. There is a recognised shortfall in sports facilities across Havelock North, and developing this site would support local schools that are currently land constrained. In terms of the alternative retirement housing, obviously with an ageing population in Hawke's Bay, the region faces increasing demand for purpose-built retirement living. The site's proximity to amenities and flat terrain make it ideal for age-friendly design and accessibility. The ability to service multiple strategic land use needs is provided on the site, and it would provide for a well-functioning urban environment. So, in terms of acknowledging the highly productive land classification, the way we've framed it in the submission and the other submissions we've made is that once a site's been identified, it then obviously goes through a process through a zoning process, and 3.6 of the NPSUD allows for rezoning of highly productive land if there is a demonstrated need to meet housing demand and if there are no other reasonably practical options exist for maintaining a well-functioning urban environment. And I think the Strawberry Patch meets this condition due to its superior location and low infrastructure burden compared to the more distant alternatives. So yeah, I think that this site could align with future strategies or the like. So yeah, I guess going through a bit further, I think I sort of covered it in my previous questions or answers to you, but again, happy to answer questions. It's probably the easiest way to deal with this submission as well. Obviously with Havelock North, there is some constraints around parks, etc. For example, you could identify the Strawberry Patch as a residential recreational growth area, then look at the existing constrained Havelock North, Anderson Park, that could become a future housing option, parking option. So there's other chess pieces that could move on the back of this, but identifying it in NFTS would allow that sort of future planning to occur. It's not saying that development will occur on the Strawberry Patch, or it might end up being demonstrated that it's not suitable, but the potential should be recognised in the FTS, and that's what the submission asks for or requests. And that's why we haven't said it's a definite, we want it as a definite housing option. We've sort of said as potential recreation option where kids could walk from schools there, the schools could grow in the constraints fields they've got now. So yeah, again, open to questions.
Yeah, thank you. The question I'm going to ask, I'm not being deliberately flippant. I'm just trying to contextualise the question. And we saw the site last night, and I've looked at your evidence. What distinguishes if you put a compass in the middle of Napier-Hastings city and spun it about a kilometre wider than the city boundary now? What distinguishes this site from a whole lot of other land that might be incorporated into that circle as potential?
Not necessarily anything in particular. You're correct in that. What would differentiate it is its identification. So if the identification up front, I mean, we've got, again, I'll cover it later, is the district plan identifies we have something like 26,000 hectares of plain zone production land in Hastings district, 450,000 hectares of rural land. I guess what I'm saying through these submissions is that, and I mentioned it before, is you've got to break a few eggs sometimes. And the reality is if we identify strategically these types of sites in a document, then that in itself protects the wider resource that allows council to go ahead, or the councils to go ahead and plan and have defensible boundaries or defensible strategies. So that's the way to do it. So you're correct. There is potential for urban creep or to go outside of that. That's why the importance of recognising these strategies and then taking them down into the policy statements and plans and district plans. You get that level of protection.
You've said that it's a demonstrated need for housing demand, and the council report says, well, the number of locations I've identified satisfies that need based on their projections. So, in a sense, this would be additional to that need?
Look, I'm not an economist. In some parts I'm a realist. And you'll find that you'll get evidence before you that perhaps suggests that their figures, the council figures, aren't correct. But I don't see where the penalty is in over-identifying land for growth. What's the penalty? So you've identified that, or the officers have identified there's 2,050 houses needed in rural areas or rural settlement type areas, yet I don't see that identified in the FDS. So numbers can be manipulated, things can be manipulated any way you want, but the reality is we're growing, we're going to be growing over 30 years, we don't know what the horizon's going to look like, we can make predictions, but again, if we identify large areas of land that have the potential to grow to, then there's no penalty.
We have policy statements for urban development and policy statements for highly productive land, for example, working together. Is the penalty for over-allocation that, based on the strong signals that you've said strategic documents have in planning decisions, is the penalty then that you start releasing land for urban development that wasn't required at the cost of the outcomes of the other policies?
Well, no, you only get release of land as demand. Market forces, supply and demand. Areas aren't going to grow if there's no demand. So they'll only grow on the back of demand. So the reality is the current policy environment or regional plan environment, district plan environment is based on the past strategies. The NPS has come out UD, which has come after the preparation of the RPS and the regional plan and the district plan. That's what I'm saying, it's all in catch up. Now's the opportunity to identify growth areas or potential growth areas and then let the process develop from there. That's your RMA process, your first schedule process, your resource consenting process, your essential services. And you might find that, like they have in Napier-Hastings, is that it's $230,000 or thereabouts to develop lots. Doesn't make it viable. But what's your alternative? There's no other alternative at the moment for rural residential growth. And I've seen the statements made that we've got oversupply. I don't see it. Every day we get calls in our practice as to where can I grow to? Can I subdivide my property? And why you don't see growth or potential is because the first thing we say is there is no room to grow out there. So.
And I'm circling back down to the NPS HPL now. As you've said that you've referenced policy 3.10 of that document in relation to this site, being that there are permanent or long-term constraints on the land that mean that the use of the highly productive land for land-based primary reduction is not able to be economically viable for at least 30 years. Is it the submission that this 10.5 hectare block meets that test?
I don't know. But again, that's not.
Isn't that a critical matter?
No, it's not. It's not critical to what your job is. So that's what I'm saying. Your job is to identify potential. If people come in on individual sites below that as a resource consent process, even now, then they need to demonstrate how they meet 310 as an alternative pathway. But the plan change process through 3.6 and 3.10 are not the processes that are highly critical to, I think, what I believe is your job. So, again, I keep saying you're providing the potential. The next stages are drilling down and looking at those sections. So, a 310 assessment might find that it's entirely appropriate. It might find that it's not. but then there's a balance.
Okay, thank you.
I don't think we have any further questions for the strawberry patch, so with Mr. Holder, so we can move on to the next submission, 132.
So the next submission is one we've done development now, so I guess it's done as a company. I've got some copies of a submission here that you're welcome to have. I will read through it because I think it's important to read the submission, and I think it probably will elicit some questions from you, and I'm happy to answer that.
So if you're talking about your submission from the 23rd of December.
Yeah, development notes, yes.
Yes, so we have got that and we have read through it already. So are there some key points you'd like to bring to our attention from it?
Yes, yeah, I want to expand on that submission and the points in it. So, as I say, this submission, I guess, underpins several submissions we've made on behalf of clients to the FDS process, and I guess it's intended to address the strategy at a macro level, as I've said. The primary purpose of an FDS is to identify growth options and opportunities that will address residential, commercial and industrial expansion under the National Policy Statement for the next 30 years. This strategy includes a mandated 15 to 20% additional competitive margin to support choice and competitiveness in housing and business land markets. The MPS mandates that the local authorities develop an FDS to ensure that there is sufficient development capacity to meet demand over the short, medium and long term. So that's the 3-year, 10-year, 30-year horizon. The FDS must identify a broad range of feasible and realistic development options for accommodating growth. It must consider housing and business land requirements, ensuring that a range of housing types and employment opportunities are provided for. It must provide for a well-functioning urban environment that supports accessibility, infrastructure efficiency, and economic sustainability. It must enable responsiveness to change in population growth, market demand, and planning constraints. It must integrate land use and infrastructure planning to ensure growth is strategically and sustainably managed. And it must support reductions in greenhouse gas emissions and promote climate resilience where possible. Furthermore, the MPSUD requires that the FDS avoids unnecessary constraints on development, prioritises intensification in well-serviced areas, and enables greenfield expansion where necessary. The strategy must be based on sound evidence, including market trends and infrastructure capacity, to avoid restrictive or arbitrary limits on urban growth. For the FDS to be meaningful and effective, it must be a community-led approach rather than a council-driven process with preconceived outcomes. Community involvement ensures that development options reflect real-world needs, aspirations and challenges, rather than being constrained by bureaucratic inertia. Historically, development strategies have suffered from underdevelopment and a lack of genuine alternatives, often repackaging old solutions rather than fostering new growth pathways. This cycle must be broken to ensure a robust and adaptable development strategy. A prevailing misnomer in growth planning is the assumption that highly productive land cannot be utilised for urban expansion. However, it is my understanding that the MPS highly productive HPL allows for its use under certain circumstances. Paraphrased, for example, clause 3.6 of the MPS HPL provides that a territorial authority may allow urban rezoning or development of highly productive land if there are no other feasible alternatives, and the benefits of urban development outweigh the benefits of retaining the land for primary production. Previous submitters have highlighted competing needs at all levels. This provision highlights that while highly productive land should be carefully considered, it is not an absolute constraint on growth. In Hastings, where thousands of hectares of LUC 1 to 3 class lands surround the urban area, this land should not be viewed as a scarce resource in the strictest sense. Rather, growth opportunities should be strategically ring-fenced to provide long-term defensible protection of land resources while enabling necessary expansion. The FDS must be dynamic, providing a broad range of growth options that allow for flexibility in responding to market changes, scientific advancements, good engineering practice, policy shifts, population changes and demographic trends, and ideological shifts in technological evolution. What may seem like an ideal growth strategy today may prove impractical or undesirable in 10, 20 or 30 years, and vice versa. A rigid strategy without a broad spectrum of options will fail to remain fit for purpose over time. The fundamental question is, how does the current FDS provide the necessary flexibility that there isn't a diverse range of options available from the outset? The current FDS is limited in its spatial scope, arbitrarily restricting study areas to land within a 20-minute drive from Napier-Hastings. This approach excludes important rural and coastal development opportunities, such as those in Waimarama, which already face growth challenges for both permanent and seasonal residents. There is a demand for rural land and rural residential living options, yet the draft FDS fails to provide a clear strategy for accommodating this, despite recognising the need for 2,050 rural homes over the study period. This admission is inconsistent with the comprehensive planning intent of the FDS and fails to support housing choice for residents seeking alternative living environments. Moreover, the exclusion of the coastal settlements like Waimarama prevents the consideration of logical, well-planned expansions that could enhance the resilience of such communities by improving infrastructure and services. Ignoring these areas means disregarding both latent demand and the benefits of a more diverse housing offering. Clause 3.13 of the MPS identifies that the purpose of the FDS is to promote long-term strategic planning by setting out how the Council intends to, firstly, achieve well-functioning urban environments in its existing and future urban areas, and provide at least sufficient development capacity as required by Clause 3.2 and 3.3 over the next 30 years to meet expected demand. To this end, I recall reading the officer's report that because the MPS only requires the FDS to show the urban area, therefore only requires the FDS to show urban areas, therefore rural residential coastal areas and the like were not considered. However, I believe that the MPS UD is not this definitive. As stated in the FDS, as stated previously, an FDS requires a well-functioning urban environment. An urban environment means an area of land, regardless of size, local authority, or statistical boundaries, that is or intended to be predominantly urban in character and part of a housing and labour market of at least 10,000 people. Therefore, there is scope to consider wide areas such as the Waimarama and rural residential areas as we see it. However, noting nothing prevents an FDS from going beyond the assumed minimum, given it's been identified that 2,000 or so rural homes need to be accommodated beyond the urban area. Surely this is a significant number to address within the housing capacity assessment and a complementary strategy within tandem, parallel, etc. to the FDS, not set aside to be resolved in the future. There appears through the officer's report an inference that latent demand will be met through farm park and limited lifestyle subdivision. Taking Hastings District into consideration, however, farm parks is a starting point of discretionary activities and therefore there are no guaranteed approval. Similarly, lifestyle subdivision is provided for as a discretionary activity based on 1 every 3 years, assuming a balance greater than the minimum rural lot size of 20 hectares is maintained. The current Hastings District Plan framework, giving effect to regional plans, does not allow for this with any confirmed certainty. And by way of example, there's policy and assessment criteria in the plan that makes it quite clear that these sorts of developments are limited, and I'm happy to hand up some written notes on that to be taken on board, but in particular policy RZP 13 and the associated explanation and the assessment criteria. And in terms of the Napier District Plan, they don't provide for any farm park subdivisions nor any 3-year lifestyle subdivision development. So when the officers say there's other opportunities, I'm not sure what they are with any firm certainty. The housing assessment, capacity assessment that underpins the draft FDS does not fully resolve key market considerations such as the actual quantum of latent housing demand within the market, the growing demand for retirement village land and its impact on overall housing availability, the assumption that all allocated development land will be brought to market despite historical trends showing that land banking can significantly undermine housing supply. The draft FDS heavily relies on an optimistic view that all allocated land will be readily available for development, an assumption that contradicts past market trends. Without contingencies to account for non-participating landowners, the strategy risks under-delivering on its housing objectives. A more realistic approach would involve planning for additional greenfield development areas to mitigate risks of under-delivery and ensure sufficient housing supply across various topologies. Consolidating growth in areas where reticulars exist will ensure that essential services plans, such as those for Three Waters and roading infrastructure, can be efficiently developed and implemented. Where such services are unavailable, rural residential growth options become necessary to accommodate population needs while minimising infrastructure costs and environmental impact. The strategy must account for these services limitations and provide viable alternatives for sustainable expansion. Past strategies have struggled with underdevelopment, a lack of real options, and a tendency to repackage old growth plans rather than introduce new opportunities. There is no penalty for over-identification of potential development sites. Therefore, there is no cogent reason to exclude rural residential, industrial, commercial options at this stage. Continuing to push these decisions further down the road only delays addressing pressing growth challenges and limits strategic foresight. The dead horse theory serves as an apt metaphor for past strategies. When a horse is dead, no amount of feeding, whipping, or renaming it will make it run again. Yet, historically, urban growth planning has persisted with outdated, ineffective strategies, merely rebadging past approaches instead of acknowledging their failures and embracing new solutions. To move forward, we must recognise the flaws of past development strategies and their consequences, embrace change by providing a broad range of solutions to accommodate competing wants, needs, and desires, ensure the FDS remains adaptable by including multiple pathways for residential, commercial, and industrial growth, and avoid unnecessarily restricting development based on outdated constraints or misconceptions about land use. So in conclusion, the FDS must serve as a forward-thinking, community-driven blueprint that provides realistic, adaptable growth options. Highly productive land should not be viewed as an absolute barrier to development, but rather a resource that can be managed responsibly. The strategy should incorporate flexibility to adjust to future market and demographic shifts, rather than locking in rigid, outdated frameworks. By learning from past missteps and acknowledging the necessity of change, we can develop a strategy that truly serves the long-term needs of the community, rather than persisting with failing approaches. We urge the committee to adopt a more open, flexible, and inclusive strategy, one that prioritises long-term sustainability, genuine growth opportunities, and the resilience to adapt to an uncertain future. So that's welcome to have questions. Sorry, that was a bit long. And I do have some hard copies here. I think there's about 10 hard copies if you like that.
Caitlin will come and get those, and of course you'll provide that electronically to Caitlin as well. I think, any questions? No. Well, I don't think we have any questions. We've probably already asked them of you in respect of those matters. If you'd like to move on to the Wilson Road Collective, please.
Thank you. So this submission is presented on behalf of Wilson Road Collective, which is a group of landowners along Wilson Road, and the submission identifies that area of land as mapped just off Omahu Road. So this submission is presented on behalf of the Wilson Road Collective, comprising of multiple landowners within the Wilson Road area. The objective is to advocate for an inclusion of their land as a viable option for future industrial development under the draft Napier-Hastings Future Development Strategy. The identified site is in close proximity to Mahu Road Industrial Area. Situated within well-defined boundaries, its strategic location, flat topology, and uniform land characteristics position the Wilson Road area as a strong candidate for future industrial growth. The site benefits from existing servicing opportunities and has limited development constraints, enhancing its attractiveness for inclusion in the FDS. Additionally, the land holds significant potential to contribute to economic growth by providing necessary industrial space to support regional business expansion. Inclusion of this land in the FDS is viewed as a positive for strategic planning of the Hastings district, ensuring sufficient land supply to meet future business and industrial demand. It will also support employment growth by facilitating new business opportunities, attracting investment, and enabling regional economic diversification. The Wilson Road is adjacent to the Omahu Road Industrial Precinct, a well-established industrial hub in Hastings. This proximity allows for seamless integration into the existing industrial landscape, minimising infrastructure costs and enhancing business connectivity. The existing road network provides convenient access to State Highway 2, ensuring efficient transport and logistic operations. The area has available servicing opportunities that align with industrial development requirements. Access to essential infrastructure such as water, electricity, telecommunications reduces development lead time, making it an economically feasible option for future growth. The identified land has few development constraints, allowing for efficient utilisation for industrial purposes without significant environmental, social or economic impediments. The flat topography further enhances its development potential by minimising site preparation costs. The Hawke's Bay region, including Hastings district, requires greater industrial land provision to sustain business growth and economic expansion. Including Wilson Road and the FDS will contribute to maintaining a well-functioning urban environment and meeting the long-term regional industrial land demands. The growing local and national economy will benefit from the strategically positioned industrial land that supports new businesses and strengthens supply chains. Demand for industrial land is increasing due to the economic diversification, population growth and infrastructure expansion. Including Wilson Road and the FDS will ensure the Hastings region remains competitive, attracting investors seeking well-located, accessible and serviceable industrial land. Balancing urban growth with the protection of productive soils does not necessitate a rigid prohibition on development. The NPS UD and the NPS for highly productive land provides a framework that allows for consideration of urban rezoning under specific conditions. And I mentioned that earlier. That was the exemptions for constrained land in the NPS HPL recognises that certain land, even if technically classified as highly productive, may be subject to permanent or long-term constraints. And again, that was clause 310. Including this land within the FDS does not immediately preclude its continued use for productive purposes. Instead, it provides the Hastings and wider Hawke's Bay region with the flexibility to plan for industrial expansion over the next 30 years, ensuring business land supply aligns with projected economic growth. Effective management of future land use will support an adaptive and resilient regional economy. Industrial development in Wilson Road will generate significant employment opportunities, fostering job creation across multiple industries such as manufacturing, logistics and warehousing. This aligns with the region's long-term economic strategy to create sustainable employment opportunities and increase local GDP. The site's proximity to existing transport routes again enhances the efficiency of industrial operations, and it allows for easy movement of goods and services, supporting both regional and national supply chains. The Hastings District Council has undertaken recent initiatives to expand industrial land availability. Notably, the Omahu Road Industrial Area resulted in the rezoning of approximately 63 hectares of industrial land. This rezoning demonstrates Council's recognition of growing industrial demand and its proactive approach to supply management. The sub-regional industrial land strategy outlines a projected annual industrial land consumption rate of approximately 5 hectares per annum for Hastings District over the next decade. This rate highlights the ongoing need for well-located, serviceable industrial land. Based on the above, the estimated shortfall short-term industrial land demand is 15.6 hectares. That's in 3 years. So was needed to support immediate business growth and infrastructure projects. The medium-term requirement is predicted to be approximately 36 hectares over the 7 years, bringing the cumulative total to 52. And long-term, we're up to about 156 hectares. So, in summary, I guess the Wolfson Road Collective formally seeks inclusion of the identified land in the FDS as a future industrial development option. The site's strategic location, accessibility to services, as I've said, and minimal development constraints in alignment with the regional growth objectives support its viability as a key industrial growth area. The proposal aligns with the policy framework outlined in the MPSUD, and the inclusion does not, while its inclusion in the FD does not guarantee immediate development, but provides an essential planning framework to accommodate future industrial needs. It ensures that the Hastings district remains prepared for long-term business growth and investment. The strategic development will contribute to, obviously, the regional economic resilience and growth. So, yeah, that's the submission in a nutshell.
And no questions from me either, but again, we would appreciate your notes for future reference. Thank you.
Right, what about you next?
Your next submission is Van Howard, submission 127.
Yes, okay. So obviously on the maps you've seen the submission by, or the documents, that the Van Howard submission relates to an area of land in Matangi Road, which is out in the Tookie Valley, on the back side of Tomato Peak. So the Howards own 5.6 hectares of land at 116 Matangi Road, and it's in a rural residential setting, although it's zoned rural. The site lies opposite an existing rural lifestyle development, which is a farm park development, forming part of a loosely clustered rural residential area. The land has been excluded from the draft FDS, which currently does not provide for rural residential development or rezoning in this area. The Howards request inclusion of their land in the surrounding Matangi Road area within the FDS as a proposed rural residential growth area, and a map was provided with the submission. So this inclusion would allow the future growth to be considered formally within regional and planning frameworks. The site is suitable for rural residential development due to its proximity to existing development, non-productive land classification, low natural hazard risk, and the ability to accommodate on-site infrastructure. There is a clear demand for rural residential living options in the Hastings district, which continues to grow. Excluding rural residential areas like Matangi Road from the FDS constrains market choice, concentrates development in urban areas, ignoring legitimate lifestyle preferences, and fails to recognise existing rural residential clusters already shaping development patterns. The land is not intended to replace core urban growth areas, but to complement them by offering a different product to the housing market. Inclusion does not conflict with the compact urban form promoted in the FDS, as the area already has lifestyle lot patterns established, lies outside highly productive Hiratonga Plains soils, can be self-serviced. Strategic flexibility, including this area, allows the FDS to retain flexibility in responding to population growth, shift in housing preferences, climate or infrastructure constraints in core urban areas. Currently, the RPS, the Regional Policy Statement, discourages new rural residential rezonings. The Hastings District Plan, and that's UDP 8, states that no new residential areas are envisaged, citing a sufficient supply to 2045. And that's, I guess, if I interpolate there, that's the issue we have. We've already got a plan that says there's sufficient housing. We've got economic reports from various professionals that say there's shortfalls at different levels. So we've got that's one of the, I guess, a key point to highlight is we've got that policy framework that's saying no more, so it makes it really difficult to, when we go through the next stages of the process. This highlights that the submission highlights this area could provide for appropriate development to be where determined appropriate development, and that is obviously determined separately under an RMA process beyond that. So the recommendation from the submission is that the FDS committee formally identify Maitangi Road, including the Howard property and its neighbouring properties, as a potential rural residential growth node. This would not guarantee development, but signal a future planning intent enabling consideration and progression through site-specific plan changes or consenting. Alternatively, a directive could be included in the FDS to initiate planning investigations for areas like Maitangi Road within, again, 12-month timeframe. However, it's preferred that it be shown as a suitable growth option for future rural residential development to enable proactive, well-managed growth beyond core urban areas. Furthermore, this inclusion would offer diverse housing options to meet the community's evolving needs. And again, the bolting on, if you like, of the HBUD's 2017 does nothing to support growth or opportunity in the Maitangi Road area. It simply wasn't considered. So I'm not sure how that responds to this submission directly. Van, did you have anything further you wanted to add? So we're available for questions, obviously.
Okay, no questions for that one, Mr. Holder. We were going over some of the similar material, obviously. We can move through to submission 121, Dennis Hardy, English Cottages.
Thank you. Obviously, this submission by Ensley Cottages has I guess, a long truncated history through future strategies, proposed strategies, resource consent applications, and I guess they underscore again this submission as to why we're here in terms of this FDS. So the Hardy's land, or the Ensley Cottages land, is a parcel of land within a wider area identified by some other submissions you'll be getting, and I think it's from the Morenbecker entities and the Evans family trusts, I think, down there. This area was also subject to an Environment Court appeal, and that environmental appeal is known as Ensley Cottages versus Hastings District Council. And I think that was what I alluded to earlier on when in questions, is to say underlines the importance of getting the strategic framework right before we move into the next stages of how we plan through regional plans and district plans. So in short, the Raymond Road area has, in particular, the Ensley Road site is a 20 hectare site. It's made up of two parts. There's an upper platform of approximately 3.7 hectares of land, which is comprised of poor productive soils, a Durapan clay. The Raymond Road sits at an upper platform approximately 5 metres above other parts of the block, particularly on this 42 Raymond Road, which is another 17 hectares. So the Ensley Cottages have 20 hectares of land, 3.7 sits outside of productive land on an upper platform. There's a 5 metre approximate drop down to a productive portion of land, which is under a 20-year lease to a Polo Apples for long-term management and growth. So we're talking about an upper platform in conjunction with neighbouring blocks of land that has been identified in the past, loosely, if you like, in 2017 HBUDs, and I think that's mentioned in the officer's report as a suitable site or area for growth. And again, that was, if you like, kicked down the road to a further strategy, and there's talk of that being considered in the Clifton to Tongoyo strategy, which is underway at the moment, which there's no clear path as to where that's going. So the point in this submission is that we would like to see the FDS acknowledge its suitability for growth as a growth option for further testing again. We don't want to be in the same position that we found ourselves in when this went to the Environment Court. And there was a heavy reliance on its identification in HBUDs. And notwithstanding what the wording said, the court were quite clear that this wasn't seen as an identified growth area in HBUDs. So again, bolting on that previous wording doesn't give us any confidence of its strategic identification. So I think the Park Hill area, similarly to the previous discussions, the Matangi Road, the Waimarama coastal community, these are all areas that should be identified now as realistic growth options, particularly where they aren't on highly productive soils. They provide realistic growth options. They're easily accessible. They can do on-site servicing. They're not reliant on reticulated supply. They're outside of hazard areas for coastal retreat and yeah, as I say, there's real demand for this type of development. Over the road is Park Hill development, which is a farm park development. That type of development wouldn't be possible on these sites because of the starting point of area of land and the differing ownership. So I think there's been a lot of planning done in the past on these sites, and it's something that could be brought to market relatively quickly, certainly in the short term, the 3-year planning horizon.
The nuances of this location, as you've expressed, is understood. Thank you.
Yeah, that's particularly got the schooling there, the hall. It's set up for this type of development or future development.
Thank you for that submission, Mr. Holder. No questions from me, and we'll move on to your next one, Jim Bishop, submission 120.
So the Bishop submission relates to an area of land at 1441 Parkway Road and Richmond Road, 32 Richmond Road. The land forms, I guess, approximately 50% of the previous Timona industrial area identified in the draft, the draft future development strategy, if I've read it correctly. The submission seeks the reinstatement of this land within the FDS as a strategic future industrial development option. It has a long and well-documented planning history, and its exclusion risks undermining long-term capacity and flexibility for industrial growth in Hastings and the wider region. So the land has consistently been recognised in past planning documents. That was the Hastings District Council Industrial Expansion Strategy 2002 and 2009. They identified the Timona area as suitable for industrial growth. The 2009 expansion map published by the Hastings District Council clearly shows the area encompassing the Bishop land as part of the industrial expansion zone. The Hiratonga Plains Urban Development Strategy, 2010, identified the Tamona area as an indicative industrial growth node. This identification was carried forward into the 2017 update, which reaffirmed Tamona as an industrial growth area. There's also a private plan change, which Plan Change 56, which created a food hub in the Tamona area, and that land, I guess, immediately adjoins the Bishop land, and there looks to be some overlapping with the Bishop property. This consistent strategic recognition highlights the planning logic of including this land in the FDS. There are several compelling reasons why this site should be included. Its clear boundaries, so it's defined by Richmond Road, Parkawhai Road, and the proposed northeastern collector corridor. Its separation from residential zones, there is no direct residential interface. The Northwood subdivision is buffered by an acoustic fence and a road corridor. Sewer and stormwater connections are present, with capacity upgrades to be addressed through future planning processes. The land can accommodate a broader range of industrial uses that Irongate or Omahu Road, which are predominantly dry areas, can't provide. It has low hazard risk and there are no cultural or historical constraints. The site has moderate liquefaction risk, and most of Hastings areas identified as at least medium. There's very few low liquefaction areas in Hastings. There's no fault lines, there's no flooding identified. It's outside of tsunami zones, and there's no archaeological or cultural significantly features identified as it stands. While the land is mapped as highly productive land, this does not prohibit its inclusion, and I've previously covered that in earlier submissions. We've respectfully requested the inclusion of the Bishop land bounded by Richmond Road, Parkawhai Road, and the northeastern corridor connector in the final future development strategy. This action would enable the FDS to meet industrial land capacity requirements for the next 30 years, align with the MPSUD, reflect consistent planning history from 2002, support a flexible, resilient growth strategy for Hastings and the wider region. Including this land is not guaranteed development, it simply retains the option and supports a well-considered future-proofed strategy. And so, thank you for your time on that, and again, happy to answer questions. I've kept it relatively short because I think we've covered a lot of the points already.
Again, have you read through the officer's report and recommendations in respect to Tomoana?
I have. Was there anything specific here? My understanding is they've paid little attention to those industrial growth areas. So
I'm looking at paragraph 7.3.4.1, which talks about Whakatū and Tomoana.
Sorry, 7.3.4.1.
3.4.1 on page 53. And then I turn over
Yes.
to 54.
Yes.
And they are recommending midway through the page, given the uncertainty set out above in terms of wet industry demand, we recommend amending that draft FDS to explain that the expansion of Tomoana and or Whakatū may be required in the long term.
Yes.
What's your comment in that regard?
That's fine. Why not map it? If you're gonna make a statement like that, map it. As I said in the submission, there's no harm in doing that, but it actually provides a little bit more certainty for these industrial users. I can assure you there will be demand for wet industry in Hawke's Bay.
I have one question, again, it's not flippant, it's just thinking about everything that you've said today in responses to questions. In your mind, does the FDS need to be spatially constrained by maps, or can it have a different mechanism to guide growth?
Look, it can be constrained as your you require it to be. I don't see why it needs to be have such great constraints on it. As I say, you're only providing opportunity, future growth opportunities that then get, if you like, further investigated through an RMA process beyond that. So you'll look at soils, you'll look at servicing, you look at all the other environmental effects that may go with it, policy alignment. But I don't see, other than as it presently stands, the constraints are of concern. But I don't think that you're necessarily constrained, if you like, in terms of how you identify the growth of this region.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. No further questions on the Jim Bishop submission. And your final one, Te Orokohanga Hou joint venture.
That's not one that's Mr. Winchester's going to be doing that one on behalf of the submitter. Correct, yes. So I'm happy to sit back, get out of here. Thank you for your time. And I'll get some of these written submissions through to Caitlin. I'll just need to tie them up a bit. It's a bit of a dog's breakfast. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time this morning, Mr. Holder. Well, Mr. Winchester, would you like to come forward then with your clients? And welcome. We have you allocated for 20 minutes. We are, my apologies, running slightly over time at the moment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Here we go. Yes, I see we have a 20-minute allocation. I'm reasonably confident that if the panel has read ahead in terms of the legal submissions and evidence, we may not need all of that time, so you may get a cup of tea slightly earlier. I'll introduce myself. I'm James Winchester. I'm a barrister based here in Hawke's Bay. I am joined on my left by Miss Rachel Landon, who is a senior Three Waters engineer at Development Nous Limited. She has prepared a statement of evidence which has been filed. And on my right is Mr. David Colville, who is one of the joint venture partners and landowners. In respect of this development, I'm in your hands, Madam Chair, about the extent to which you think it's helpful for me to run through my legal submissions in detail. What I was proposing to do, having watched some of the live stream yesterday, was make some observations about the presentation made by Hawke's Bay Regional Council as a submitter. So there are a few matters to address there. They amplify things that are in the written legal submission, so it's not necessarily new material. The other thing I think it may be helpful for the panel to hear from Mr. Colville about is with regard to the Dooney Brothers submission yesterday. We watched that presentation and with respect, we found it confusing. So I suspect the panel might have had a couple of scratches of the head and may well benefit from Mr. Colville being able to clarify some of the land which is involved in the Dooney Brothers submission and its relationship to the Riverbend development. So I propose to hand over to him. Now, Ms. Landon is also here and can speak to her evidence if there are any specific questions about that. But that's how I propose to advance matters, unless you have any specific issues you want to.
Well, I can confirm that we have read through all the material that's been provided to us already. I was about to ask you if you had been watching in yesterday.
Yes.
So that is very helpful that you have been. The other matter is, obviously, I'm not sure if you watched the Insurance Council at the end of the day yesterday as well. And we were to hear from the Natural Hazards Commission, of course, yesterday. But they were unable to attend. So it's certainly summing up what we've heard so far is concern about identifying the site in terms of the hazard risks involved with it. And I think that probably really needs to be the focus of our discussion
Yes.
this morning. I'll hand over to you, Mr. Winchester. We've got about 15 minutes if we can wrap it up within that time. Thanks.
Well, I'm pretty content that we can, Madam Chair, and thank you for those indications. So I suppose dealing first of all with the Hawke's Bay Regional Council position as a submitter, obviously Ms Brunton was under instructions and was representing the policy position of the elected members, and that's entirely understood and respected. And the underlying basis for the Regional Council submission in terms of being a response to the independent review into flood matters following Cyclone Gabrielle is also understood and respected. I suppose from the joint venture's point of view, the question is around, I suppose, a blanket position on areas that are identified as being subject to stormwater issues and flood risk, which appears to be the position advanced by Ms Brunton, and I guess a more nuanced view based on the level of risk and the nature of stormwater issues to be contended with on an individual site. And the Riverbend site has been long identified as being suitable for future urban development, and investment decisions have been made in reliance on that, and Ms Brunton was quite correct about that. The level of risk is, it is a ponding site. It is not subject to high velocities of fast-flowing water, and in Cyclone Gabrielle, the reason why it flooded was due to a stop bank collapse elsewhere, and the level of inundation was directly related to that, but it was not fast-flowing water. So there's also been issues identified about the land performing a natural soakage or a sponge function for surrounding land. It is private land, and if the councils want to advance a strategy which involves use of private land to perform a public function in terms of stormwater management and detention, that's fine. But you don't get to tell people what to do with their land when it effectively serves a public purpose. So there are other mechanisms to deal with that, quite specific mechanisms under the Public Works Act, under the Resource Management Act dealing with designations, and in my submission, it's improper to use the future development strategy in terms of its level of granularity to deal with, to essentially perform a de facto function. If the Regional Council wants the land to perform natural soakage, sponge and stormwater detention functions, it can acquire it for a public purpose. In terms of the level of information and assessment for this area of land, you'll have read the submission. It's called, well, it's it's very detailed. I think it's 170 pages from the joint venture, and it's backed with a lot of technical detail. You have read the evidence of Ms. Landon, and you'll detect from that evidence the amount of work that has been done in relation to this land. I would suggest that in terms of future urban greenfield sites, it is the best assessed and has the best level of detail on flood hazard and flood risk, and in terms of risk management and response. So in my submission, the panel can take a fairly high level of confidence that there is a solution for this site, and that reflects what Ms. Brunton advised you yesterday on behalf of the Regional Council, that the Regional Council accepts that there likely is a solution for this site. Where the omission lies with the Regional Council's position is around the recognition that this site and the stormwater management solution for this site can and is likely to provide relief for other low-lying areas of Napier. So there's a recognised flood hazard risk and stormwater management issue with the existing Napier urban area. And part of the design of this proposal will provide relief in respect of that. And when you think about the intensification, which is advanced by the councils with regard to some of those key corridors on the flat areas of Napier, any relief to the existing stormwater situation in that area is likely to perform a wider benefit, particularly in terms of intensification, and that needs to be had regard to. But I guess my underlying message is it's not really the right forum to debate the specific merits of the stormwater solution for the site, other than to reinforce that it is very well researched, been very thoroughly considered, and is actually the subject of an express development agreement between the joint venture and Napier City Council with regard to a quite specific identified package of measures, costs, who does what, whether specific works are advanced in the long-term plan and who is responsible for them. So things are well advanced, Madam Chair, and there is no, I guess, hard line here which says that this land is fundamentally inappropriate for its intended urban development purpose. It is a matter of assessment. Totally respect the policy position and certainly understand what the Natural Hazards Commission has said, although it has tempered that, and I've referred to the engagement with the Natural Hazards Commission in my legal submissions. Fine to hold those policy positions, but both the Natural Hazards Commission and the Regional Council performing its statutory functions with regard to resource management will have the full opportunity to participate in commenting on the efficacy of the stormwater management solution for this site. And my submission to the panel is that it should follow the officer's recommendation, continue the long-standing identification of the site for urban development purposes, and send it on to another process.
Now, did you want Mr. Colville to, oh, it's Colville, isn't it?
There's Mr. Colville. I suppose first of all,
brothers issue.
Yes. Did you have any questions for Ms. Landon about her evidence? Yes.
Yes, thank you. You've made reference to the one of the causes, I suppose, of the flooding during Cyclone Gabrielle, but there's also 2020 flooding as a fairly recent incident on that site, or event on that site. What was the cause of that flood?
So that was the site doesn't have an outlet at the moment. It's like a natural depression. So water from the road network in Maraenui discharged through Maraenui Park and then ran down into the development area. Because there's a local depression there, it flooded because there was no outlet, and so it just soaked away.
And your approach to date in terms of designing solutions for that site is to be able to relocate that water away from the site such that it doesn't cause an adverse effect somewhere else, right?
Yes, so the land that David wanted to talk about, I brought a picture along. I wasn't sure how much information to overload you with the submission.
Or that if you
So
like.
if you'd like, this shows just the development areas here, and David's got an option to purchase this land here to turn into a stormwater attenuation area, and this was going to be planted up with native plants and that sort of thing, as well as like a wetland style attenuation area. And so the river bend would be graded to discharge down into this area. And the benefit when they modelled that was that it reduced the pre-development flood levels for existing parts of Napier too, because of the amount of space in that pond.
And is that solution relying on a pumping system, is that right?
All of Napier's is pumped, yes, to discharge. So that holds the water there before it's pumped. It does not pump here, it's from the cross-country drain outlet is pumped. Yep.
Ms Landon, if you could make that available to Caitlin, please.
Oh, absolutely. I've also brought along the modelling report that Stantec did for the project. I wasn't sure if that was. I can provide it to you. If you prefer. I'll email it to you.
One of the big. Oh yeah, sorry. Thanks. One of the big issues with the cross-country drain as it runs down there is it's extremely flat. Less than 10 millimetres gradient per metre. So from the site down to where the pumps are, the water doesn't travel down very fast. In fact, if you turn the pumps on full bore, they actually run out of water because the water doesn't get there. So what the solution is to store in excess of 100,000 cubic metres of water uphill, effectively, and then let the pumps slowly chew away at it. And that's why we believe that the ponding solution works, and Stantec as our modellers have proven that.
No more questions about the flooding, but would like to hear from Mr Colville in the 3 minutes we've got left. Thank you.
Yeah, hi. I listened to the Dooney's brothers submission yesterday, and there was some confusion about land areas. They started with sort of 170 hectares and went down to 70 hectares, and then finally kind of clarified that they own 20 of the 70 hectares between the drain, I think it's the Beatson drain, and the loop. We have 9.5 hectares of that land under contract for the pond solution that is on the documents you've just received. And we're currently shopping for possibly a more economical way of doing that. There are 3 or 4 different options, and the draft submission or the draft documents say that the pond solution won't be mapped, so we can move it wherever it needs to go. So we can come up with we've got a solution that works, we can possibly come up with a better solution at a better price. But one of the reasons that we wanted to do that pond there is that the fill can move just across the drain to the site to raise the site. The pond, as shown, is 110,000 cubic metres of water, and we need about 65 of that for the development, and the rest is really excess, and that goes so some other stormwater improvements don't need to be done in the network, so there is a cost saving to the city. Is there much else I need to say?
Well, I think just in terms of the Dooney's aspirations.
Oh, the Dooney's aspirations. So their submission relates to 70 hectares, and they own 20 of it. There'd be, I'm thinking, 40 owners in there. and they are, one of those 40. They did say, is it Angela, in their submission that their lady submitting said that we needed 22 hectares of land for our stormwater pond, which is incorrect. We've got a working pond at 9.5 hectares, as I said, and 110,000 cubic metres of water. That's about me. Thank you.
Do you have any update, Mr. Winchester, on the fast track application?
No, still waiting for a ministerial decision on whether it will be formally referred under the Natural and Built Environments Act. Understood to be imminent, but it's based on advice from officials, and that seems to be a fairly consistent stream of advice that things are imminent. But I can't gauge just how imminent.
No further questions. Thank you very much for your time this morning and coming in and talking to us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Panel members, I will see you later on.
Yes. Our next submitter is submitter 103, the Curry Family Trust, represented by Bay Planning. Welcome back, Ms. Francis.
Thank you.
Now we have read the submission provided, and we have you allocated for 10 minutes to talk to us.
Great. Thank you very much for having me again. It's good to be back. So this morning I am here on behalf of the Curry Family Trust in support of their submission and submission 103, and that is to do with land that they own that is in the area NC4D known as South Piramai. They have an area of land that is just to the south of the Bupa village, adjacent to the expressway as you're going into Napier. So our submission is to support our initial submission and the recommendations made by the Independent Hearings Panel. So we thank the Independent Hearings Panel for your discussion and analysis in your hearings report. We agree with the following points put forward in section 9.3.4 of your hearings report, being that while there are some concerns about flooding and natural hazards, development in these areas are possible from an engineering perspective. The site performs well against a range of matters and evaluation criteria. The site has been included in council plans and strategies for several planning cycles and is partly developed, being the Bupa village to the north. The site presents a viable solution for urban growth subject to a more detailed engineering assessment, and you have recommended retaining this site in the FDS. We note that there was one submission received in opposition to the inclusion of the South Piramai site in the FDS, received by the Natural Hazards Commission. This submission by the Natural Hazards Commission makes the following statements. South Piramai is one of 3 greenfield sites under consideration, but it has significant natural hazard risks. It faces similar hazards to those identified for Riverbend and the Loop, including risks from flooding, tsunami and liquefaction, and 48% of the site may be required for stormwater retention basins. Addressing these points, I'd like to make the following comments. South Piramai is not the Riverbend site, being NC4B, and it's important to note that parts of South Piramai, such as this area of land owned by my client, are quite far removed from the Riverbend Road site. The use of the words significant and substantial in the Natural Hazards Commission submission is important to consider, given that there is no use of those words in the refined spatial strategies scenario or the multi-criteria analysis for this site. We do not consider the risks of natural hazards to be significant or substantial to the future development of the site. And while it may be that 48% of the site may be required for stormwater basins, this is not an unusual method to employ when undertaking large-scale urban development. We are seeing this over in the Iona subdivision in Havelock North, where the developer is installing stormwater retention ponds to provide for the needs of the new development. We support the comment by the Natural Hazards Commission that managing stormwater will require significant and coordinated investment, and we consider this to be positive. If the land is developed in a comprehensive and strategic manner, which would happen under a plan change facilitated by the inclusion of this land in the FDS, there is a much better chance of stormwater being managed properly than if the land is subdivided in a piecemeal fashion, which can happen to land on the urban fringe. We do not take the responsibility of planning and placemaking to consider natural hazards lightly. It is very important, and especially so given the effects of Cyclone Gabrielle. The area of land included in NC4D provides for space for residential development, as well as the mitigation of natural hazards in the form of stormwater retention. As the site has been included in the HPUD's maps in the past, some weight is to be given to the expectations of landowners that residential development may be possible on these lots in the future. We have already seen this with the development of the Burpa Retirement Village to the north of my client's site. Once again, we thank the Independent Hearings Panel for your analysis and discussion in your hearings report, and we continue to support the retention of the South Piramai site in the FDS. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms Francis. Just a point of clarification, it's not our report, it's the council officer's recommendation report, and we're yet to write our own recommendation report after hearing from submitters. I'll just see if we have any questions.
Thank you.
Very clear. Thank you
you
very much, Ms Francis. The next submitters we are hearing from this morning, and we have 10 minutes allocated for, is the Rural Coastal Development Group, submitter 126. If you'd like to come forward, thank you. Now, we have received your information in advance, and we have a copy of your presentation in front of us.
Okay. My name's Annie Evans. On my right is Jacob Scott. On my left, Tony Murrenbrecker. We are all long-time residents of the Homoana area. Jacob, a lifetime resident, and I'm speaking on the behalf of the wider group and all of us here today. Our submission is asking the question, or asking you, why Raymond Road and surrounding area should be included in the FDS now. This is a submission by ordinary people for the people. Here you see an area with a 1 kilometre radius with Homoana School at the centre. This is pivotal to the submission. We want this land to be named in the FDS for future development. We want to enable more housing around the school, to create a satellite village in this place of safety, only 15 minutes from our 3 main urban centres. We heard again yesterday from the officers why provision for satellite towns put forward by the FDS committee during the planning and public consultation process was subsequently removed, quoting infrastructure costs and distance from employment centres. We disagree with this decision. So here's a sweep of the area that we're talking about, looking down Parkle Road, coming across, looking down Raymond Road, and on the left you see the kindergarten and the school. So you can see this is an elevated site with a gentle contour. Next we have we got the current, the recent PowerPoint up here, because I sent a second one in. The order is different.
Seems to have gone out of sequence.
So I did send a second one in on Sunday, but it looks like we've got the old one up. So some of the order is going to be wrong. We want really here a picture of cars and buses outside the school. The school was built here a long time ago because it is a safe place. It sits on land above the plains, away from the coast. It is a house built upon the rock. Most of the families in the school community live in the coastal settlements of Te Awanga and Homoana. 160 children come to and from the school 5 days a week, mostly by car or bus. There is nowhere for these families to live in closer proximity. Housing nearby is sparse and highly priced. We should now have a slide up showing the topographical detail, the distance from the coast and the contour of the land. And now a statement from John Scott, which is actually central to the submission, and that should be up there. Buildings and settlements grow out of our needs, our requirements, our kind of way of living. It is important to be able to live in good places and have better lives. Long ago, Māori lived here on this escarpment, close to the source of Kaimoana, away from the coast, elevated on safe ground. A village settlement here again makes perfect sense, especially in light of rising sea levels and the need for housing options off the floodplains. We believe this possibility for development should be supported in the FDS. Currently, lifestyle blocks fill the northern side of Raymond Road. Much of the land lies fallow. It has never really been fit for purpose. It is not highly productive in the accepted sense, but it could be highly productive for growing people, for raising our tamariki, our mokopuna. This land, we feel, needs to be freed from the shackles of so-called productivity, to sow the seed for a thriving community, the beginnings of a vibrant and resilient satellite village. This area has great potential to provide safe housing for people currently living on our vulnerable, eroding coastline, as well as for many who might value life in this beautiful semi-rural coastal location. We do not accept the Council's decision to focus only on urban development, especially in high flood-prone areas. This we consider to be not only irresponsible but potentially disastrous. There are better, safe options, and we have one of them. The FDS process asked us to consider some key criteria. First of all, the non-encroachment into productive land. The fertile Heratonga plain soils are among some of the best in the world, but already far too much of this is lost forever, taken slowly but surely through urban creep. And ironically, future planning strategies are required to preserve and protect the plain soils. We are the first to agree. However, the area we talk about here has local knowledge and also the science, the studies, to show that housing development here would not take up any highly productive land. And we'll tell the story through pictures. John Scott said, "There's a pan up there that's hard to grow anything on, but it's an obvious place for people to live." Just go back to that one, Tony. We've got the wrong PowerPoint up there.
Yeah, I know, I'm sorry.
John Scott knew it. The people who live here know it, and growers have struggled with this for years. We had the bank there, Tony. Can we go back to that? The bank that shows the change from the plains to the escarpment. It's a clear demarcation. There we are. And then the numerous trenches, 22 in all, that were dug over 10 hectares of land in Raymond Road during Hainsworth's study, where he extensively tested soils and on analysis of those showed a heavy weighting of LUC 4 and 3 soils. We have a close-up of the trenches. There we have it. Showing hard pan and water retention, this could not be called plain soil in any shape or form. All this information was gathered by Raymond Road residents some years ago to prove to the council that although zoned plains, the land is not highly productive due to its marginal LUC 4 and 3 soils with a challenging, hard, undulating pan. This science was ignored. The second criteria that we were asked to consider, rightly so, is that of natural hazards. Planning strategies must protect the soils, but what about human life? Surely this is a priority above all. We should never knowingly put people's lives in harm's way. The area we have here is remarkably free from many of the potential dangers that are being met by people all over New Zealand today. Floods, coastal erosion, land slippage, liquefaction. It is ideal in every way for low-density housing. We say low density because the living concepts we envisage are those of sustainable, ecologically sound development, with self-sufficient infrastructure wherever possible so to not create demands on council funds. There are so many exciting possibilities here. We've given you this picture, although I'm sure you've seen so many already, of the flooded suburbs during Cyclone Gabriel. The next one we had was revetment of the Homoana coastline. Sorry, Tony, you're having a hard job here. But that's what happens when we don't have the right PowerPoint. So revetment on the Homoana coastline, and comparatively we've showed revetment on the Gold Coast that failed in the recent cyclone. Mitigation is a short-term and expensive fix. Mother Nature will always win. There we are. So on the left, Homoana as it is now. On the right, recent Gold Coast. 2 years ago, Cyclone Gabriel left her indelible mark on Hawke's Bay. But she also gifted us the opportunity to adapt and prepare for a future which will no doubt present many more challenges. So we are extremely disappointed to experience once again that the councils are not taking heed or looking at other safe, viable housing options. It seems to be doing more of the same and even looking still at flood zones. Lastly, we're having strong consideration with mana whenua. This story is much bigger than us. This is a story and a vision and a journey for all whānau, for hapu, for iwi, for tangata kiriti, for anyone who shares in the hopes, the dreams, and the fears too of what life ahead may bring. For all who have the impetus for positive and innovative change. We firmly believe the opportunity is right here. Mana whenua are integral to this vision, and we recognise their role as kaitiaki. There is no us and them. This is a picture of what we do not envisage in this area. Urban herding, lots of houses very close in proximity. So having met all these three key criteria, we ask, how can the councils, hand on heart, deny their people the opportunities such as the one we bring today? Yet the officer's report lends very little immediate support to this in the FDS. There is mention of deferral for rural residential development to a later rural strategy. Our question is, would this include consideration of satellite villages such as this? In our opinion, the rural residential zoning would again be wasteful use of land and not support enough housing possibilities for families who live close to the school, just more smaller lifestyle blocks. It would not create the village community that we envisage. We do not want tight urban development, which would require complex and expensive infrastructure, nor do we think that current rural residential descriptors as they stand would meet the projected longer-term needs here. We believe this area could potentially accommodate up to 400 additional homes, not just a mere handful. We need flexibility. We need a new and innovative approach. We go back to the quote from John Scott, this pivotal statement of his in 1991. Not that one, the other one, Tony.
God knows where it is.
You'll find it.
Oh, there we go.
We're asking for change in the current council culture, a yes, we can do it attitude. Times are rapidly changing. It is far too easy to put things in the too hard basket. We need wise, courageous and adaptive thinking. People need to be heard and actions taken. We can't stop growth. We can't halt the river. We all have a responsibility to foster and protect a real quality of life for generations to come. And we are willing to work cooperatively with councils to achieve this. Our wish is to honour a collaborative, culturally informed planning process. So we respectfully ask you, the hearing panel, to support this submission. We are asking for a green light. We urge you to embrace this vision, which we firmly believe will serve both the immediate and the long-term needs and aspirations of our people. Ngā mihi nui.
Thank you very much for your presentation this morning. We do have a copy of your recent presentation, so that has come in. If you could please provide your speaking notes to Caitlin after this session, that would be very helpful for us. Unfortunately, we've run out of time for any questions, but fortunately you were very clear in what you said to us, so thank you. I will now adjourn and we will reconvene at 11:25, hearing next from the Tuki residents. Thank you, everyone.
Apologies about that.
Good morning. We'll get restarted again after our morning tea break. Our first submitter up now is submitter 59, Tuki Tuki residents, represented by Phil Mackay. So, Mr. Mackay, we've got you allocated for a 10-minute slot again. We have got your material circulated in advance, including the presentation.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have with me Mark Morris on my left, who's one of the Tuki Tuki residents submitters, and so Mark's done a presentation which he'll go through. I'll firstly just offer some brief comments, taking my evidence as read, and then if we can take questions after Mark's presentation, that would be appreciated. So just very briefly, the summary and conclusion, the land's located off Tuki Tuki Road. So it is one of these rural residential areas that's been discussed throughout the hearings. So this land doesn't adjoin urban areas, but it is immediately adjoining an existing lifestyle zoning called the Tuki Tuki Special Character Zone. It would form a southern extension of that zone. It's on land that's not highly productive. It's quite difficult farming country, but it is in an area that is a popular lifestyle choice option with views in the Tuki Tuki Valley and off Tomato Peak. I think that those are the key summary points. So I'll hand it over to Mark now for his presentation.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. As I said, we are representing some current owners out there that have land adjoining to the Tuki Tuki Special Character Zone, and my client, Frederick Rosenlew, who is a foreigner. So if we just run through the presentation, this is a video and hopefully that'll play, but the land to the red is owned by the people in question here who wish the rezoning, and the land to the green is the current zoning. So we've got some very good house sites up on those hills, not very productive farmland, and then we move across to the current character zone. Look, a well-developed subdivision in our opinion, well thought out sites, roads, infrastructure, they lead well, and it's a good feel. There's some great plantings in there that's well established, and it's really developing as a nice area. The land to the south, sorry, it's going to play again for some reason. There's currently 8 titles there and 118 hectares in total. Those range from 6 to 35 hectares, average of 13 hectares in size. They're mainly uneconomic pastoral use land. Those small blocks, as much as we say it's effective farming land, by the time you have infrastructure and run a few sheep and pay your rates, it's not economic. And looking at that map, look, it's just the natural continuation of what we are proposing to the character zone, being the land to the south. Whether we like it or not, the blue areas is development that's happening now already, and this is happening under the rural zone. So, there's no criteria around that. It's under the current rural zoning rules, and there's minimal control. This is a highly visual area, and under the Tuki Tuki zoning rules, there are controls enabled around design. So are we saying, is this the best way forward? So with the character zone, it protects basically views from the Tuki Tuki River. It provides a thoughtful development that minimises landscape impact, balances growth, environmental conservation, and maintains property values. And the main one that we believe in, it enables growth going forward. The demand is out there, even if it might not be tomorrow. If we can enable this development to happen, it will meet demand in time. Other aspects of the character zone which we mentioned. It controls building use, materials and colours, maintains existing vegetation. There's criteria around building heights, the smaller lifestyle it contains within less productive areas, fence heights, outdoor lighting, all these are all great controls that, as I said before, under the current rural zoning, there is none. You can't ignore the benefit to ratepayers. Currently out there, the 3 hectare sites are averaging $1,524 per hectare in rates. Larger properties, 5 to 6 hectares, $530, 22 to 33 hectares in size, $171. That's nearly a tenfold ability in rates for the council from those bigger sites. And what's the payback for the council? Well, they're all serviced on site in terms of sewage and water, so for infrastructure, it's actually relatively minimal. In our view, the location is desirable. This is statistics from Property Guru. Since 2020, there's been 11 vacant lifestyle sites sold there and 18 improved. Now, the 11 is probably, in our view, a restriction from the amount that's available. 16 vacant residential sites. A lot of those will be from the Te Wanga area, which have sold very well and have been popular, and 73 residential sites sold with a dwelling. That proves the desirability that people want to live there. Notable developments in the area that drag people in, Park Hill, Craigie Range, Elephant Hill Wineries, Cape Kidnappers and Clifton Cafe. So as much as we like it, in our view, people want to live in that area. So for us, thank you for the opportunity to hear the submission. We appreciate it's only a short time frame. We believe this is the best use by changing that land zoning to the Tuki-Tuk character is the best benefit for the land and the best benefit for the community there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morris. I'll see if there's any questions for you. No questions. Just turning to your relief, Mr. Mackay. If I can just, so it's an either or, as we had yesterday as well, identify as a
Yes,
future rural residential or amend the wording in 10.6.
Yes, that's correct. So it's either identifying the land for rural residential / lifestyle residential, or amending the wording in 10.6 to make those policies more enabling.
Thank you. No further questions. It is very clear what you are seeking. So thank you for coming and talking to us this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next submitter up this morning is submission 49, Jacob Scott, Levi Wolford and Dr. Anthony Cole. If you'd like to come up, please. So again, we have your submission in front of us and we also have the presentation that you've provided in advance. Thank you. Now we have you allocated for a 10-minute speaking slot.
A tū te tīna no Māui tiki a taranga tū te pō o ngā waka, tū te honga o ngā waka, tū te mata kūpenga o Māui, pōtiki ti hei mauri ora. The aspirations from before us draw us together, the bow of the ships rise together, the stern of the ships draw us together, and we are held together by the humble aspirations, and from that we are now alive. Ki te tuatai ka rere ngā mihi, ki era ngā ringa e kawea mai tēnei kaupapa ki te puta nei, ki te ao mārama. Firstly, want to acknowledge the many hands that have carried this cause forward for our communities, the councils that continue to construct a future worth living in, our iwi that maintain the connections between our communities and provides a foundation that we may build on. Ki te tuarua, ko te āhua o tēnei, he mahi pai, he mahi tawhiti. In its current form, the future development strategy is good and has foresight. What we're liking to propose is some of the insights that we have. There are 3 points to this submission, to this verbal submission that we believe need addressing. And as you know, you have the written submission there as well. The first is around the philosophy of the future development strategy. Ki te tuatahi, vision and agreed moimoia we believe are needed. Ki te tuarua, aspiration, proactive and transformational leadership are needed. And ki te tuatoru, an approach drawing on global best practice is needed. And sorry, I am being brief and just bullet pointing these to make it clear. Yeah, I'm sure that we could go forward with that. Good boy. The second is around the growth and our climate. So ki te tuatai, the uncoupling of economic growth from environmental degradation is needed. Ki te tuarua, the growth of communities is addressed, but addressing the growth of their consumption and emissions is needed. And ki te tuatoru, here taonga and ahuriri are synonymous with wai, or water. Therefore, the coastal strategy, water recharge, making room for rivers are all needing to be regarded as tuakana to this strategy. Each of those being strategies or reviews in their own way, in their own rights. The third point is around partnership and protection. Ki te tuatai, the mana of our atua are void in this kōrero. Ki te tuarua, innovation and transformation require enduring partnerships, and ki te tuatoru, the reclaiming, reframing and reinstating of the value proposition of Māori cultural potential and capital is, like the above points, much needed and desired within the strategy. To summarise, firstly, the philosophical foundations need further work on the vision of moimoia, proactive leadership and global lessons and best practice. Secondly, we need to uncouple the economic growth from environmental degradation, addressing the growth of communities and consumption, and give regard to our wai and our water. Thirdly, we need further partnership and protection measures, looking after the mana of our atua, partnering with innovation or partnering for innovation and transformation, and enabling Māori cultural potential. Nā tō raurau, nā tōku raurau, ka hinga te hoariri. Nā tō taiaha, nā tōku taiaha, ka hinga te hoariri. This kōrero was given to one of our ancestors, Te Weka Whare Upoko, in working to build an aspirational future of partnership and transformation. And the kōrero here shows that in order to succeed, we need to protect both the well-being of our people and defensive measures, te raurau, the food baskets that sustain our people, while proactively seeking the aspirational future and moving towards that. Hence the taiaha to move forward and actively engage the future. Nā reira, me mihi tono ai ki a koutou, e te panel, i ngā kaimata, i ngā mata kānohi, me mihi a mauri ora ki a tātou. Te ora.
Kia ora. Kia ora, Levi. Ko Jacob Scott taku ingo. Mata Iui is my marae. Levi is the chair of our marae at Mata Iui. I work as an artist, educator, designer, placemaker in the architecture and planning realm here. I'm now a 3rd generation participant, active full-time in this space in Hawke's Bay, and now with my daughter, architect. We're 4th generation, been in our papa kāinga and ngā moana at the Tuki River mouth since 1910. We're pretty aware of context factors, predicaments, opportunities and parameters that affect our existence here. There's no doubt now that there's a switch being made and the climate has changed. The whole ecology of sense is tense. The draft FDS made me think of some key resources that have been developed here in Heritonga, at their genesis here, that are now out and being picked up nationally. And I just wanted to refresh our minds about what we've actually got in terms of intellect and understanding in our region here that can help inform this process. Not only from a mana whenua point of view, but generally. I'll go back one. First one I wanted to put up was on the slide is Moana Jackson. Moana Jackson is in our Urupā at Matahiwi on the banks of the Tukituki River. He's 15 metres parked up from my dad. I'm interested in the conversation they're having in their whenua. Moana Jackson's kind of reframed us and put us into the now world with some key ethics to think about, tools to move forward. He talks about, in the process of thinking, working things through, having things like imagination, promoting and seeking change for solutions, looking for solutions that bring about change, about being honest about what we got, about the research and our backgrounds, about time, recognising whakapapa as the basis for all things, locatedness, power, prior thought, and moral choice, the ability to ask any question of anything at any time. And so I wanted to put that up. The other one that I wanted to talk about was Te Tangi Atu Mana. This is the NZI LA, Landscape Architects Institute, Landscape Assessment Guidelines. Its genesis was here too. Alan Titchener is a key author of this, and he worked many hours and days in this room and in the realms of here and Napier, both things. So this to me is time. It's a fresh document that 2022 was published. So I just want to put that on the table because within it there are describes a lot of the complexity, but also the ways that we can work through things. Just carry on. The other one that I wanted to put up was the Te Aranga principles, Te Aranga strategy. They originated here. They were developed here at Te Aranga Marae. They were in response to we were asked to look at that at the urban design protocols and develop a Maori version. We decided to develop a Maori version rather than doing a clip-on. So all of the planning design fraternity got together and nutted out these strategies and principles. And I just want to take the opportunity to put them on the table so that they're part of a resource platform that might help, I think, moving forward. I won't go through them all. You can't read them anyway.
Mr. Scott, unfortunately we've run out of time in terms of the 10-minute allocation. We do have a couple of questions, so if we can just come to our questions now. We do have your submission and we do have your presentation.
Sure.
We can provide the verbal as well.
Kia ora kōrua. Thank you for your presentation. I just had a clarification. Is your submission on behalf of Matahiwi Marae or because you're named separately? So is that something that we need to perhaps clarify?
I would say no. As far as I'm concerned, to put forward a submission on behalf of the marae, or what's more important for me, the hapu, where I guess we are named as mana whenua in a sense, understanding and acknowledging the place of the whānau e tamatia pōkai whenua as mana whenua to the Crown and then engaging with us in that way. We'll acknowledge that we have not engaged appropriately with our hapu or with our marae in bringing this forward, so no. This is from ourselves, and I guess with the support of Dr. Cole in undertaking the work of our hapu, our marae and our communities in specific areas, I guess, in relation to hapu whānau well-being and development. So, thank you. Appreciate that, Kyle.
Thanks for that. Thank you for the clarification. And just one other thing. In the officers, the draft report that's come out, there's a suggestion that the Te Aronga principles be included in an implementation plan or an update of them and discussion of them, the implementation plan to bring the FDS forward. Is that something that you're supportive of?
Yes, and that was what I was going to continue with, because there's a lot of information there in the thoughts that formulated up the Te Aronga principles, but the words have been adopted by many councils and urban authorities, but the actions and practices have not been. And so there's a gap. There's been a gap in the knowledge and learning that we could have benefited from over these last 17 years. There's a gap.
Thank you very much for coming in and talking to us this morning. Much appreciated. If you could provide your speaking notes through to Caitlin, that would be very helpful for the panel.
Kia ora.
Sure. Our next submitter up is submitter 23, Anne Redstone. Good morning. We have allocated 10 minutes for you this morning, and we do have your submission with us. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I won't need 10 minutes. I'm just going to expand slightly on my submission and add a couple of points. So my first comment is regarding the timing and length of time of the FDS. I'm very concerned that a regional spatial plan wasn't created prior to the strategy being developed, as was supposed to happen. And I wonder how a future spatial plan can be implemented without having to give effect to the FDS. I don't think 30 years is nearly long enough for this strategy. In my opinion, 50 should be a minimum, but 100 would be more robust. That would also mean the FDS would align with the coastal hazards strategy, which is a 100-year strategy. I understand we need suitable areas set aside for housing, but I'm particularly concerned about the proposal to develop Middle Road. Our fertile plains are precious and must be retained for food growing. Horticultural and winemaking provide 6,868 jobs and 558 million of the district's economy each year. To me, there is no point in providing housing if there are less jobs and less food. If we build houses on our fertile plains, I wonder how long it will be before we have to start importing our food. I also wonder if areas such as Middle Road are targeted for development because of proximity and because access to existing infrastructure is easily available, which would mean less cost to provide services. But looking into the future, that short-term saving would be negatively offset by far more costs and job and revenue losses in the long term. I note that a large number of submissions caution against building on the fertile plains and suggest developing land in the hills or on land which isn't suitable for horticulture. I believe consideration should be given to areas such as Te Awanga Hills, Tukituk Road and Raymond Road, and because of that I have supported the RCD Group Submission 126 and also agree with Dennis Hardy's Submission 121 along with others. The land on this escarpment is safe from most natural hazards, which should be a strong focus of this strategy, and the soil is mainly clay pan and not highly productive. There is a primary school and kindergarten already located there. If this area is included in the strategy, I think the district plan should be changed to allow sections to be less than 1 hectare. When managed retreat is implemented for the coastal homes in the hopefully not too close future, Raymond Road and Tukituk Roads could allow for relocation near the current coastal settlements, which would mean less disruption to the coastal dwellers' communities and lives. In summary, I guess the most important factor for me is that we value the taonga we've been given and consider future generations when making these decisions. Please save and protect our fertile plains. Kia ora.
Kia ora. I will see if we have any questions for you, Ms. Redstone. Michael, do you have any? Cool.
Thank you.
Okay, no questions, thank you very much. Our next submitter is submitter 44, Steve Gitting. So, Mr. Gittings, we have your submission in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we've got you allocated for 10 minutes.
Thank you, and good morning to the panel. Thank you for the opportunity. I don't think I'll need 10 minutes. I've actually got a few little scribbled notes. But, yeah, look, I really appreciate the opportunity. And as you mentioned, you do have my submission. Largely, I've only been here briefly this morning. I didn't listen in yesterday, unfortunately. But a number of the submitters, in particular, submission 126 from the RCD group, you'll possibly note that I did sign in support of that submission also. The crux of my submission is really to support, again, the reintroduction of the identification of the land in and around Parkour Road, Raymond Road, Holmeiner School area to be re-included. I don't have any financial interest in any of that land. I am a resident of Te Awanga, where I've been for 30 years. My children all went through the Te Awanga kindergarten, even when it was down in the village at the hall and then up on the hill. You know, it's a very important area to me. And I love it and I don't want to move, but let's all face it, we are all seeing reports coming out of coastal hazards and the dreaded word that Anne just mentioned about potential coastal retreat. And I just feel that now's the time for this area and for this community to at least identify and earmark safe areas. Let's hope we don't need to retreat. That's my preference, don't believe me. But I sort of, I'm not one for one-liners, but the one that comes to mind is, you know, failing to plan is planning to fail. So I was very excited when I saw the original draft or the original workings come out, which included that area in one of the maps. The report that came out, I think it was July or August last year. And then to have that removed and to read the draft report around, let's re-look at this at some stage with a wider coastal rural development strategy just sounds and looks to me like kicking the can further down the road. We all know and we've all heard that this area is not productive, and I would support that. I do know some property owners in the area. One person in particular who is at 8-hectare block. I think they generate about $3,500 a year and their rates are 8 to 9. So, I mean, they're slowly going under. The last time that property was potentially viable was when they grew tobacco in the 60s, apparently, and I'm sure we don't want to go back to that. That's all been said about the clay pan, all of that. I think we can take that as a given in terms of the previous submissions. My view is, as a resident of Te Awanga, I have no vested interest in terms of financial, interests in this area, but I'm just concerned that I think the strategy needs to do a few things, and the most important thing is send a signal to the community and to the participants in our community, and that is obviously ratepayers, landowners and developers. And by removing that area, we're sort of, to me, sending a wrong signal. We're sending a signal that we've got one office of the council sending out reports about what could be happening in Holmeiner and Te Awanga and sort of putting restrictions around anything that you can do there, you know, insurance comments, all this negativity that comes around that. But then we've almost got another area just down the corridor in the same council saying we're not going to actually earmark, or we're not going to send that signal that we hear you, and we're going to earmark areas that, to my mind, are an absolute slam dunk for us to be looking for further growth, development, retrenchment, whatever that might look like. I don't for a minute think that by putting this area back into the FDS, we're going to see 600, 700, 800, 1,000 houses up there in any short period of time. But to me, it feels like the council are almost saying, we've got a bunch of landowners who have a lot have submitted and they want to do something. They want to do something to support what I'm saying. But the council are almost saying, no, we want you to be able to do nothing until we can put 1,000 houses up here with all the infrastructure that comes with that. And I don't see that that's how communities grow and evolve. I just don't believe that that's actually a fair strategy and the right strategy. I believe that supporting what, you know, the submission of the RCD group is say, let's allow some development to evolve and to grow and for some community to develop around this area, and then over time that happens, and it's sort of supported by some of what the others have said. So I believe a broader approach, particularly in this area, because that's where my heart of hearts is. I love the community, but I'm also a realist of knowing that, you know, maybe not in my lifetime, but maybe in my children's lifetime, who also, and other whānau who live in the area, I believe that's where we will be at. That's why I believe time is now, to at least send that signal to say, this is where we believe, at some stage, the appropriate time, there will be the appropriate form of development up in this area. So you're just looking at any other little notes I might have here before I... Yeah, so again, I've been out there 30 years. I love the community. And I think I'm just putting this forward. I just feel that, if we've got a long-term strategy here, we need to take a long-term view. And things will not be cast in stone as soon as the final strategy gets signed off. It's about sending that signal, this is where we see that area developing, and I suppose freeing up some opportunity for that to happen, and for some of these landowners to be able to actually continue their connection to that land and at least make something out of it. So that's my view. As I say, I've got no axe to grind, I've got no financial interest. I'd love to see myself living up there nearer the school at some stage if it absolutely happened. I would hate to get to the point where we get 20 or 30 years down the track and all of a sudden there's a whole big panic around what might be happening in our region. It won't probably be driven by the council, it'll be driven by insurance companies refusing cover, banks refusing finance in our community, and then you're going to have a whole bunch of residents going, we love this area, where do we go? You know what, we can't go there because it was never ever identified when we had the opportunity. So that's why I think we don't miss this opportunity now. That's my point. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gittings. I'll see if we've got any questions for you.
Thank you, that was a very well expressed submission. So you're saying the community is willing and eager to work to address the immediate and long-term issues of hazards, resilience, residential growth. You just want a green light to go ahead and keep building on that with the council?
Well, it's multifaceted, isn't it, I suppose, in that, you know, I know I've never actually applied for a permit to do anything on my own because I'm happy there where I am. But you do hear, and I'm only here representing myself, I don't represent the entire Te Awanga community, but yeah, you do hear these stories, I wanted to build on a new room and it's a disaster and it's going to cost us all this, that and the other, and it sort of almost feels like there is an element of pullback from some of these coastal areas, just given some of the, I suppose, the hurdles that people have to jump through. Personally, I love my area. I wouldn't want to move, but yes, I think it needs to be more multifaceted than simply, and this is part, I suppose, of the Coastal Hazard Strategy document, which hopefully will have some mitigation measures in there for a period, and then some other areas. But whilst we potentially have this risk that actually our community may eventually need to pull back, I think at least failing to identify areas that are safe, that are close to our community, and you know, I think we're sort of missing an opportunity. And I mean, there is infrastructure up there. I know that the people, you know, it talks about the lack of infrastructure, but I mean, we've got the school, we've got the kindy, we've got good roading. We've got a head start on some of that stuff, and I'm not suggesting that we go in there and do a whole bunch of 800 or 600 square metre sections or anything like that. I mean, we can do a lot of the sort of stuff that the RCD group have talked about in terms of an interim measure to enable some development in that community to start to look like what it might look like down the track. Yeah.
No further questions. Thank you very much for coming and talking to us this morning, Mr. Gittings. Okay, now can one of the staff please turn off those microphones, as I believe our next speaker's online. Our next submitter we are hearing from today is Horticulture New Zealand, submission 107, Leanne Roberts. Oh, she is here. Okay, hello, Ms. Roberts. My apologies. Now, we've just received your speaking notes, so thank you.
Kia ora tātou. Apologies for not having them sent through earlier. With me is Scott Lawson, who's the Vice Chair of the Hawke's Bay Vegetable Growers, just to help if there's any questions. I just want to, first of all, acknowledge that Hawke's Bay regionally is really important. There's a diverse range of horticulture. It's one of the unique aspects of this region. Very few that can offer the same range of horticulture. And I just want to begin by acknowledging that timing is generally an issue for some community whenever there's a consultation, but for our horticultural community, both the submission timing and the timing of oral submissions has fallen through the peak period. So when we have had some feedback and given that people have taken their time to come through to me with some feedback, probably highlights how important it is to this part of the community. And I did raise in my general submission that the oral submission timing, I know there's other processes that need to be factored in, but it would have been more helpful to have fallen post-peak harvest. I just want to begin by raising the issues of reverse sensitivity. They're a huge problem for the horticulture sector, largely due to people who have unrealistic expectations and perceptions about what it means to live in a rural community, especially when they have come in from urban areas. Horticulture tends to be particularly susceptible. It's generally got a close proximity to urban centres, and it has a negative impact on growers, and it's often not considered well enough, but even practical things that they need to do to get about their day, such as noise, truck movements, tractors, sprayers, things like that are often overlooked, and they do inevitably cause a lot of complaints and issues. What I really wanted to focus on, though, was just more in regards to the NPS-HPL and conversations with the horticultural community. So the NPS-UD and the NPS-HPL have an interrelationship, and it's important that they're closely considered together. While the NPS-HPL does have some clauses, 3.6 and 3.7, that allow the consideration of developing on LUC 123 land, you do need to consider the following things. The urban zoning is required to provide sufficient development capacity to meet expected demand or business land. There's no other reasonably practicable and feasible options for providing the required development capacity within the same locality and market while achieving a well-functioning urban environment. And the environmental, social, cultural and economic benefits of rezoning outweigh those same things, those same costs associated with the loss of highly productive land for land-based primary production, taking into account both tangible and intangible values. So there are concerns from our perspective what appears as a future growth strategy preference for developing a relatively small area of flat productive land that's easier or preferred rather than what is appropriate for the whole community, including a rural productive community. And we do have a concern that this might flow through into subsequent plans. This can be mitigated by considering and encouraging development onto less productive land, including more contoured hillside country while achieving a well-functioning urban environment. There are some costs to do so, we acknowledge that, but sometimes those costs, particularly roading and other infrastructure, might be a bit higher on less flat land, but those costs need to be weighed up relative to the loss of the finite, highly productive land resource in the area. The Future Development Strategy report referred to a nuanced approach being taken at a strategic level in developing and writing the report, given there's a significant horticultural production on the Hiratonga Plains and that land could be further utilised for production should water become available. For irrigation, we would consider that we should have been included in earlier conversations in our growing community. We would encourage the panel to turn its mind towards involving horticulture in conversation so we can better understand why the hillside options were discounted, and we can prepare evidence to support understanding of why productive flat land like the Hiratonga Plains needs to be enabled for primary production. These conversations need to include our community, and they haven't yet occurred in the preparation of this plan. The tank process, we were leaning on the tight timeframes, but the tank process does provide a lot of publicly available evidence for the size, scale and economic potential in Hawke's Bay. Albeit this is from a regional and freshwater perspective, but it doesn't make it any less relevant for this process. Given tight timeframes between the report being available and oral submissions, and the lack of input from the horticultural sector in the draft development, we think it's reasonable and necessary to have further conversations so we can help build some understanding and provide context. Water availability on the Heretaunga Plains is another issue. We don't agree with the hearings report regarding land availability and water, which was outlined in 10.3.12 to a certain extent. Water allocation is based on a hierarchy with municipal supply being provided before irrigation water. And this is the issue is that some of this land that may appear that it's underutilised is actually waiting for water to become available so it can be developed into horticultural production. So what you see, but what sits behind it might be quite different. This has been well covered through the course of Plan Change 9, which is tank. And another part of that is also avoiding over-allocation and phasing out of over-allocation of water from the aquifer. This is the basis for implementing actual and reasonable use. This approach is putting pressure on existing horticultural operations, and the expansion of horticulture cannot occur until harvested water becomes available, or there might be significant changes in technology, including within plants, that might enable more production to go on there using the same amount of water. We think that's important, and that might be a fundamental misunderstanding about what land potential there is, or what development potential there is or is not on the plains. It's also important to note that between the submissions closing and this process here today, Ngāti Kahungunu and Hawke's Bay Regional Council announced a feasibility study for a 27 million cubic metre water storage facility project near Whanawhana, and it would probably be prudent to wait until this is developed and been explored further before deciding whether or not that the plains were appropriate to be expanding onto for urban development. I also just wanted to re-highlight in my submission, Hawke's Bay's got the highest average household use of water in New Zealand. It does need to be considered in relation to urban development on the Heretaunga Plains, given that they have a higher level in the hierarchy of water supply, so they would be taking that, and that would also reduce what was available to irrigators unless there was any other fresh water available. And that is the crux of my presentation. Was there any questions?
Just see if we have any questions for you.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts. Look, the overarching points that you're making have been canvassed by a number of submitters, and I think, well, I think the panel understands them well. One thing that's been raised a little bit is the fragmentation of land and the stated lack of viability of those smaller blocks to be effective for economic units for primary production, and so hence there's an argument to say, well, they're not really viable at the moment financially. A better utilisation of the land would be some sort of amalgamation into urban land use. What's your response to that argument?
In other areas that I've seen, there can either be other changes in crops, or they could be taken up by other operators, perhaps larger or other smaller operators, to increase their total holdings in size, especially when it comes to orcharding, to make them a bit more viable. So it also, the other point to make is for vegetable growers, access to land and land availability is one of their big pressure points, and they utilise leased land in rotation, so smaller blocks can actually be utilised by other parts of the horticulture industry as well. So it can be productive and used for a purpose. It might just take a little bit of, it might have a reshape in what that looks like, but it doesn't mean that they're not still able to be used.
Is that aggregation, either through purchase or leasing, an aspiration, or is it something that actually is happening in the industry at the moment?
That would probably be a question that's better directed towards some of the growers and perhaps our vegetable and fruit grower associations, but I can speak to what has happened in other areas. And so if you look to Central Otago as a really good example, you can see the aggregation happening there, and you can see in other areas like Pukekohe, or you can see better instances of growers working and collaborating together to make a more well-functioning system for themselves. But it certainly is a trend that does happen in other places, as is utilising smaller blocks for slightly different purposes.
No further questions for you, Ms. Roberts.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming and talking to us this morning, and thank you for putting through your notes as well. Just before you do go, case law. Was there anything particular relevance in that case law you wanted to draw our attention to?
My apologies, I meant to cover that in my submission. That particular summary is done by Helen Atkins, and she was quite happy for me to share it. I think what was of use was looking at how the NPS UD and the NPS HPL have an interrelationship and how they should be considered together through processes like this. And she has summarised that quite well.
Thank you. We'll read it at our leisure.
Thank you.
And ask officers to comment on it in their reply report as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Roberts. Our next submitter up is submitter 35, the Hawke's Bay Vegetable Growers Association, and we have Scott Lawson, Gareth Holder and Alan Cale down to talk to us. Oh, my apologies. Did I miss Brent Lynn first? I did. Apologies. Getting ahead of myself. Mr. Lynn, Hawke's Bay Wine Growers, submitter 35. Welcome, Mr. Lynn. We have your submission in front of us, and we've got you allocated for a 10-minute slot. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners, for this opportunity. Just a little bit of context. Hawke's Bay Wine Growers Association is the industry body that represents the interests of the wine growing and winemaking community here in Hawke's Bay. And that comprises some 4,600 hectares of vineyard estate, primarily not occupying LUC 1 and 2 soils. Our submission seeks to limit further loss of productive capacity from our region through urban expansion into currently rural zoned land. And the view is that enough is enough and we need to safeguard our future. You as Commissioners have a very difficult job ahead of you, as I'm sure you're aware, balancing the needs to provide more land for housing against protecting and preserving the productive capacity of our land that the region's economy is fundamentally dependent upon. Unfortunately, the FDS only sets out to consider a 30-year timeframe horizon, but the decisions you make will have a permanent and irreversible effect on the productive capacity of Hawke's Bay, as once land is lost to urban development, it is lost forever. The creep of the urban boundary into rural land has been the historical solution to urbanisation. But Hawke's Bay Wine Growers believes we need to be thinking about crafting future urban development that places the productive capacity of the rural zoned land ahead of urbanisation, as we're killing the golden goose one boundary move at a time. And to clarify, Hawke's Bay Wine Growers has a more holistic view than simply productive land being identified as LUC 1, 2 and 3 highly productive soil descriptors. As identified, many of our vineyards are located on land that falls outside the LUC highly productive soil descriptors, yet for viticulture these are highly prized for the production of high quality wines that our region is known for. And therefore we must be sensitive to unforeseen consequences if we look to other soil classes as a solution to avoiding development on LUC 1, 2 and 3 soils. As an example of this, if we look at what history has shown us, the Gimlet Gravels region of about 800 hectares, LUC 7 class, but world renowned for production of fine wines. Before viticultural expansion occurred, it was destined for urban development, the Flaxmere housing estate, and the home of rubbish dumps, gravel quarries and drag strips. We didn't know the value of the Gimlet Gravels to our regional wine story back then, And if irrevocable urban and commercial development had proliferated, then our region would be significantly poorer as a consequence. So how do we provide for future housing needs if we are putting a ring fence around the rural zones? Our belief is that urban intensification is a very important part of this, much more important than the aspiration of 60% of housing needs being met by intensification, as described in the plan. We have a low-density urban environment, city centres, commercial zones that were designed for a time that is now past, however much we may romanticise the good old days. Intensification, multi-use, city centre neighbourhoods must be permitted and encouraged to meet the majority of future demand. We believe that the satellite towns and villages need to be considered as part of the solution and have the same opportunity to grow and prosper within their boundaries. We would surmise that this is also the most economic manner of delivering more housing stock, given intensification of existing infrastructure, roads, three waters, etc. The other area we wish to comment on is the rural settlements and coastal areas. Our view is that the intensification can occur in these areas within the existing zonings, not new areas or extension of boundaries. Smaller lot sizes, permitting subdivision of existing lots, and multi-unit developments could be seen as a solution to aid intensification in these zones. The other area we feel there's opportunity to accommodate future urban growth or future population growth is that in the rural lifestyle zone. There exists a number of smaller lifestyle lots that have already been lost from productive use. Many of these have been created under permissive planning regulations permitting subdivision from parent titles on a time-based entitlement. We believe that these will provide the opportunity for additional rural accommodation lots by permitting closer subdivision. So in conclusion, there will be winners and losers as a consequence of your decision, but please do not let the productive capacity of our region be the loser, as that impacts on the very reason people come here to live, work and play. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lynn. You've been very clear. Can you please provide Caitlin with a copy of your speaking notes, because that would be very helpful for us. I'll just see if the panel has any questions for you.
Thank you for your submission. I was quite interested in your comments about intensification. So I think in the FDS it's sitting at about 60-40, I think, the split. And just hearing your view about, whether that's achievable or not, or whether we should be doing more. I'd just be interested in further comments on that.
So I'm not a planner, I'm an interested observer, and travelling through our urban communities is obvious that they were designed for a time when everyone wanted 800 or 600 square metres and a lawn to mow at the back and somewhere to park one car. Those times and the modern family structures probably need to reflect today's requirements. So I think there is further opportunity for intensification, and it may not be how we think housing is delivered currently.
Just hopefully you were here when Hort New Zealand, the previous submitter, was submitting the same question to you, because as you heard my colleague asked before, a response to growth for those that argue they have a lot size that's no longer productive is to actually allow expansion into that area. Interested in what your response would be.
My response picks up some of the same themes, is that there is the opportunity for amalgamation, leasing and aggregation on those smaller lots. The issue is, are they in productive use currently? And perhaps my focus there is more on the, if we want to use the old term, the 10-acre block, which has now got a pony and a lawn that the owner now wishes he didn't have. So that is where I see the opportunity for intensification, not an already productive vineyard or horticultural estate.
Yes, thank you. As you've noted, we have had evidence to say, look, let's keep avoiding the gimlet gravels, for example. And you're right, we've also had evidence to, or submissions to say, or evidence to say that it's better to focus on Class 7 land or higher class land than 1, 2 and 3 land. But from your point of view, setting aside those very special soils that you've identified, is all Class 6, 7 land equal from your industry's point of view, or is the argument that some submitters have said in support of expansion on their land, and I'm particularly thinking around some of the industrial sites as well, it's like Class 7 land, its loss, its productive loss isn't that significant compared to the benefits of urban expansion for that land use?
Well, I guess if you're using solely the soil class as a determinant of its productive capacity, then you run the risk of having another gimlet gravel scenario.
Can you expand, please?
Well, at the time the gimlet gravels, pre-viticultural development was considered unproductive or wasteland, without the knowledge that in the future it would be recognised as a world-leading viticultural production area. I guess it's, we don't know what we don't know, and that's the real issue.
As an industry then, and I apologise to Ms Roberts, I was sort of intending to ask her the same question, but as an industry, is there a need over time to provide for an expansion of industrial support or industrial land support for your industry, whether it's dry or wet industry support?
Most of processing is aligned to the production properties as opposed to in an industrial estate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lynn. No further questions for you. We'll move back, and my apologies to Mr. Lawson, Mr. Holder and Mr. Cale. Can you please come back up again? Thank you. Now, we have your submission in front of us, and we've got 10 minutes allocated to you this afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon. I'm Gareth Holder, current chair of the Hawke's Bay Vegetable Growers Association. To my left is Scott Lawson, who's the vice chair, and Alan Cale on my right, who is our vegetable coordinator for the association. I'll just briefly, well, firstly, I'll just say I assume our submission's been taken and read, and I'm here to represent the vegetable growers for the Heretaunga Plains, but also I'm here as a grower myself, and to just express my concerns and my experiences with what we're dealing with out there in the wider growing field, pardon the pun. So just to give you a background, I grow and lease predominantly about 120 hectares of vegetable land on the Heretaunga Plains. That varies from 2 hectares up to 20, 30 hectare blocks and parcels of land. Predominantly irrigated, varies from land use 1 to 3, and we grow a range from your baby leaf salads, your spinach in the bag salads, or year-round production, right up to sweet corn for fresh market, pumpkins, grain, popcorn, and the maize variety for producing your Dorito or your corn chips. So we're very focused on the New Zealand market. We don't export any of our produce. We're focused on feeding New Zealand. and that's how we've built our business model. A lot of our land neighbours towards Napier, so Miani, Piramai. We also historically lived in Pakawhai with my wife and our 3 boys, but unfortunately our home and our business was destroyed in that area, pack houses, and we are now category 3. So we're on the rebuild at the moment and looking to keep the business afloat and continue on to support our landowners that we've been with for a very long time, but also to keep our business viable. One of the massive concerns to me, and obviously one area that has been highlighted in the strategy, is the Piramai South. We lease an 18-hectare property in that area, and it only came to my knowledge and the landowner's knowledge through the original draft strategy or plan that this area, this land, was actually earmarked for future housing development, which was a massive concern to us. It's currently classed as land use 3, but in my view, that is just a number, because that's historically where it's been as LU 3, but we've invested significantly in drainage, land levelling, and development of that soil to now that we can produce high-value vegetable crops. We're bound by cherry production, kiwi fruit, and apples are only a stone's throw away as well. So, to me, that land is as valuable as some of our blocks that are LU1, and it produces very similar to LU1 ground. So, I think it's really important that we study the particular areas that are planned for future housing development, because they are still very good soils and we produce some very good produce from them to feed the locals and nationally year round. So the other big thing for me is just the level of reverse sensitivity, and with the continual moving of the boundaries that's been presented before, the pressure that we're now being put under by people who've moved from a residential and wanted that lifestyle opportunity, and blocks have been broken up around us, and and we're now finding it really hard to farm, be it that we can't get started early enough in the morning, and we're normally trying to beat the wind or we're trying to beat the heat, and we're finding neighbours are complaining about machinery noise. And I mean, we're not, we're doing everything we can to minimise it, but we still got to farm, we still got to do our job. The wind blows in the typical nor'westerly or the easterly we get here through the day, we can't irrigate, so we run at night when it's calm. Then we have problems with people being annoyed with that type of thing. We obviously cultivate the ground to grow the food for us to eat, and we've got dust issues, or we've got to spray the crop, and then we've got to keep bigger buffers off the boundaries. We're continually incurring those issues all the time, and it's actually becoming harder and harder and harder to grow because of these external pressures on what we can grow and when we can do our actual farming and management operations. So I want to leave it there because I would like Alan to speak to you as well, but I just wanted to really convey from the heart what we're finding and what we're experiencing, but also the pressure that we're continually under with the urban growth, and I believe the urban growth into some of the wrong areas. And I just really would like you guys to take on board that I think there needs to be some further serious thought and involvement with the horticultural industry to understand our views better. So I'll pass you over to Alan. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I just ask, with the time that we've been given, which was only 10 minutes, I recognise that we've used quite a bit of that, and if I give my presentation, I will use the rest. So I just ask I can table this, my oral submission, if you would prefer to, so that gives you time to ask questions of us. What would you like me to do?
We do have you for another, well, we're about to run out of time now. So I would suggest you table that and you just speak to us in the next few minutes with your key points.
Sorry?
You've got about 3 minutes to express your key points.
Which I know takes 4 to 6 minutes. So, as I said, that's why if that'll uses up all your questions.
Well, I'd suggest we'll if you'd like to have time for us to ask you questions, then table your material and we'll just move to questions right now.
I will, yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Never let a chance for a question go by. So, hey, there's a couple of things that have come through in the submissions today, and one is I asked the question before of the last submitter around the need for progressively provided for greater industrial land for dry and wet industry support for the production sector. Is that something that you see as critical to provide for in a long-term planning sense?
I'll pick up and answer that question. Yes, we do, and I've been involved with horticulture and particularly the Vegetable Growers Association here for over 30 years, and previously we've had really good discussions with the council along this lines, hence the HBUD strategy since, 2010, I think. And we've had good discussions. This time we haven't been consulted on. And we always allow room in our plans, etc., for pack houses on farm and wet areas such as the Watties factory in Hastings and Tomona and Whakatū area as well too. So we understand that we need to have further processing and facilities to do that, because for us it's all about value adding. We produce some really good food and we want to value add that, number one for the New Zealand market and then two for export as well too. So that's important. We believe we had some rules around that, and now we're seeing this run ramshot across, and we don't believe HPUDs has been given effect to correctively to protect our soils, and we don't believe the FDS is doing the same either. So we understand there needs to be growth, and we also understand there needs to be urban growth as well too, but it's just like the trees on farms, right house, right place, please. Save our soils. Thank you.
Just my other question then is, perhaps is, you've talked about the investment you've put in Piromai South site, for example, and we've had other submissions to say, well, with water availability and different things that might be coming through in the next few years, it creates an opportunity for relocation of activities. But can you just speak very briefly to the practicalities and timeframes around relocation of operations like you have with leasehold land?
Well, one of the big key things of what we do is, and why we have the pool of land that we do, is for rotation of our crops. So we can't continue to grow the same crop on the same ground year after year, because we get a build up of disease, weed species, we can get resistance to certain chemistry as well. So for us, the reason why we have a pool so big, it's all centres around it, like our high production salads, for example. So it's about getting a mix in the system that gives the soil a break from one particular plant type or species, but allows us to keep continually improving that soil so that when we put our high value crops back on it, we get the best performance. So to be able to change, and it's hard to find blocks of land as well, that are well located, of a good size, with water, with drainage, and in a good climate. So it's not something you can do overnight, and it takes a long time, and building those relationships with your landowners as well, to be able to have those long-term visions of improving their land, but also improving our bottom line.
Thank you. We've reached the allocated time that we've got with you. Mr. Cale, if you could please provide your notes to Caitlin, and she'll make sure they're available to us, and we will ensure that we read them as well. Our next submission this afternoon is the St. Columba Presbyterian Church, submitter 71. Now we have you allocated for 10 minutes as well.
Thank you. My name is Graham Mueller. I have to confess that I've only had 38 years in Hawke's Bay. I'm an Aucklander. I grew up in South Auckland in Papatoetoe, and I have to confess that we had water from McLaughlin's Mountain, which was actually pure water, and no problems. I was a member of the South Auckland Aquarium Society because I bred fantail goldfish. I was lucky. My parents had a half acre, 5 minutes from main street of Papatoetoe, and I never lost any fish through poor water. And I had at the gate, we had a water meter, which a gentleman read every month, way back then. So it surprises me that I arrive in here in Hawke's Bay and they're talking about having them fitted. But anyway, I'm representing St. Columba's Church in the Sneg, and you've probably heard of Sneg. It's the St. Columba's Church environmental group, and we found out that we were the first eco church in the country, which was quite surprising. But if you go back to the eastern bank of the Karamu stream, we dug holes, planted trees, and developed that from the Havelock Bridge down to the Crosses Road Bridge, and ran a roster system to actually water those trees to get them established, which they are or have been. But we follow the principles of Eco Church New Zealand and engage with community leaders on environmental and sustainability issues. With the future development strategy, our authorities are challenged to provide land for new homes and to minimise the use of fertile land for that purpose. We are making a submission with the following suggestions for a sustainable future to cover the needs for new homes and save fertile land for now and future generations. Our highest value is to preserve fertile land and clean water for future generations. We are distressed to note that land previously zoned as fertile to be protected will be zoned for future development. Once fertile land is covered with concrete and asphalt, it's gone forever, as has been mentioned previously. Residential intensification. The FDS responds to housing demand and accommodation needs. The demand and land capacity for the commercially viable housing market is well documented. We would like to see plans for affordable rental housing included in the FDS. The strategy should include senior living in urban areas, including rentals and multi-generational living. Increasingly, older people cannot afford to buy houses. Rural areas and coastal settlements. The FDS would be a greater plan if it included all urban centres of Hawke's Bay and not just Hastings and Napier. The greenfield areas, we ask for areas of elite land to be ring-fenced on a planning map. An elite green zone would be simply unavailable to urban encroachment. Greenfield areas should only be on underproductive land. Constraints and criteria. Constraints on urban intensification and climate change. We would like to see an undertaking to plant trees, including indigenous trees, alongside intensification and to protect existing trees. We would also like to see compulsory inclusion of permeable spaces when concrete or asphalt is laid in drives and car parks. It's not enough to rely on pipes and holding tanks, as Cyclone Gabriel showed. Thank you for your presentation, but I would probably end by saying we shouldn't be sitting here having this discussion. Fertile and productive land remains fertile and productive. It does not become covered in buildings and concrete and asphalt, etc. I have to just add that I taught your financial officer, Bruce Allen, in Crown Court. His parents used to farm out there. Sorry?
I don't think it was any of our parents because none of us
I'm sorry?
are from here. Apart from I have some distant relatives in the Hawke's Bay. Now, Mr. Muller, when you refer to elite soils in your submission, are you referring to what we now term highly productive land use classes 1 to 3?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll just see if we have any further questions for you. No questions from us. Your submission was very clear, and thank you very much for the time coming and talking to us this morning. The next submitter we have speaking to us today is Arataki Land on Zoom, Joe Sundi. I hope I'm pronouncing that name correctly. We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Absolutely.
Excellent.
Thank you very much for the introduction. And also thank you for taking me on Zoom today. I know it's not ideal, but I really appreciate it.
No problem. Now, Ms. Sundi, I'm not sure if, am I pronouncing that correctly, for starters? Ms. Sundi, okay, excellent. Some of us on the panel did go and have a look at the land yesterday afternoon on our site visit. The other members of the panel will go out and have a look at it, so we have looked at it. We have read through your submission, and thank you for providing some material to us. I think it was through last night, wasn't it? So thank you very much. We have you down for 10 minutes.
Engaged by CDL to represent their land holdings at 86, 108 and 122 Arataki Road, and I think it's very well known in the district as the Arataki Extension Land. It's on the eastern side of Havelock North, next to the old Te Mātara mushroom premises, which you can see in the aerial photo there to the top of the screen. The site's long been identified for urban development and has been identified as such as a new and expanded area in the FDS. As indicated in my submission and evidence, CDL support the identification of the site for future growth and the overall direction the FDS has in relation to the Arataki Extension Land. There's two key matters I want to raise today, and the first one being the 110 residential capacity yield allocated in the FDS to the site, and the second being the timing and prioritisation of development, which is currently listed as a long-term project in the FDS. So I think sort of the key matter that people are wanting to understand today is around the fast track project. So the Arataki site has been identified as a fast track project in the Fast Track Approvals Act, and as we speak, CDL are in the midst of preparing that fast track application. It's going to be a residential resource consent application for 171 lots, which you can see on the plan there. And the project team are working towards a lodgement date with the EPA in May 2025. The hearing report has actually acknowledged this, and they've acknowledged that we're doing active planning work on the site, and the recommendation in the report was that they want to provide for a provisional increase in capacity on the Arataki Extension Land to 170 houses, so an increase of 60 houses is currently drafted in the notified version. Provided that we provide more accurate information today at this hearing to demonstrate what we're doing on the site and give some more certainty over those timeframes. So I have provided that additional information. This includes the current civil lot layout plan, which you can see, And Caitlin, if you wouldn't mind moving to the next two slides, we've also drafted up a scheme plan for the development. So as you can see, we've got roads, we've got a stormwater dry basin, and we've got the lot layout shown there. We have been working with council, both HDC, we've also met with HBRC, we're speaking with Mana Whenua to develop up the site plan, and we're at the current stage we're at, we have all the expert reporting coming in at the moment to just bring the whole application together for that EPA lodgement in May. I am just going to quickly skip to where I'm reading. In my mind, this information clearly provides the decision makers with the certainty needed to support the increase in residential capacity for the land. And this in turn will ensure plan integrity by ensuring that strategic FDS framework aligns with the fast track project and actual development intended for the site. Turning now to timing, CDL have indicated to me that their intention is to commence site work immediately upon receipt of the EPA fast track approval. Assuming that approval is issued, the resource consent would have a 5-year duration. Both CDL's intention and the consent duration confirm that a short to medium term timeframe would reflect the intended development timeframes rather than the long-term timeframe currently afforded by the FDS, which is 10 plus years. In summary, it's my view it's important that the strategic planning framework reflects not only the future growth aspirations of the region, but also accurately captures active planning work and provides for this in the policy context. This is particularly where quantitative numbers are used in planning documents such as the FDS. Timeframes and capacity numbers do have meaning when it comes to advising and preparing future planning applications on behalf of developers, and also have meaning when it comes to future decision making by both territorial authorities and any government agencies such as the EPA. Certainty helps all parties. It also has meaning for the general public, including the neighbours and stakeholders, because certainty helps all parties to understand the planning framework in an area, and where an element of certainty can be provided, in this case with this fast track application material, it should be reflected in any quantitative numbers and the timing indicators in the FDS. I trust that the information I've presented today is helpful and provides the required certainty needed to support both the capacity and timing changes requested for the Arataki extension land. I'm excited to be part of this growth in the region. My view is that's going in the right place in respect of this land, and I'm looking forward to seeing this development coming to fruition in the next couple of years. I'm happy to take any questions that the panel may have.
Thank you. That was very helpful. Just a couple of questions from me in the first place. Well, firstly, a thank you for your submission in the first instance. I found it particularly helpful that you set out exactly what changes you are seeking in the FDS, using strikeouts and additions. That was always helpful. Secondly, in terms of preparing the fast track application, has your client been having discussions with the council in terms of the provision of infrastructure and any development agreements or similar?
Yes. Development agreements I'm not entirely over, but we have definitely been speaking with the council infrastructure team. We have developed a site that has a stormwater basin to deal with stormwater runoff effects. We have developed a network and pipe network that connects into the existing infrastructure that is in the area. They have confirmed to us that there is capacity in the area, and that is the path that we're taking with the documentation that our experts are currently preparing and the drawings that they're preparing.
So why is it important for your client that it be identified as a short to medium term project?
That's probably me coming from a planning perspective. So, I'm working on a plan change at the moment where there's an FDS in place, and timing and prerequisites of infrastructure has actually it means a lot when you get down to preparing hearing evidence and looking at whether the strategic planning framework supports a project. So, and plan integrity. So if someone is saying we're applying for a fast track application, it's going in the door this year, you've got a consent duration of 5 years and it will be happening, to me, it makes sense to the wider public and to decision makers and to anyone using any planning documents that what is happening on the ground is reflected in the planning policy context. So, yeah, just good planning is, yeah, I think that sort of answers my questions, but I'm happy to explain further if needed.
No, you don't need to explain further, and I'll probably make some facetious comment about fast track and what its intent is or not. So we'll leave it there. I'll just see if my colleagues have any questions. No questions. Thank you very much for your time this afternoon. No, we are this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for hearing me on Zoom. Have a good afternoon. Bye.
And our final submitter before we break for lunch is Vermont Street Partners. Submission number 72, Ed Sundstrom and Chris Timms. Welcome. So we have you allocated for 10 minutes. We have received your material sent through in advance as well, and we have that in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Chris Timms and I'm appearing with Mr. Ed Sundstrom, one of the directors of VSP4L. Thank you for confirming that the information that's come through has been taken as read. Can I ask, have the Commissioners had a chance to visit the site? I understood from the previous presentation there was a site visit yesterday.
Well, some of us had the opportunity to visit the site yesterday. Some of us will visit the site over the next couple of days.
Wonderful. We have a 13-slide presentation, but I'm just going to skim through the front end of it quickly and assume you're fairly familiar with the site. And I'll get straight to the crux of the point so that we've got some time for questions. So if I just move through the introduction and summary and the site overview, what I will say about the strategic location is that this site is located, in our view, immediately on the urban edge of Havelock North. It's located directly adjacent to the Arataki land that the presenter has just talked about. We think it is a natural extension of the urban boundary in that direction. And we were heartened to hear that the CDL project is effectively ready to go by the fast track regime and they can get on with it, so to speak. In terms of the opportunities, we say there are numerous opportunities for the site here. In terms of inclusion in the FDS, I won't run through those. Those are comprehensively set out in our submissions. Just going to the draft FDS in the hearing report, we're extremely surprised to see that the site was not included. In our view, it scored highly, including based on all of the technical information that was provided by the council and completed by the council. The hearing report then came out on Monday and that recommended no change. There were 4 key issues. 2 of those, in our view, are critical to your consideration today. The first is the defensible urban boundary and the second is the highly productive land issue. In terms of the defensible urban boundary, what we have at the site here is a clear defendable boundary to the north, and that's the, does this have a laser pointer? Oh, that's okay. And that's the green reserve area down along the boundary. That follows an existing stream. The proposed urban boundary there is for a combination of stream, public open space and planting. And that was suggested by one of the council officers and recommended, and VSP4L is prepared to take that on board. And that's what they have proposed for this site. We also seek that there's some consistency in this decision making across the FDS. There are other sites that we're aware of where the council has recommended they be included, and also where such defensible urban boundaries like reserves, planting and utilising stream areas are appropriate. We also say that there's some speculative commentary about the inclusion of this site then pushing urban expansion westward, that would go beyond the defensible urban boundary as is proposed by VSP4L. We say it should actually be disregarded. Those concerns are really fanciful. They predicate an assumption that there is going to be some planning framework that enables that, and if that is the case, then all power to those developers if they can get across the land, but they're going to get that development across the line on that land. But that land is going to be subject to the same considerations as any developable greenfields land will be, particularly the NPS HPL considerations. And finally, I'll just comment on the boundary. What is clear is that any criticism of the boundary as proposed by the reporting officers, in my view, wouldn't stand scrutiny with the courts. The Environment Court has been clear and has previously accepted that urban boundaries of the type proposed here are actually entirely appropriate, including where escarpments have been proposed and as a boundary, a natural boundary, and where development has been proposed to occur beyond that escarpment, and then a stream and a public access corridor has been utilised. And the second slide here, we're looking at the boundary to the southern edge of the site, and again, that's a planted boundary that's been proposed to create a boundary, a defensible urban boundary along that area with the adjacent land. So that brings me to the second critical issue, which is the MPS and the land's LUC3 classification. We've provided comprehensive expert evidence as to the status of the land. We accept it's LUC3, but all of VSP4L's experts, plus a further report that was completed for the prior landowner, state that the versatility of this land is significantly limited by its physical characteristics, which are a permanent constraint. The productive capacity of the land is constrained by compromised and degraded soil and development on the site, the existing essentially degraded industrial buildings, and that the sites themselves do not have highly productive potential. And I've listened to the three prior submitters prior to the CDL submission raise concerns about productive land being taken for urban development, and that's simply not the case here. You have a comprehensive suite of expert evidence before you that says that simply won't be the case. Critically, Save the Plains, I note, have submitted. They take no issue with the highly productive land on the site. They consider productive soils are now gone, to use their terminology. And while we accept that the council is entitled to consider and apply the NPS HPL as it currently stands, we say a real-world pragmatic approach should be applied here. I noted in the hearing report that was issued, there was commentary that a detailed fine-grained assessment can be undertaken at the time a plan change or development occurs. I'm saying that's perfectly correct. In fact, we've given you the information to be able to undertake that fine-grained assessment now, and that supports the inclusion of this site within the FDS. And I'd finally comment, you are also required to use the best available information that you have to you. Again, that is the expert reports. And the NPSUD, that doesn't say give effect to the NPS or must give effect or shall have regard to. It just says be informed by the NPS HDL. And finally, I'd comment to say that Parliament has intended and consistently intended and indicated for a while now that it will be removing LUC3 land from the NPS HPL. A third minor issue that's come up in the hearing report is a stormwater solution for the site. There were issues with this raised. Further work has been done by VSP4L's experts to confirm that there's simply no stormwater issues on the site, and that's set out in the Maven memo, which is appended to the hearing response that we've provided. And as a final comment, I would say that there are a number of issues that appear to have come up via the submissions and the sites across the region that relate particularly to flood risk, coastal hazards, and issues with Cyclone Gabrielle impacts. None of those issues arise at this site. The council's own information, technical information that supported the draft FDS clearly indicated that there's no hazard risk here, there's no flood risk here. The site can be developed as is. So VSP4L's position is that this is really a unique opportunity to get on and develop the site. We've set that out in the last two slides, and that's come across, I think, in our submission, and Mr. Sundstrom may wish to talk to that before we take questions.
We have 1 more minute allocated to you.
Oh, in that case,
how would you like to proceed?
We'll take questions.
Thank you. I'll see if we have any questions for you. Okay. No questions. I would ask you about the weight we should give to Parliament's intentions in terms of the NPS HPL.
I suspect that you may ask that. Legally, you can't give strong weight to Parliament's intentions. The change in the law is a question for Parliament at the time it chooses and it sees fit. That said, the change has been clearly detailed in a cabinet paper that is floating around. I note there are a lot of RMA amendments announced yesterday, but it doesn't seem to be included in that. But either way, and putting that to one side, I don't think you are bound by a bright line type test based on the current LUC LUC3 high level mapping, and that's clear based on a reading down of how the NPS HPL works and also the relevant consideration under the NPS UD.
Thank you. Mr. Sundstrom, do you have any words you've got about 30 seconds for any final words you'd like to?
Look, I think my only comments is that, we're here, we're willing, we're able. The stuff excites me. I see a tremendous opportunity to preserve and enhance a whole range of ecological and environmental assets. I see a tremendous opportunity to create an exemplar development that provides for a range of typologies, increased amenities, roads that are designed in a way that the traffic has to slow down, skate parks, green areas. I just think there's a tremendous opportunity to avoid traditional cookie cutter style subdivision and actually create something where people want to live that also ultimately protects, New Zealand's most productive soils. I'm a farmer also, so I'm inherently conflicted probably. But I'm passionate about both of those subjects. And that's where I stand.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your time and coming and talking to us this afternoon. I'll now adjourn the hearing for a lunch break, and we will reconvene at 1:40. Thank you all. Okay, it's time for us to reconvene, and the first submitter up this afternoon is Village Baptist Church, submitter 96, represented by Alison Francis. So hello again, Ms Francis. We have your submission, your client submission in front of us, and we are in your hands for the next 10 minutes.
Thank you for having me back again, and it's a privilege to be sitting in front of you. I would just like to start by addressing an error on my part that was brought to my attention this morning by the Chair. I thank the Chair for advising me that I have misattributed the authors of the hearings report, the correct authors being the council officers. They're not all here yet. As a council officer for most of my career, I know how hard it is to put an enormous amount of effort into something only to not get credit for it. I sincerely apologise, and the information I'm reading from now has already been pre-circulated, so I would like to acknowledge this mistake and clarify that here, and I thank the Chair for bringing this to my attention. We are here today, I have Pastor Cameron Jones from the Village Baptist Church in support of our submission for the retention of the site HN3B back into the future development strategy. The Village Baptist Church supports the recommendations of the report with regards to HN3B, primarily its inclusion in the FDS. We note that alongside the submission made by the Village Baptist Church, every other property except for one in the area of HN3B and A submitted in support of these sites being included back into the future development strategy. The main themes of these submissions is the following. The land is too small to be productive. Existing drainage issues on the site make productive use untenable. Reverse sensitivity issues from existing nearby residential and retirement living cause problems. The land is suitable for residential development due to its proximity to other nearby residential development, close proximity to Havelock North and the natural boundary along Gilpin Road that would constrain the development in a compact urban form extending from Havelock North. We note that there's one submission in support of the Joint Committee's recommendation to remove HN3B from the Future Development Strategy, that from the Save the Plains group. This submission covers a number of sites within the FDS, and in regards to this specific site, the submission reads, we are delighted that the two middle road sites, being HN3A and HN3B, have been removed from the FDS, acknowledging the highly fertile soils in the area. While the sites do have a history of productive land, the submissions from all landowners in the block stating the land is no longer productive due to the size, water allocation issues, water logging and reverse sensitivity lends weight to the inclusion of the site back into the FDS. The issue of productivity has been considered in the hearings report. On page 100 we note that the hearings report considers the actual productivity of the land and they're assisted by an assessment carried out by Ag First, which says, due to the high susceptibility of flooding and high water table, the opportunity to utilise the land productively was compromised and the ability to use the land for cropping purposes was limited. We note that the consideration of the inclusion of the site back into the FDS was met with a thorough review by the hearings report. An assessment of the impact on the shortfall of greenfield development capacity was brought up by a number of submitters, and that was undertaken, and we agree and support the findings of the report on those matters. We agree that there is a defendable boundary along Gilpin Road, and this is assisted in the assessment of the suitability of the site and the inclusion in the FDS. The Village Baptist Church supports the inclusion of HN3B in the future development strategy. We thank the council officers and the hearings panel for their time. Would you like to say anything more at this stage?
I think your presentation outlines our perspective, and so I've got nothing more to add.
Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. I'll just see if we have any questions. No questions? Short and sweet.
Easy.
Thank you very much for your time coming and talking to us this afternoon.
I'll be in touch. Thank you. See you.
And our next submission is submission 110, the Thompson Perry Family Trust.
Thank you. Hi, I'm back again. This is my last time in front of you. I thank you again for your time. I'm here with Andrew Thompson, who is the owner of the land that's part of our submission, sub 110, regarding the land owned by the Thompson Perry Family Trust. The attendance at this hearing is to support our initial submission that this land is suitable to be included in the FDS, and we further request consideration of these lots by the hearings panel. We note that alongside the submission made by the Thompson Perry Family Trust, Somerset Group Holdings Limited has specifically requested the inclusion of this land in the FDS in their submission sub 81. Somerset Group Holdings Limited, and I quote, support and encourage the identification of additional sites for greenfield land in order to support the ability to truly provide for a range of housing choices and needs, including retirement villages. While our submission did not intend for this land to be considered specifically for retirement village expansion, the submission by Somerset Group Holdings Limited does support our submission that the land is appropriate for consideration in the FDS. The following points were made in the hearings report with regards to the consideration of these sites. Natural hazards. We agree that there are no known natural hazards on the site, and due to the urbanisation of the Awaho stream, the risk to the site from natural hazards is minimal. Proximity to the Hastings urban area. We agree that the site is well located in close proximity to existing urban areas and schools. We would further reiterate that it is this close location that creates the current reverse sensitivity issues. The activities associated with cropping and orchards can have effects on neighbouring properties, and neighbours are known to complain about the productive use of this site. We consider that the position of this site, immediately adjacent to an existing retirement village that has also expressed interest in expansion, is a key indicator to the suitability for the inclusion in the FDS. We agree with the report that the size and the shape of these sites, along with being held by one owner, does put it in an ideal strategic location for the expansion of the existing retirement village. Many other sites included in the FDS are not held by one single landowner, and we consider this to be a significant positive benefit for this site. The NPS highly productive land. It is acknowledged that the site sits on LUC1 land, and the consideration of the NPS HPL must be kept in the forefront of the assessment by the panel. However, the land is not currently used for profitable, productive uses. It cannot be used as an orchard due to the restrictions on spraying, and is currently leased and used for squash. We ask the panel what the NPS HPL is seeking to protect when land is unable to be used to its best potential due to reverse sensitivity effects from neighbouring properties. Further, Andrew will be able to confirm that there are issues with water availability on the site that further prohibits the efficient use of the land productively. The multi-criteria analysis provided in our submission acknowledges that the site is LUC1, but we contend there are a number of positive attributes to this site that should outweigh the underlying highly productive land, especially if the land cannot be used in the highly productive manner any longer. The applicant would be happy to provide further evidence to support our submission that the land lacks productive characteristics. We agree that there are no natural boundaries to the north and east, and the further expansion of an urban area onto these sites could result in reverse sensitivity effects basically being handed over to the next door neighbours. The applicant is willing to look at options for a green belt along the northern and eastern boundaries to help protect the neighbouring productive land in the future, should these lots be able to be developed. The Thompson Perry Family Trust thank the council officers in the panel for their analysis and discussion on these sites, and in conjunction with the Somerset Group Holdings Limited, we continue to support our submission that these lots should be included in the FDS for future urban development. The lots provide a uniform shape, are highly accessible, well located, and a serviceable piece of land that could be used for the expansion of the Somerset Retirement Village and or future residential urban development. We request that if the panel requires it, we can provide further information on the productive characteristics of the land in support of our submission, to provide further evidence on the suitability of these lots to be included in the FDS and to be put to a better use. We thank the council officers and the panel for your work on this and for having us today. I'll just hand over to Andrew Thompson if you've got any further comments.
No, I haven't any further comments. If anyone's got any questions, I can try and answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson, and thank you, Ms. Francis. Just a couple of questions from me to start with. In 3.7, you talk about restrictions on spraying. What are those restrictions?
Well, nobody seems to want to invest the amount of money to put it back into apples because I've got too many neighbours.
and I haven't got enough water, and the rates are too high. So there's lots of easier lots around town still available. So the restrictions on spraying are only the neighbours are very close, like it's only 25 metres from the boundary. It's under the recommended 30, but I don't think another 5 is going to make a difference. And I've got no complaints confidence, but it doesn't stop them complaining.
Are there restrictions in either the Hastings District Plan or in the regional plan in terms of spraying?
No, there's nothing that would, those plans that would stop them. I think that would have been the intention of the no complaints covenant at the time of the development of the retirement village. But as Mr. Thompson has said, and we've seen around the region, those covenants still don't stop people complaining if they feel that they are being adversely affected by the spray.
Wouldn't re-identifying this as a future urban development area just push out reverse sensitivity effects?
We certainly considered that, and it's something that's been part of our discussions. That's why we have suggested that there could be an opportunity to provide a bit more of a more robust green belt around the northern and eastern fringes. Just because the land is available for development doesn't mean all of it has to be used. And I think that because of the highly sensitive nature of the productive land and the fact that you want to be able to protect those lands, those pieces of land that are actually being used productively, then I think a sensible conversation about a green belt that would actually work would be appropriate. And Mr. Thompson is open to that.
That's really not something that would be appropriate to indicate a future development strategy, would it?
I don't know. I'm not sure how far into the master planning of sites you can get in the future development strategy. Are we able to have sites that have conditions on them, like they do with the designation?
I don't know. You tell me.
I don't know either.
I'll just see if we've got any other questions for you.
Yes, thank you. Is the extent of land holding shown on the submission the extent of your land holding in that location, or have you got more land bounding the site?
No, that's the extent of my land holding. Perhaps there needs to be a better buffer between the two zones, because when Somerset came last time, I put no complaints covenant on, but that's on the title. They sell to 140 residents. They don't go along and say, hey, you can't complain about your neighbour spraying or having sheep there or making noise or windmills. That's the last thing they tell them. It's just on the underlying title, not on the individual sale and purchase agreement. And I've got lots of neighbours, like they're very, very dense along my boundary. So they've effectively...
Just to note that we did visit and have a look at the site yesterday afternoon. So we have viewed it, and we have viewed the proximity to the retirement village next door as well. Thank you very much for your time this afternoon and coming to talk to us. Much appreciated.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And our next submitter up is submitter 107, Callum Ross. Hello, Mr. Ross. We've got you allocated for 10 minutes this afternoon.
Right, thank you. Good afternoon, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I've got a slight cold, so bear with me. I'm Chief Executive of the Hawke's Bay Fruit Growers. On behalf of the HBFA and the grower members, and in support of the Hawke NZ submission, we want to express our significant concerns for the FDS process, particularly the lack of meaningful consultation with growers, especially the timing. The process has been especially problematic. The submission period ran from November to December at a peak harvest period for many of our growers. This made it extremely difficult for them to fully appreciate and participate in this process. We need genuine input from the sector. Consultation needs to happen when growers are more available and better placed to engage, ideally after autumn harvest, as mentioned in the earlier submissions. We strongly disagree with the conclusions from the FDS report, particularly the suggestions that unproductive LUC 1 and 2 land on Hiratonga Plain should be made available for urban development. We do not believe this characterisation is accurate. In some cases, the land is not unproductive at all. In some cases, it's simply just awaiting access to water. With the right water infrastructure, it has the potential to become highly productive horticultural land. This brings us to the heart of the issue, and on the Hiratonga Plains, water allocation follows a hierarchy that prioritises domestic supply ahead of food production. This, combined with the actual reasonable use, has already been putting real pressure on our existing horticultural operations. Unlike urban development, growers can't expand unless harvested or stored water becomes available, and that water just isn't there yet in some cases. So the main points for us as our concerns for the growers is mostly ongoing urban growth will further reduce water availability and current and future growers, as mentioned by many associations today. This threatens not only horticulture expansion, but also the region's long-term food production capability. The hearings report misses an important opportunity because we can get water harvesting and storage right, which is already supported by other policies like TANK. We could unlock significant horticultural growth to meet our expected $1 billion industry targets and 7,000 odd employment opportunities. We also need to support industry services like pack houses, secondary services like equipment suppliers, and that was noted in some of those other submissions. Finally, we urge the Council to consider the long-term implications of the strategy and work with growers at the right time and the right place. To develop a future that truly supports the region's food production and land use values, food production needs to come first because we can't build houses without food. Thank you for the opportunity to talk today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ross. I did note your reading from a script. If you could please provide that to Caitlin electronically or hand it up to her afterwards, that would be very helpful for us. Thank you. I will just see if we've got any questions of you.
Well, thank you for the time.
We did hear from Hort, NZ and the Wine Growers and the Vegetable Growers Association this morning, so we've probably asked them all the questions we would otherwise have asked you. But thank you for coming in, and I think for me that point you made about a lot of the land is waiting for water allocation is an important one for us to note. So thank you very much, Mr. Ross.
Cheers.
The next submitter that we have today is Napier-Hastings Holdings Limited, submitter 28. So hello, we've got you allocated this afternoon for 10 minutes. Are you Mr. Lawson?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Matthew Lawson, representing Napier-Hastings Holdings Limited. I've prepared just some additional notes to which I'll speak, and I've given them to Caitlin to hand out. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to submit and for considering the information that's been provided, and for the opportunity to speak today. The way that the officer's report addresses the submission made by Napier-Hastings Holdings is to identify that it's a small site and it's a matter that should proceed by way of resource consent application. And we're on exactly the same page there, as you'll see from the written submissions that were submitted a week ago, that this proposal will be, or is about to be, had anticipated to be filed by now, but the subject of a detailed resource consent application, and you received some of the reports in support of that. So we agree, in paragraph 3 of these additional submissions, we agree that the matter should be progressed through a resource consent process. And it's noted that the submissions filed on behalf of Napier-Hastings Holdings the proposed activity is to be the subject of a comprehensive resource consent application. Those submissions also set out what in my submission is a frustrating circularity between the future development strategy, the Hawke's Bay Regional Land Transport Plan, and I'd add in there the infrastructure plan that's part of the long-term plan for Hastings District. And that is and I highlighted it in the written submissions that I've filed last week, that the land transport plan, Hawke's Bay Land Transport Plan, is quite a detailed document that identifies some of the challenges in transportation and some of the opportunities in transportation network in Hawke's Bay, and particularly following Cyclone Gabriel. But it looks to the FDS to provide the strategic focus of how that transportation is to be advanced. And in my submission, the FDS is probably quite light, well, not probably, it is light on providing a strategic response to infrastructure in general and to the transportation network in particular. So the submissions, paragraph 5, the submissions emphasise the importance placed on an efficient and effective transportation system by reference to the various passages in the Hawke's Bay Regional Land Transport Plan. It's submitted that the FDS does not meet the objective in the NPSUD that decisions relating to urban environments are integrated with infrastructure planning. And at paragraph 7, I set out what the purpose and content of an FDS is, and that's to provide at least sufficient development capacity as required by clauses 3.2 and 3.3 over the next 30 years to meet expected demand and assist the integration of planning decisions under the Act with infrastructure planning and funding decisions. And I think that the FDS is good on identifying areas, but it hasn't integrated those into infrastructure planning. And I think some of the areas, and I'm speaking in general terms, some of the areas are going to be present challenges in terms of how infrastructure is to be provided in a cost-effective and efficient way. And then later on it says that an FDS must spatially identify the development infrastructure and additional infrastructure. So in terms of the transportation side of things, the approach to transportation is to have a modelling report as to what the effects of the proposed development areas will be on the transportation network. But in terms of developing a strategy which is aspirational and future looking, my submission that the analysis that was done as part of the FDS doesn't provide a strategic approach to infrastructure development. So given that the stated purpose of the FDS and it is submitted the absence of any detailed infrastructure planning, care must be taken to ensure that the FDS is not seen as the last word on development infrastructure, and the FDS needs to acknowledge that additional activities and infrastructure is required to support transportation infrastructure within Napier and Hastings. And the draft FDS could, as drafted, be construed as being the last word, where it states, and I quote there, paragraph 10.5 from the officer's report, from the draft FDS. And in my submission, and this comes from over 34 years, and I'm starting to sound like the crusty old man in the room, but over 34 years of applying HPUDs, and prior to that it was the individual Napier and Hastings urban development strategies. There needs to be care that they don't become hidebound, so that if it's not specifically mentioned or if it's not specifically provided for in the FDS or the urban development strategy as they used to be, then it's not a runner. So what I've suggested at paragraph 10 is that the addition to paragraph 10.5 in the draft should say that those capacity enhancements should be accompanied by infrastructure and associated activities that demonstrate a strategic function and support the operation of the state highway network, such as refuelling, energy centres, truck stops and traffic safety services at locations where access to the state highway can be obtained without compromising the safety and efficiency of the state highway network. Now, you would have read the submissions and the particular site that Napier is promoting by way of resource consent as an energy centre for hydrogen, electric vehicle recharging, as well as petrol and diesel. It would be the only refuelling station on the state highway between Waipawa in the north, in the south, and the port in the north, and that is one of the busier. Well, it's certainly the busiest in Hawke's Bay, but it's one of the busier stretches of highway in the country, particularly when it comes to the percentage of heavy vehicles travelling on that road, and that just reflects the industrial areas of Irongate and Omahu, and even the Tamoana and Whakatū areas, which are all accessing or taking that route to access the port. So the argument will be, via resource consent, that this is a strategic site for the refuelling. As I've pointed out in these submissions, it has the support of the Heavy Transport Association. In my submission at paragraph 11, the suggested wording would ensure that the FDS remains a forward-looking and enabling document while still maintaining strategic coherence. It also aligns with the intent of the NPSUD to integrate land use and infrastructure planning in a responsive and adaptable manner. This amendment will also ensure that activities such as those foreshadowed by the submission will not face the argument that any resource consent application should not be considered on its merits because it's not included in the FDS. To further illustrate the strategic nature of the Napier site and the types of unanticipated but regionally significant infrastructure that may emerge outside the confines of the current FDS spatial planning, Napier Holdings and Kevin Bailey have been asked by the New Zealand Police to consider the location of a police facility on or adjacent to the proposed development site at 160 Evenden Road. Now, that wasn't in the submission, but it's a discussion that has, I think, arisen out of the submission. And I had those discussions with the police yesterday. But those discussions and negotiations are ongoing with Stefan Preddy. He's the Inspector, National Custody Infrastructure Lead for the New Zealand Police. And he specifically asked us to mention today the possibility of a police depot being developed to accommodate the Napier-Hastings Police Dog Handling Facility and the local traffic highway patrol policing unit. It's envisaged that this would proceed by way of a notice of requirement for a designation. The key point is that in order to meet the Hawke's Bay Land Transport Plan and the imperatives of the NPS, it is essential that the FDS includes and specifically provides for additional infrastructure and associated activities serving the needs of the state highway both now and into the future. It is submitted that making specific provision by way of a spot zoning or a scheduling of the site in the FDS is neither possible nor necessary. It is submitted that it is not the function of the FDS to undertake planning processes, and we agree with the observation in the proposed development that the proposed development should proceed by way of a resource consent application or potentially a fast-track application. However, sufficient flexibility needs to be identified in the FDS to ensure that any resource consent process or designation process in the case of the policing unit or other process is foreshadowed and able to be assessed on its merits. So happy to answer any questions about the original submissions or about the comments that I've made today.
Yeah, thank you for those submissions. They're very clear. So what you're saying is that it doesn't necessarily have to be mapped through the FDS, but you want the FDS to be structured so that future planning decisions can identify something such as this as not being inconsistent.
That's essentially it, and I don't think that a mapping approach, it certainly wasn't what was proposed by the submission, realising that it has to go through the interrogation of a resource consent application. But the FDS needs to foreshadow that the zones that have been, or the areas that have been identified, are not the last word, particularly in relation to infrastructure planning and transportation in particular. I mean, the transport report and the Hawke's Bay Land transport plan are very long on identifying the importance of the transportation network, and in particular the Napier-Hastings Expressway. But they're very short on any sort of capacity building. I don't mean that in the 4-laning, 2-laning argument, but in terms of enhancements to the network in a strategic way. So really what we're asking is that the FDS not shut the door, because this is a document with some longevity and it is reviewed regularly. The issue is that the planners that are sitting around this room now may not, and I'm not wishing any ill on them, but they may not well be the ones making the decisions in 5-10 years' time. And we need to make sure that there's a recognition that there's some flexibility or adaptability inherent in the FDS. Hence the suggested wording and that I put forward.
No further questions from us. Thank you, Mr. Lawson. I think we understand your point, and it's a matter that we'll ask the council officers to respond to us
Thank
in
you,
the
Madam Chair.
reply report on.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. And our next submitter up this afternoon is the Maven Collective, Nick Aitken and Isaac Aitken. Submitter 93. So good afternoon. We have your submission and we also have the information that you have sent through in advance as well. Hello, Mr. Aitken.
Oh, sorry. I'll just repeat that. Kia ora koutou. Thanks for the opportunity to speak here today. Just a correction, so Isaac Aitken isn't attending here today. He's unfortunately in Auckland. He may be online though. We do have a couple of other people online who won't be presenting today but are able to answer any questions if they're relevant to their particular fields of expertise. Sitting next to me is Mr. Mark Erickson. He's one of the directors of Maven Collective Limited. He's also an orchardist, is that correct? Here in Hawke's Bay. My evidence, I'm sure, has been taken as read, so I won't go through that. I'm just going to talk to some of the key points of my evidence and the request for clarification that I sent through earlier. There is a plan up on the screen. That is a very draft master plan. I just want to point that out. So I don't have a PowerPoint presentation. That's just up there because it relates to some of the parts of my evidence. The reason why it's very draft is because Maven are still engaging with mana whenua and quite reluctant to put anything up there that shows too much detail this early in that engagement process. So it's really just there for illustrative purposes around yield, and I'll come back to that later on. But that is the reason why we don't have any further detail in terms of a more developed master plan. We're still very, very early on in that stage and don't want to get ahead of ourselves in terms of the engagement process. So in terms of a summary of key points of my evidence, I did send through a request for clarification on the 4th of March, and that was just around FM9 in the draft FTS. I consider that request has been well addressed in the hearings report, and I thank you to the authors of the hearings report. I think that's an excellent document. And I don't propose to comment on that any further today, save where those matters are also contained in my evidence dated the 19th of March. Turning to the key points of that evidence, I've reviewed the draft FTS technical report, several versions of that technical report and other relevant documents are set out in my evidence. I'm familiar with the overarching vision of the draft FTS and its identified strategic objectives. The hearings report again recognises the strong scoring of the FM2 and FM9 areas that was identified in the draft FTS, and I support and agree with the recommendation of the officers in the hearing report to include both FM2 and FM9 in the final FTS. I do support a higher yield for FM2 and FM9 as identified in the hearing reports. However, while I understand and agree that the FTS does not seek to restrain yield, I consider that the number of dwellings identified in the FM2 and FM9 development areas should be increased to a more likely yield to better inform subsequent processes. And I think we've heard, or you will have heard today from a couple of other submitters that these types of documents are important documents. And I think the last submitter talked about perhaps some of the planners around the table here today may not be here when these developments are implemented, and these documents often are referred back to as key points of guidance when it comes to things like plan change processes and subdivisions. So I do think it's quite important that there is as closer the yield identified in the FTS is as close as likely to actually occur, even though I know that the FTS isn't intending to restrain yield down to the levels identified. I also consider that the time frame for both development areas should be more flexible to allow for the earlier development of FM2 and or FM9 subject to the necessary infrastructure being put in place or being able to be put in place, and I'll come back to that later. In terms of FM2 and FM9, as you'll know, the FM2 development area is identified for inclusion in the draft FTS. It's approximately 36 hectares. It's immediately adjacent to the existing general residential zone of Flaxmere. Immediately adjoining and overlapping, which has caused a little bit of confusion and hence my request, FM2 to the northwest is the development area identified in the draft FTS as FM9. As assessed in the draft FTS, the 59.6 hectare FM9 development area shares very similar characteristics with FM2. FM9 overlaps with FM2 and they share a common area. The balance area of FM9, excluding the land already contained in FM2, is approximately 45 hectares. On reading the hearings report, I want to clarify that not all grapes have been removed from FM9. The former grape crop in the eastern portion of FM9 has been removed and is currently bare land not in production. However, the northwestern portion of FM9 still is planted in grapes. I have, however, been informed that this portion is low performing, and Mr. Erickson will be able to answer any questions on that if the committee has any. Both FM2 and FM9 are close to and well connected to the Flaxmere Local Centre and other services and amenities, and are also well connected to Hastings Beyond. They also offer excellent opportunity to add new open space and amenities to West Flaxmere. FM2 and FM9 are able to be developed with similar densities of development and logical extensions to the existing street and open space networks, and when developed, the new area will be read as logical extensions to the urban form of this part of Flaxmere. Early stage master planning has been undertaken by Boffa-Miskell, which is what's shown up on the screen, considering urban design principles. FM2 and FM9 offer strong opportunity to deliver a well-functioning environment with positive urban outcomes for those areas and for the existing Flaxmere urban area. Work on the master plan has been, initial work on the master plan has been completed. There's no certainty as to yield, and in my evidence I refer that the yield identified in the draft FTS and hearings report is low and should be increased, and acknowledge the opportunity in the hearings report to do so. So that was a recommendation from the authors of the hearings report. A low yield for both FM2 and FM9 combined at 13 dwellings per hectare gives approximately 1,055 dwellings. A more likely yield, also noting the intent in the submission by Maven to have a mix of typologies and densities, which was identified in our submission, may be closer to 18 to 20 dwellings per hectare. It would be appropriate that the yield for FM2 and FM9 is increased to at least 470 and 585 respectively, which equates to the lower yield of approximately 13 dwellings per hectare and 1,055 dwellings in total. I do agree with what I understand to be the approach taken in the draft FDS and in the hearing report, which is that higher yields are anticipated and not undesirable, and that the FDS does not intend to restrict yield to exactly what is identified for each parcel. However, I still consider it would be helpful to more clearly signal in the final FDS a higher likely yield for FM2 and FM9 to better inform subsequent processes. Turning to natural hazards, the location of greenfield residential development areas less constrained by risks from natural hazards and climate change is a consideration of particular importance. The draft FDS has identified the high suitability of FM2 and FM9 in this regard, and it's particularly notable that the inclusion of these areas has been supported by the Natural Hazards Commission in its submission, and this reaffirms the appropriateness of FM2 and FM9 development areas for inclusion in the FDS. Turning to review sensitivity, jointly FM2 and FM9 are located at or near the eastern edge of the Roy's Hill wine growing area. The Roy's Hill wine growing area projects into what I would describe as an awkward inset corner of the West Flaxmere urban residential area. The development of both FM2 and FM9 is indicated in the early concept master plan, shown on the screen, can deliver a logical and defensible urban edge or urban boundary for Western Flaxmere and improved outcomes for the residential plains production / Roy's Hill wine growing interface. This can better address potential reverse sensitivity than the existing interface, which is absent such a buffer. Further reverse sensitivity protections, if required, can be introduced through relevant provisions and instruments such as the regional and district plans, which is a common technique used. While I understand the concerns of Hastings Aerodrome, I note that both FM2 and FM9 are outside the noise contours, and this concern has been addressed in the hearings report. As with the adjacent plains production zone, potential reverse sensitivity, if of concern, can be appropriately addressed through the relevant provisions and instruments such as the regional and district plans, and I know that Napier City have done that recently with parklands. The hearings report identified one submission in support of FM2 and FM9. There were actually two submissions in support of FM2, one from Natural Hazards Commission and the other from Save the Plains. In terms of time frame, there are a number of development areas identified for residential development in the draft FDS. That these parcels are identified and the timing does not equate to any certainty that such land will be developed for that purpose, nor in that time frame. The FDS can only provide for the inclusion of these areas. It cannot actually dictate or direct that they be developed, nor the timing or the sequence in which they are developed. And if I recall correctly, and some of the planners around the table and authors of the hearings report may recollect the HPUD's review back in around 2016-2017, and the insertion of additional land parcels, I think they were, I've forgotten the exact term now, additional land parcels into HPUDs as a result of changes to the sequence and delivery outside of what was initially anticipated. And I was involved in that review, so I do have some familiarity with it. As recognised in the officer's hearing report, FM2 and FM9 are among the very highest rating of all greenfield areas in the draft FDS. Yet despite this, they're only identified for long-term development at 11 to 30 years. This is unnecessarily restrictive. Introducing FM2 and FM9 into the FDS as short to medium term 0 to 10 years, or at least the unzoned greenfield development areas, medium to long-term priority 5 to 30 years, will, in my view, result in greater flexibility and better opportunity to respond to housing needs as land and infrastructure are ready for development, subject, of course, to the necessary infrastructure being in place. This is consistent, in my opinion, with the intent of the FDS. So in conclusion, and I do note that there are plans for infrastructure to be introduced and that would help support the Maven developments of Portsmouth Road and FM2 and FM9. And I understand those are in place for the 2 to 5 year time frame, so inside the 10-year time frame. I do have, hopefully online, our engineer from Strata Group who's able to comment on that if there are any questions from the committee. In conclusion, the inclusion of FM2 and FM9 in the final FDS presents an opportunity to achieve the visions and objectives as set out in the FDS in a location with fewer known natural hazards in a manner able to address potential reverse sensitivity effects. I'm happy to answer questions if there are any, and as I said, we do have a couple of other people online, Mr. Erickson here, who may be better placed to answer some of those. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aitken. Just to note that we did visit the site yesterday afternoon. We didn't go onto the site, but certainly we were able to drive along and have a look through at it. so we're familiar with its location and its general appearance. I'll just see if we have any questions.
Yes, thank you. So the FM9 site has got a reasonable proportion of the Roy's Hill wine growing soils, is that correct?
Yeah, it's very unproductive soil. It's been removed as we speak because it's uneconomic and unsustainable. So it's right on the edge of the proper gimlet gravel, so it's not actually in it.
Okay, so the actual soils are not as per the main gimlet gravel soils that have been protected?
They're very impervious and parched, they're perched, very poor drainage, and hence the uneconomic sort of groundings that we've taken for the removal of those vines and also the land adjacent.
I think the FM2 site had grapes on it, or
yes,
and they've also been removed.
Also, it's been leased to JB Bostock, and he only took it for 1 year because it wasn't economic for him to grow crops on. So it's got very limited desirability with crops or any permanent crops. We've done a feasibility analysis on apples, and it's no good for that. So unfortunately,
is that a soil issue or is it a water availability issue or both?
No, soil. I'm being a generational grower. I'm very obviously pro keeping our good soils in place, and hence the reason why we're pursuing this block is to use undesirable soils to further development of necessary homes.
Now, if I could have one further response to that that may help answer the question, is that a portion of the FM2/FM9 site is within the Roy's Hill wine growing area, but clearly has some restrictions, as Mr. Erickson has just pointed out. It is a rather unusual shaped projection of the Roy's Hill wine growing area into a corner of Flaxmere. So it sort of sticks out in a bit of a pointed fashion, if you like. So, but part of the site is within the Roy's Hill wine growing area and is LUC7.
But would you agree that the critical thing is what the actual soil type's like, not the shape of the projection? Is that a fair point?
Absolutely, that is a fair point. I'm just thinking to the NPS HPL, which talks about isolated areas and so on. So in terms of a good outcome in creating a defensible urban boundary to Flaxmere, which is absent on the site at the moment, there is a good ability to do that with this if you're straightening the edge along the side of FM9 as opposed to having a productive area sticking into part of Flaxmere. It's a logical extension to the Flaxmere urban area.
So when we went down there yesterday evening, we drove down the road, which is kind of on the current edge of Flaxmere at that location. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Which road would that be?
Portsmouth Road.
Yeah.
Yeah. So on the westernish side of the road, we had a bit of a buffer strip, and then the horticultural area and other activities going on.
The western side of Portsmouth Road, there's a new subdivision just been granted, I think, by Hastings District Council for residential development. And is this the area with the tall, large trees? Yeah, so that's FM2.
Yep.
Yeah, there's not really a buffer in that location at the moment.
And then further on to FM9, you're saying it actually abuts
FM9 abuts directly into the edge of the Flaxmere urban area, so it butts up against residential properties, and most of FM2 does as well.
The soil and the land use capability classification was assessed comprehensively, been peer reviewed, and the LUC classes were predominantly 3 and 4. So, and the limitations associated with other soil variability, the shallow depths of the soil, and the presence of subsoil gravels, and poor impeded soil drainage.
Hastings Council have been provided with that report as part of the development of the draft FDS.
So I think, your point's taken. We heard this morning that the gimlet gravels don't necessarily score really high And I mean, they might have a high number in terms of an LUC number, but they're actually really highly valuable for the wine production. So, but I understand the point you're making.
Thank you for your question.
So, one further question from me is, well, point from me is, we have heard over the last couple of days people talking about reverse sensitivity effects and the impacts of urbanisation on adjacent productive activities. So, from our site visits yesterday and certainly looking online, there appears to be, to the west, quite a significant horticulture activity occurring. So, is that a potential issue that we should be thinking about?
If by to the west you mean to the west of FM2, that is a blueberry, gourmet blueberries production. Yes, so in the master plan, it's gone off the screen now, but we are proposing approximately 20, possibly a little bit more than that, a buffer, which would be used as open space and possibly some stormwater drainage. So we're very aware of the need to provide a buffer against that production use on the edge of FM2 and also on FM9. So if that plan there only shows FM2. So if FM9 was, we would be extending the master plan around FM9 with a similar buffer. There is a buffer that's similar to that on the I would say the northwestern side, closer to Kirkwood Road, that was put in place as part of the development of Flaxmere. It's probably not been used as well as may have been desired by the council. For some reason, that buffer hasn't been extended around this side of Flaxmere, so along that full edge down there, there's no buffer at the moment. One of the positives of this development is of FM2 and FM9 is it does put in place, will give the opportunity to put in place a buffer right around the edge of that urban area and create that urban boundary, which is currently not there. So at the moment, FM2, if it had to go back into productive use, there would be no buffer there between those existing houses and FM2. So this is looking to improve the current situation. And very aware of gourmet blueberries, and of course, as part of the development of a plan change in the future, engaging with the blueberries operator would be a key part of that and making sure that the buffer was adequate. We've already started discussions with Hastings District Council as to what that buffer would look like. The intention of Maven is to put together a private plan change in the near future, not the long future. So we're probably looking at putting that together this year and submitting it this year. But very aware of that issue.
And I'm very aware that we're not considering a plan change and we're considering a future development strategy. And we're considering here a request for growth that would be on productive land and adjacent to productive land. So I'm not necessarily going to ask you for the answer here, but rather talking to the officers in terms of how can an FDS appropriately address potential reverse sensitivity effects and impacts on adjacent productive activities from urban expansion. Because we've heard that time and time again. So over the last couple of days and in submissions, it's just just this extra little bit of growth, but bits do cut away.
And that's where those bundings would be very, meaningful, obviously at right size and the capabilities to reduce noise, pollution, spraying activities, windmill noise. So they're things what we've discussed already with the neighbouring properties. Madam Chair.
No further questions from us. Unless there are any additional points that you want to make, you still have a few more minutes allocated.
No, thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, the only thing I would close with there is that we are certainly very aware of the need to address reverse sensitivity, and just to restate that, in my opinion, this presents an opportunity to improve the situation compared to what is there at the moment. And I'm very aware of the desirability of a well-defined urban edge and buffers to set back from productive uses. Those buffers aren't there at the moment. This is an opportunity to put them in place on a site with not particularly productive soil. Not sure that it would qualify as HPL at the moment under the current NPS HPL either. And as Mr. Erickson said, there has been some evidence presented to Hastings District Council as to why it's not. So to me, this seems like a pretty sensible place to put urban expansion if it's going to be anywhere. And I did note in reading the FDS that it's one of the only places around the edge of Hastings that is not LUC 1, 2 or 3. So this seems to be amongst the poorest soils around the edge of Hastings and has proven not to be productive even for grapes, unlike perhaps some of the better soils in Gimlet Gravels.
Thank you very much for your time this afternoon. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next submitter up is submitter 83, the Heratonga Connection Project. So thank you. We have received material in advance from you, which we have reviewed, and we have you allocated for 20 minutes this afternoon.
Okay.
Welcome back, Mr. Colville.
Yes, good afternoon, the panel. My name is Phil Stickney. I'm a principal planner at Development Nous, and you'll know Mr. David Colville already from this morning's appearance. Thank you for the opportunity today to talk about this site. This is very much at a strategic level, and it's in response to a number of uncertainties and looking ahead in the FDS matters that have been raised in relation to attrition of projects not going ahead, change in market demand, retirement sector, etc. And this is really about setting the scene to consider this land holding in the context of the FDS being able to be more nimble and agile and prompt and responsive in terms of being able to address demand and changes, acknowledging obviously the review periods that are set down by statute. So that's by way of scene setting today, quite high level. Mr. Colville's now going to just run through his presentation in terms of some key points he'd like the panel to receive, and then it will loop back to me for the slightly drier planning dynamics. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity. There you go. There you can hear me. What I do want to talk about is something that is at the core of the project and completely lacking from the FDS documentation, and that is affordability. It is broadly accepted that Hawke's Bay has a housing crisis and has had one for a long time. My submission is that this crisis has been brought about by many years of restrictive council planning, which has caused a shortage of land and in turn has pushed prices ever upward. This FDS looks to continue that pattern of market strangulation and the suffering that it causes. In my view, this is repeating the mistakes of the past, refusing to try to fix one of the reasons why Hawke's Bay leads the country in almost all of the very worst statistics. Crime, family violence, infant mortality, truancy, ill health and low life expectancy all start from a shortage of warm, dry, reasonably priced houses for sale or rent. The Ministry of Social Development waitlist is a reasonable indicator on how or if the region is making progress on housing. As of today, the combined Napier-Hastings waitlist is a little over 1,100 houses. That is 15% higher than 5 years ago, and that is 1,100 social houses that do not exist because there is no appropriate zoned land to be built on. The public feedback held in conjunction with the FDS was emphatic. The top 3 issues the participants want addressed are a diverse range of housing choices, sufficient land be made available, and infrastructure be well designed and well used. This FDS fails in all 3 counts, and instead is an attempt at social engineering by pushing people into or toward inner city infill sites that they clearly do not want. If you need an example of this push, refer to page 83 of the planner's report summarising submissions, which states, "We are also conscious that a surplus supply of greenfields land is likely to affect the economics for intensification." So what has really been said here is that cheap greenfield sites would give people enough choice to say no to intensification. Here are some high-level numbers. Hastings has a median house price of $740,000 and a median section size of 614 square metres. No developer who wishes to stay solvent is going to buy a $700,000 house in Hastings, clear the site, spend a year, possibly 2, fighting council, $300,000 or $400,000 in infrastructure survey, the associated fees, etc., cutting one site into 3 to then have 3 tiny bare sites that are collectively worth $500,000 less than they cost to produce. All of this, and the elephant in the room, is the fact that the existing underground services won't cope with the extra load. So even if the developer did apply for this infill project, the council would not allow it. We know of multiple projects stalled for this very reason. The draft FDS is based on the fanciful notion that 10,000 of these infill sections will be produced. That is 5,000 houses cut into 15,000 sites. 5,000 times a developer needs to put their own money on the line. These sites are unattractive, unaffordable, and frankly, why would someone move to live in Hawke's Bay to have an Auckland house at an Auckland price? What will happen instead is that Hawke's Bay will continue to stagnate due to overpriced housing. Another argument put forward by some submitters is we should be building in the Havelock or Taradale Hills. In brief, building in the hills is brutally expensive. It's a very low yield, it's a long way from services, transport routes, shops or schools. A fantastic option for houses for the wealthy, but is simply unaffordable and will do nothing to fix the housing crisis. Other submitters have spoken about a shortage of land, large format sites that are required for the aged care sector. I will not repeat the points raised by those submitters other than to voice my support for those arguments. Aged care is a significant part of our housing demand, and that sector, if that sector is catered for, it frees up other houses as people sell. Aged care needs perhaps a dozen sites of 10 hectares each, so it's 10 hectares to account for stormwater attenuation on site. 10 hectares each scattered around Hawke's Bay. They need to be close to town, zoned, serviced, hazard-free, normal stuff. These sites are not catered for in the FDS as drafted. To not provide an abundance of these sites forces those industry players into a combative position, and as ever, scarcity raises prices. To wrap up, December 2014 through December 2024 saw a rise of 56% in Auckland house prices. This is probably not too shocking given the media attention that Auckland gets. What should be shocking is in the same 10-year period, Hastings housing stock saw a price rise of 159%. That is 3 times the rise of Auckland. This is with a population in Hawke's Bay that has grown at half the rate of New Zealand over that period. The price versus demand relationship clearly tells us that if prices are increasing for a given product, then there is a growing demand. And we know that the effect of that demand is 3 times that of Auckland. So it is my conclusion that there is a massive unmet demand for housing in Hawke's Bay. People want to live here, but cannot do so because housing is too expensive. This demand is not acknowledged in the documents supporting the FDS, and furthermore, this demand will never be met by unaffordable infill sites. The only way that this can be reasonably expected to correct the mistakes of the past is bringing forward large areas of greenfields land and letting developers pay for the planning and infrastructure required to bring a diverse range of houses at all price points to market. And the only way this can happen is for land to be identified in the FDS, as without high-level support, there is no planning pathway, and this housing crisis will continue. Thanks for your time.
Would you like to, any questions from Mr. Colville now, or would you like me to continue, and any questions at the end?
If you'd like to continue, thank you, Mr. Stickney.
Thank you. This project, and look, by your leave, I'll skip, just go through credentials, etc. You've got that in front of you, so I'll really start at the submission points that we made and just speak to those and some key aspects. This project's been going on since 2022, and it was driven partly post-Cyclone Gabrielle, and also discussions with Council in respect of the Kaipo structure plan, which is included in within this geographic area that we're looking at today. And that was in response to stormwater constraints and some challenges in terms of groundwater and how we deal with that as part of Kaipo. The Kaipo structure plan has been on the books now for quite some time. It's advancing very slowly, but there are still inherent challenges with it. So there were some discussions early with how some of these lands could offer a solution to stormwater, unlock that Kaipo area and provide some more stormwater resilience for South Hastings as well. At the same time, there were discussions or announcements about the hospital site potentially relocating and acquiring land, and obviously the racecourse at the time was also deliberating its future, and there were some constraints in terms of where it could go based on current land supply. So all these factors started to layer up with us, and we started looking at the possibility in the office of questioning ourselves and asking, could we link up Flaxmere with Hastings, leveraging off existing infrastructure, aim for better connections between those two current urban extents, provide the potential for those larger scale industrial commercial operators closer to Flaxmere as an employment opportunity in the western extent of Hastings, and look at planning land at a scale which we can, as I said, enable leveraging of future development, healthcare precincts associated around hospitals, retirement care, healthcare, etc. The other challenge that Hastings faces, as you will have heard repeatedly, I'm sure, is stormwater management and inundation. That is often a challenge when you're looking at smaller sites for growth and actually being able to integrate the stormwater effectively into those sites. This land holding, after some initial investigation, does have the potential to enable that stormwater management to be really integrated into the urban context from the outset, and also blended with recreational corridors, buffer strips, cycleways and other open space areas. I'm aware that obviously public transport uses some of the roading network around the site, and there is already major existing investment being made in the roading network and power and other infrastructure. This creates opportunities to actually upgrade as required and modernise that infrastructure without the need for costly extensions. It's simply repairing and upgrading a lot of the existing corridors. The scale of the site creates opportunities for a wider range of dwellings, residential typologies and neighbourhoods, and also provides land at a scale which could provide a catalyst for diversifying the regional economic base away from current underpinnings. And those underpinnings are important, but diversification is also a stated aim of Hastings District Council moving into the future. Based on the work completed to date and acknowledging that there is more assessment to be undertaken through further statutory processes, I consider the land holdings do indeed offer a number of potential benefits. And it could be, with good planning and design, well aligned with the objectives and policies of the NPSUD. And I believe this merits further assessment. I note that the proposal was included, as I understand it, in the original expansion thematic scenario, but on that basis it was then discounted. And my understanding was that it subsequently didn't then go through the multi-criteria analysis or further assessment. In the development of an FDS and the purpose of an FDS as a long-term strategic document, I consider that to be a premature foreclosing of further assessment potential this proposal may have, and thus enabling us to ascertain with more certainty whether the land can, in part or totality, achieve the objectives and policies of the NPSUD. And that's the document that this FDS is primarily required to be developed and tested under. The NPSUD does not, quite reasonably so, mandate or require intensification as a primary tool, i.e. mandated for Tier 2 local authorities. It clearly provides for the ability to achieve a mix of housing and enable intensification around key transport corridors and a level of accessibility to those facilities. I do just want to pick up on a couple of comments in the officer's recommendation, which I read at length. Just want to clarify the yield situation with these land holdings in total at 470 hectares. So straight away, 50% of the land holding will be gone in terms of stormwater management, recreational corridors and roading. So you're left with 50% or thereabouts of the balanced land for development. The current planning that we have done is resulting on a yield of approximately 2,000 residential units on the land, approximately 470 to 500 retirement units, and areas of land for employment, light industrial and other activities also being allocated approximately 70 hectares. So the realistic expectation with this would be approximately 2,000 units. We are finding now in our greenfields projects that our clients are, through the economics of development, having to now go beyond and above and beyond the 15 houses per hectare, which, as an ex-Aucklander, I still find quite incredulous that that's the number that was around. And we're now getting, our clients are now getting well up into the 20s net site area for their developments and exploring medium density housing as well as in those areas. I should also note that that yield includes the existing Kaipo structure plan area as well. So the increase is not quite as outlined in the recommendations of the officer's report. The assessment in the officer's report, part 10.3.1, also states that the yield will be difficult to justify against the requirements of clause 3.6 of the NPS HPL 2022. That's not necessarily the correct legal test or test that would be applied in the creation of an FDS. The legal terminology of the NPS HPL, clause 3.6, specifically relates to rezoning of land. And obviously that's a separate process that would be followed on. And so the key here really is to make an informed assessment against all the criteria, and one of those being LUC land. But the overarching NPSUD objectives and policies to create a well-functioning urban environment. And I believe these lands do have the scope to do that, subject to further investigation. I also just want to probably highlight to the panel, and you may have already heard this today, that the lead-in time for land development is significant. So I'm currently lead planner for the Iona residential subdivision in Havelock North, which abuts the two sites that I'll be talking to you about tomorrow on Middle Road for CDL Land New Zealand. That land was rezoned in 2016 via a streamlined planning process. We're currently going through consents for the first stage, and those have been granted. It's under construction, as you may have already seen. We're hopeful that by the end of this year, one lucky family will be turning their front door key into their new house. So the lead-in time for that through planning, subdivision consent, engineering plan approval, detailed design and construction has been almost 10 years. So in that situation, I look at this lifespan of an FDS at 30 years. I believe that there's an inherent opportunity here to actually look a little bit beyond what you think is at least sufficient as required by the NPSUD, and look at identifying other areas which may have merit, subject to further assessment, and identify those in the future development strategy at this stage. What that means too is the cost to the community as well for a review every 3 years, and assuming that's a notified process, submissions called for, etc., is also inherently expensive for the community and a cost to council. I consider the more you can future-proof the FDS now and go further than perhaps the at least sufficient threshold, but tag those areas to say further investigation is required. In other words, they have potential, but there's further work to do, and they will have to go through the statutory tests for a plan change and much more rigorous scrutiny. I cannot see any compelling reason in the recommendations report from the officer as to why this land should be completely excluded, and I note an emphasis on LUC and productive soils was raised. We've noted the fragmentation of that land. We acknowledge the need to do more detailed testing and assessment. The balance of the matters that have been raised in that recommendation section of the report, I believe, can be dealt with and are typical for the sort of challenges that we would inherently face when moving to the next phase of planning for a site. I'll finish there because I think my time's almost up, but if you've got any questions, I'm more than welcome to take them. Thank you.
It is almost up, and we've got about 3 minutes for questions. My first question is, what's the relationship between your client and the Wilson Road Collective, who we heard from this morning?
No formal relationship.
So they were seeking that we identify the Wilson Road land as future industrial land. How does that sit and fit in terms of what you're seeking?
I probably put the idea in the head.
So probably to clarify, sorry to interrupt, David, the Chair, just to clarify, David, there are contracts in place for a significant amount of the land holdings with Mr. Colville.
A lot of them have been let go, yep. So those people are free to do what they want to do.
So you're not a land owner of all of that land that you're seeking to have identified? No. So can I just clarify, Mr. Stickney, exactly what you're seeking in terms of the FDS? Because from what I'm gathering, you're not asking that we recommend it identify as a short, medium or long term necessarily, but an indicative maybe later.
I sought in the last page of my statement to the panel, I sought the relief, and that is some wording to be included into the FDS, which signals effectively to enable this land to respond to possibly changes in demand over the life of the FDS and provide additional and business capacity, etc. I've identified the land verbally in the text, and I've also flagged in that relief sought acknowledging further assessments that may be required or will be required before matters could possibly move to the next stage of a plan change. So I have outlined that there. It may be, and that you want to, if you sought fit to adopt this recommendation, that you could define the land by cadastral boundaries, or it could actually be a higher level graphic or overlay in perhaps a more obscure manner that identified that general area as subject to having potential to assist the FDS with its obligations.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Stickney.
Thank you.
That was useful to clarify that, and we'll be asking the officers to clarify how that would sit and fit within the scheme of the FDS being a specific insertion into Part 10.10. I'll just in the last minute we've got see if any of my colleagues have questions. No questions. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
This
Thank you very
afternoon.
Much.
Just on the last, excuse me, at the back on the last submitter, the Maven submission, You spoke that you had some soil reports. Do you have a copies of them with you here today? I've just noticed in the hearing report, or reminded myself, in fact, in the report that was prepared by council, that they said if that information was available, that would assist in reconfirming their recommendations with regard to FM9. Is that information with you today or not?
Okay, unfortunately, we can't accept any new information at this point in time.
Sorry, can I just clarify? Did you ask for the soil report? There's an indication in the council report that there was some soils reporting that have confirmed the low utility or versatility of that soil, and you spoke to that today, but it suggested for FM9, if there was information available, it might be helpful to reaffirm their recommendations with regard to that site. And I was just wondering whether you had it with you today or not. That's all. The soil report that was provided to council related to FM2, not FM9. There was a reference to the adjacent FM9 in that report. That report was done for FM2. Okay, we'll leave it at that. That's fine. No, it's fine. No, we can't receive it later, so that's fine. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to our next submission now. Our next submitter is the Hawke's Bay Racing Association, submitter 112. Hello again, Mr. Winchester. We didn't receive legal submissions in advance for this, did we?
Yes,
we did,
ma'am. You should have received legal submissions and a statement of evidence of Mr. Mackay.
My apologies.
Yes, and attached to my submissions was a report, an expert report from Goodman Rural, and Mr. Goodman is here as well on my left, should you have any questions about that.
Yes, we do have it, and I have it right in front of me, and yes, we have read it.
Are you sure? No, I'll take you at face value. Sorry about that.
And we did drive around, actually we did see the site yesterday, didn't we? Yes, we did.
Yes, it's down in between Southend Road and Raikakaho Road. So I think it's one of those sites, Madam Chair, and I will just speak to, I guess, the thrust of my legal submissions, where when you see it in context, its future is pretty obvious in terms of it being very well suited for future urban development, and when you see it in its context, and particularly given its surrounds and its location, it's directly adjoining the existing urban area. It's an unusual pocket of land. It's not a big site. The land realistically has no future for anything else, and that was confirmed by Mr. Goodman. Its future urban development merits, with respect, were stated to be obvious in the HPUD's document, and nothing material has changed to warrant a backtrack. It is a logical extension, and it's appropriate in terms of a suitable urban form for Hastings. And it did create a legitimate expectation for my client. So it was, it went through the motions, and it sought a request for consideration in the FDS, and it was quite rightly pretty surprised when that was dismissed. And in my submission, the reasoning behind this piece of land, essentially having been in HPUDs and then consciously left out, I would describe it as at best opaque or vague. And in my submission, when you are already identified and have an expectation, fairness and transparency considerations suggest that removal of an existing opportunity should be clearly explained and soundly justified, and with respect, it was not. We're now in the fortunate position where, via the officer's report and further assessment, particularly in terms of the need for additional development capacity, the merits of my client's land and the adjoining land in terms of HB5 have now been recognised. That is supported, and my client is relieved that common sense has prevailed. So the officer's recommendation in respect of the identification of the HB5 land is supported, subject, however, to, as I said in my legal submissions, there doesn't seem to be a clear explanation as to why it would be identified as long-term capacity. It's a matter that the market should address. So those, I've spoken to my submissions. I have Mr. Mackay here. He will give you about a minute or two in terms of a summary of his planning evidence, and then we're happy to answer any questions that the panel might have.
Kia ora koutou. Just to the summary of my evidence, I note the wider area H5 was considered for the full extent of the block to Marae-Kākaho Road. In my opinion, the smaller H5B area, which includes the Hawke's Bay racing land, is much more suitable due to the highly productive land in that area already being compromised by existing development and lifestyle sites compared to the orchards on the wider block. So I agree with and am supportive of the officer's recommendation to include the HB5 site, and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
I'll ask you the same question that I asked the Maven Collective about the issue of reverse sensitivity effects and what happens when you just add on another area of residential growth adjacent to productive activity.
Yes, well, that's not an uncommon situation in the Hastings context. There is a rule in the district plan about an expectation of a 30-metre physical setback for residential dwellings from adjoining Plains Production Zone land, and typically that's been addressed with a reserve buffer strip. In many cases, that reserve buffer would also incorporate stormwater drainage. So in this case, there is that physical stormwater drainage area with the Southland drain on one side, but there would still be the end where you're creating a separation with the balance of the land going northwest, I guess, towards Marae-Kākaho Road. So I'd see that being addressed with a buffer strip, which would also be able to use for some sort of recreational reserve linkage to maximise its use.
Sorry, just one question from me. In terms of timing, so you're seeking for this to be in the short term? No, well, I'm not seeking that it be identified in the long term. And later in the legal submissions, so in the written submissions, there was a mismatch between some of the discussion in the officer's report and the ultimate recommendation. So we're happy with the ultimate recommendation. There was a discussion at page 89 of the officer's report that the land be noted as a long-term future development area, but this is not carried through into the recommended change. And in my submission, there's a good reason for that, because the constraint is not sufficiently difficult to overcome in terms of scheduled infrastructure development, that would be justified.
Just looking at, yeah, that paragraph at the bottom of page 89. And I think we'll again ask the officers to come back and clarify when they proposed that it be provided for, and ask them to address those points you've raised in terms of that timing. So thank you for that. I don't think we have any further questions. Thank you for providing your evidence in advance, which we did read. And obviously we did even see the site, so that was useful. And we have no further questions, so thank you very much for your time this afternoon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, panel members. Enjoy your site visits this afternoon.
Now, we had Jason Trout down to speak, but he's pulled out. So we're up to the next submitter is Carl Wessel. I hope I've pronounced that correctly.
That is correct.
Submitter 137.
Jason has asked me to speak on this.
Good afternoon. Yes, so Jason couldn't make it and he's asked me to speak on his behalf, if that's okay today. Based on the tight timeframes, I've just written something up, so I'll read it out rather than do it ad lib, if that's okay. For the record, my name is Carl Wessel and I'm involved in the sales and special projects for Ray White Hawke's Bay. I've been involved with a number of property owners down Wool Road over the years, including Mr. Troop, who was unable to make it today. We have also worked with a couple of freedom villages that were keen on establishing gated communities in this area, including Mr. Troop's land. As this is zoned reserve land under HPUDs, it was near impossible to get this area rezoned for allowing residential development on the land. Consultants spent thousands looking at options and meetings with councils to come to the same conclusion each time. Council would oppose this land being developed and no guarantee of success through a private plan change. Mr. Troop's submission today was that he felt unless you were well known to the council or had deep pockets, then the average property owner had no chance of their land being developed in this area. He was frustrated at seeing areas like Howard Street and Portsmouth land get rezoned and developed when there were never in HPUDs at all. In his opinion, there was some favouritism rather than logic happening in these areas. We've also been working with a number of retirement villages looking at the land further up Wool Road that was large enough and had flat areas to cater for retirement villages. They provide the ideal location with corner sites for road frontage presence, choice of entrances to the village, good signage opportunity on the main road, and backs onto the stream that provides a natural boundary. The location is close to town for the residents in the village and an opportunity for walkways along the stream areas for them. Our recommendation is Wool Road is developed in full from Southland Road to Maraikako Road to provide some bigger blocks of land for future retirement villages or for freedom villages or for large developers to utilise economically. At present, a buffer strip or bund would need to be built between the rezoned land and the remaining rural land, only if you rezone up to the racing club's land at present, as they just discussed. There is a southern drain running at the rear boundary, provides a natural buffer, can be upgraded to provide stormwater storage and have walkways and cycle paths along it to connect Maraikako and Southland together. Southland drain, which runs behind Wool Road, needs major work to cater for future flood water runoff from Kaipoi Road area in the future. Development of this land provides the funding and timing to improve this area for future storage. All of Wool Road needs to be included in the FDS, or it will never be developed if needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wessel. If you do have your notes there, if you could make those available to Caitlin afterwards, that would be very helpful for us. I'll just see if my colleagues have any questions for you. No questions, you're off the hook. Thank you very much for coming and talking to us this afternoon.
That's all right, so that's for Mr. Troop.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, right, that's Mr. Troops and now your own.
Now my own. Right, again, just based on the information in there, I have reduced it down as best as possible, so I will read it so it's a lot clearer than that. Feel free to interrupt me at any stage. Again, for the record, my name is Carl Wessel, and I'm involved as a buyer's agent for a lot of freedom villages, retirement villages, and developers in Hawke's Bay. So I'm very familiar with who's looking for land, where and when at present. All the groups in question are trying to locate large enough blocks of greenfield land to develop for housing elderly residents or for new residential homes to be built. This is near impossible within the current zoning of land and the district plan restrictions currently. The proposed FDS, in our opinion, does not cater enough for future development, for section development and for future village growth. It has identified sections required for residential development, but the rapid growth of retirement village demand means both are now competing for the same parcels of land if and when they become available, which is a rarity. Looking at village requirements, the following extract from the retirement village forecasts in the FDS summary show that the Hawke's Bay will need to cater for 6 hectares of greenfield land being constructed every 2.5 years for a new village. We note that in 2016, the same report predicted that it needed 100 to 150 hectares to cater for retirement village growth. Their estimate sits between 60 to 98 hectares of land just to cater for the next 30 years. So they've used an average there of 82 hectares of land. Now, assuming an equal split between Hastings and Napier, that's 41 hectares of land, of greenfield land in the next 30 years for catering for the retirement villages. At present, we have MetLife Care, we have Bupa, Somerset, Avita, and others fighting each other to purchase 6 to 8 hectares of land each in the Hastings area. The high demand at the moment in the waiting lists are making them very competitive, so any land that becomes available, they're all fighting over it at the moment because there isn't anything. So working on some sums here, 5 companies each requiring 6 hectares of land, is 30 hectares. Even being conservative and saying that they don't build their next round of villages for another 10 years, we need to then provide another 30 hectares of land for them. Then we add in people like Ryman and Oceana Group who need to find land for their villages, and that's another 10 to 12 hectares during that period. That equates to 72 hectares just for the Hastings area for demand. So that's a shortage of 31 hectares just for these big villages over the 31 years from what's forecast has been required in the FDS. We know of other boutique big operators wanting to come into the area who won't come because of the land shortages at present and the prices that have been driven up for that said land. We have not even taken into consideration the 20% of land that needs to be put aside to cater for water attenuation on site. So realistically, 6 hectare blocks really are closer to 8 hectares required per village. In regard to lifestyle villages, at present there are a number looking for land as well. So additionally, 10 to 15 hectares during this 30-year time is required as well to cater for these groups. One thing we're questioning at the moment is the section numbers that have been put forward in the FDS summary. The Real Estate Institute of New Zealand has accurate information in regard to section sales for the area. I've summarised in the last 10 years for Hastings alone, from 2015 to 2025, there has been 2,382 sections of greenfield development required or sold. We know that when previous section prices and build prices are perfect, then a very quick, rapid uptake takes place, and in most cases, demand outstrips supply. If section sales for the last 10 years were 2,382, using a similar growth pattern for the next 30 years, we would require 7,146 sections to match demand. Based on the FDS proposed minimum targets for greenfield sections, they identified 2,240 sections are required. However, as per the RENZ stats, where we need 7,146 over the next 30 years, we do not see there being a 420 section surplus. We actually see a deficit of being 4,451 sections needed. Likewise, if you look at the residential development capacity by council, based on current patterns, if we need 7,146 sections over the next 30 years, deducting 2,125 already zoned and consented in the Hastings area, we then require a further 5,021 minimum to meet your projections. So in short, that provides a negative figure, a variation of 3,981 shortfall from the FDS projections. In short, using 15 households per hectare, that's 265 hectares of land would be required to meet greenfield development in the next 30 years. So competition drives fair market prices. Oversupply creates good competition, keeps prices down, and provides the buyer's choice. This competition, along with competition from the construction industry to bring build prices down to make new homes affordable again, is needed. This creates a surge in section sales and market races off again. New homes create jobs and are good for the economy locally, and also stimulates the housing market movement as older, larger family homes come to the market for the growing families needing them, while the older occupants downsize to new homes in these new subdivisions, or they go into retirement villages, which are needed. When the housing market stalls because the older generation is not moving, the people coming up the ladder have nowhere to go, and we get a stalled market. They in turn won't sell until they find something, and the people below them, typically the first-home buyers, have nothing to buy. The result, inflated prices. It's a seller's market, which grinds to a halt, and then we have overpriced older houses in our community that become unaffordable. In summary, our experience with current retirement villages and large developers confirms that the proposed FDS is not providing enough land long-term for these operators to provide units for the long waiting lists of our ageing population. The developers and the retirement villages are in competition to find large-scale land large enough to develop for their needs and in a timely manner to meet demand. We are seeing other large operators like Cranford Hospice and Napier-Hastings competing as well for new locations that have space for their needs. Cranford Hospice recently, is in the news, has just taken 4 to 6 hectares of land away from Howard Street residential section development that was put aside for housing there because there's nothing else rezoned in the area to cater for them. Councils are providing too many constraints and using out-of-date figures to forecast growth, resulting in supply pinch points, which we've seen over the last 10 years, developers going to other regions instead of here, and retirement village operators not meeting demand for villages. There's quite a few waiting lists at the moment with a number of the village operators. The region needs larger blocks of land available for the retirement village to acquire and to cater for an increase in our ageing population. And we also need these large blocks of land to be available for developers to develop in a timely and cost-effective manner. The staging of these to meet demand is one of the most effective ways. So in summary, Hastings alone needs an additional 30 to 40 hectares of greenfield land for retirement villages above the 41 hectares forecast in the FDS report. An additional 10 to 15 hectares to cater for lifestyle villages is also required. An additional 335 hectares for greenfield sections in the next 30 years, using a conservative figure of 15 sections per hectare. And again, allowing 5 to 10 hectares for large operators like the Cranfords, the Napier-Hastings, supermarkets, all needing to develop into these areas as well. Schools have not been factored into these growth areas for the next 30 years, and so we don't know where the growth is for those happening at the moment. So in summary, we are forecasting that Hastings District needs an additional 380 hectares of land in its projections to cater for the additional growth based on fact of section sales and demand for villages at present. Thank you.
Thank you again. And again, if we can have your notes, would be incredibly helpful, particularly with all of those numbers that you were quoting. I will see if my colleagues have any questions of you.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming and talking to us this afternoon. And our next submission is submission 114, Mr. Gaddam. So we do have all the material that you've sent through in advance to us, and we have reviewed that.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
We have you allocated for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Well, here I am again, attempting to promote another area that the Hastings District Council won't touch. They've discounted all coastal areas for settlement due to, in their words, high servicing costs. Sorry, that's probably better. High servicing costs, transport efficiency, and other matters like erosion, coastal inundation, and tsunami hazards. In the officer's report, it states that natural hazards need to be avoided or mitigated. Is this the reason why Ahuriri Station is being promoted? Is this the reason why Riverbend Road, the Loop, and South Piramai are on their radar? Is this the reason why Te Awa was consented ages ago for high-density development? The coastal area of Te Wanga is a wonderful area for consideration for residential development. This would provide a place where people want to live in a coastal environment, not in the inundation area, close to the sea, but on the elevated areas above Park Hill Road. The same can be said for Waimarama. Waimarama is the Riversdale of the Wairarapa, where they are developing residential coastal living elevated above the existing Riversdale township with hazard-free living, safe from flooding, coastal inundation and erosion, and a tsunami threat. The same can be identified for Waimarama. The Chesterman land and the Gaddam land are both elevated high enough away from the same coastal hazards. Both properties border all services and infrastructure. The Gaddam property has the Waimarama community water supply running through it. Both properties would provide a wonderful option for coastal living in an area where there's no other options for new residential expansion. Why Waimarama has been discounted from further residential coastal living is beyond belief and defies logic. This is the most popular beach in Hawke's Bay, and there is no enthusiasm from the Hawke's Bay District Council to explore the possibilities of creating a larger coastal development. It is a destination now for hundreds, if not thousands of people in the summer months. And at this time and a moment in time, there is no possibility to expand any residential living, which is very sad. The Hastings District Council is so obsessed with creating houses for the projected numbers needed fulfill the need for the quoted housing numbers required. They're not willing to be creative to explore new ways to meet those needs. Instead, they focus on the same old extensions and expansions of residential areas around the fringes of the two cities. Some of these options are on our best soils in the world. They need to find new ways and options to provide housing for our people. Some of these options are build up instead of out. Build on unproductive land on the Heritonga Plains. build on unproductive land on the hills surrounding the Hiratonga Plains, create new satellite communities like Murakakaho, Otani, and reinvigorate coastal communities such as Tiawonga and Waimarama. Allow more condensed living in areas on the hills of the Tukituk Hills on the Tukituk Road. Allow for more condensed living on existing rural residential zone land around Havelock North and Napier. This can be achieved by removing the 1 hectare minimum sized area. There seems to be no logical reason why this can't be done, and if achieved, upwards of an extra 2,000 homes could be added to our housing stock. This council seems to be on a growth path that is unsustainable for the future. Why are they so out of touch with the people of Hawke's Bay? Why can't they listen to the people instead of a we know best attitude that seems to be in their mantra? Finally, I get many phone calls, texts, emails on a continual basis from people with support for our Save the Plains group stance on being a voice for the soils. When in town, I get people coming up to me with support for what we are doing. When it functions, public or private, people are saying the same thing. Please continue to protect what is so precious to us. Please don't give up, they say. What this council is doing to our region is scandalous. It is time now for this council to listen to the people and act like the civil servants they are, or servants of the people. Thank you very much. Now, just before I carry on, I'm just going to do a little, this is the Gadam land here. I'm not familiar with how this works, but can't get this to go. Sorry, Caitlin? What's that? I just want to point. Sorry. Yeah, so this is Gadam land here. This is flat land, productive flat land here. This is a hill here, side of a hill. This line here is the main water supply coming down here and over to the village. And up here is a treatment plant of land that I go to the community for treating the water. And that comes from a big spring up here. So this is Waimarama here, for those that are not familiar. This here is the land that we've just seen here. And this here is the Chesterman land that was delivered this morning by Matt Holder. And these areas here are all flat, highly producing food cropping land. And all the other areas all around here is all Maori land. Sorry. There's another close-up area of, sorry for that. This is the Chesterman block here that was talked about. This is the Gadam block here. Again, the Gadam block. This area here in the blue is what was in H-Buds. It's flat land. This is the Chesterman block here, and this is flat land here. The cropping at the moment. These are the houses that exist in front of it. I think it's deemed now a bit of a hazard zone. And what's next? That must be it. Thank you for your patience.
You're happy to answer any questions we have now, Mr. Gadam? I'll just check. We do.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you. I have visited Waimarama a few times, so
Yeah.
I am familiar with it.
Oh, good.
Thank you. It's a lovely spot.
Thank you for
Thanks
your
very
patience.
much for your time.
Thank you.
And our final submitters up this afternoon, submitter 69, the Hawke's Bay Airport Limited. And we've got Alan Robotham, Judy Godbold and Nick Flack. So welcome. And thank you for providing evidence in advance for us.
Ko Alan Robotham aho. As the Chair has just said, I have with me Nick Flack, the Chief Executive of the airport, and Judy Godbold. Judy Godbold, who's the Manager, Marketing, Business and Growth. Nick and I both pre-circulated written evidence, but Nick will first give a brief introduction, and then I'll read through the conclusion of my evidence, and then we're both, or all three of us, are happy to take questions following that. So Nick.
Thank you, Alan, and kia ora koutou. So as Alan said, I'm Nick Flack, Chief Executive of Hawke's Bay Airport, a role that I've held for 6 weeks in total. For the 12 years prior to that, though, I held leadership and executive leadership roles in planning, infrastructure, environmental sustainability and safety at Christchurch Airport. I, and in this time, led teams that undertook multiple plan changes, regional spatial plan evidence, district plan reviews and resource consent hearings, and I have witnessed firsthand how good spatial intergenerational planning can protect infrastructure and the environment and the communities the infrastructure serves, as well as unlocking regional connectivity and regional prosperity. As my evidence outlines, I have some concerns in the area of residential development as well as wildlife habitat development that would impact on the long-term operation of the airport, the safety of the community it serves and the prosperity of the region. Thank you.
And as I mentioned, I'm just going to briefly read through my conclusion with a few additional comments. So at section 7, I consider it important that the FDS provide recognition of the operational and functional requirements associated with regionally significant infrastructure and ensure that such infrastructure is protected from inappropriate development. Specifically, there is a need to protect future Hawke's Bay residents from the adverse effects of noise and the operations and future growth of the airport, in particular from the residential development proposed by Mana Ahuriri at Ahuriri Station. In determining that this development is inappropriate in proximity to Hawke's Bay Airport, I consider that the airport is nationally and regionally significant infrastructure as defined under the NPSUD and RPS. The airport has operational and functional requirements that must be appropriately considered in decision-making under the RMA, and incompatible activities should not be allowed to establish or intensify within key operational areas surrounding the airport, including, but not necessarily limited to, the outer control boundary of the airport and the airport's obstacle limitation surfaces. So the outer control boundary relates to noise and the obstacle limitation surfaces relates to height. I support the recommendations of the reporting officers with regard to amendments to section 9 and section 10.11, which generally align with the relief sought by the airport in their submission. However, there are a few areas where I hold a different view to the reporting officer. Rachel Morgan has since reached out to me to discuss these matters further, and I understand we'll be having a quick hui after the conclusion of the hearings today. So where my opinion differs from the council's report, I recommend that figure 12 is amended to show the airport's noise contours and obstacle limitation surfaces, and that in figure 12 these areas are identified in brown to show that they are most constrained and therefore not appropriate for intensified urban development. I recommend further amendments are made to Objective 10 to ensure it provides sufficiently strong direction that the operation and function of significant infrastructure is not only to be recognised, but it must be protected from incompatible development. While I appreciate the recommendations of the council, I don't consider that they go far enough. As I mentioned in the opening paragraph, these are important not only to protect the operation of the airport, but in fact to protect residents from adverse effects of noise. Should the panel seek further clarity for future panel users of the future users of the FDS, I recommend further amendment to Section 10, the new subclause regarding significant infrastructure, to provide narrative detail around the air noise contours and the obstacle limitation surfaces. I consider that may be a helpful option for explaining why those areas are identified as most constrained. I also recommend that the FDS provide greater clarity about the locations within Ahuriri station that are appropriate for residential development and which areas may be appropriate for other types of urban development. I recommend amendments are made to Figure 1 to show that spatially, as well as a narrative description to Section 10. Suggested wording was included in the airport submission, and I support the adoption of that wording. Since submitting my evidence, I've had the benefit of undertaking a high-level review of the 200 odd pages of evidence submitted with the Mana Ahuriri proposal. With regards to potential impacts on the airport, I note that they state that there are opportunities to ensure that the two development outcomes are integrated. From my high-level review, it appears that they have looked at that integration with the airport's proposed industrial development, but they haven't really grappled with the operational and functional requirements of the airport. So for a quick summary of what some of those operational functional requirements relate to, bird strike, which is can be made worse by the enhancement and establishment of wetland habitat and ecological enhancement of areas that birds like to use for habitat. Height limits, safety of the runway ends. I note that the Mana Ahuriri proposal assumes that land access would be provided via roads at either end of the runways. In the airport's 2040 master plan, they identify those areas as basically safety areas where no development should be set in order to protect, keep the area open basically for aircraft that may under or overshoot the runway. The effects of airport noise on people, which we've already talked about, and also another potential impact arising from the Mana Ahuriri proposal is cross-boundary flooding effects, where obviously they have a significant agenda of earthworks proposed, and just understanding how increasing the ground levels on their site might impact the stormwater management on the airport site. While some of these matters are too detailed for the FDS, I do think it's relevant for you to be aware of the assumptions and constraints that go along with identifying that site as suitable for intensified urban development. Yes, so yeah, those are the key points I wanted to raise before you today, and myself, Nick and Judy are all happy to take your questions.
Thank you. Well, certainly we visited the airport, or some of us did, on Sunday when we flew in, and I have been in and out of the airport several times. What is the relationship between the Hawke's Bay Airport Limited and Mana Ahuriri, having read the paper this morning?
I'm happy to take that. So there are two relationships with Mana Ahuriri. One is Mana Whenua, and the other is a potential shareholder. We continue to discuss partnerships in the Mana Whenua space, and the other issue is the shareholder issue, which is an issue between Treasury and Mana Ahuriri on potential sale. But from my point of view, my civil aviation requirements are the same regardless of who owns the business and who the shareholders are, and the issues that Alan has highlighted around noise, birds, OLS are the same regardless of my shareholder, and the point still remains.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you, Mr. Flack. And last year I heard a lot from the Christchurch International Airport Limited in my role as chair of the Waimakariri Proposed District Hearings panel, so I am aware of those issues, and you have set those out again in your evidence, which is helpful.
Thank you.
Question to you, Ms. Robotham, excuse my pronunciation. You've sought that the air noise contours be shown as constraints areas in that figure 12. What's different from showing those areas to, for example, Transpower wanting to show the National Grid setbacks, or NZTA or Kiwi Rail wanting to see setbacks included, which aren't at the moment?
In some ways, I would say there's little difference where for all those network utilities, I understand would also be considered nationally and or regionally significant. And therefore, I mean, I can't speak to the individual circumstances around each of those network utilities, but presumably they each give rise to good reason why particularly residential development is not suitable in proximity to those significant infrastructure. I think as is made evident in the NPSUD, the role of significant infrastructure in supporting intensified urban development and just the general growth of our population is recognised. For Tier 1 local authorities, they're recognised through qualifying matters. As a Tier 2 authority, I understand that qualifying matters don't apply to the Hawke's Bay councils. So I think including recognition of regionally significant infrastructure and the limitation, the constraints they pose on different types of development is important to include in the FDS at that objective and mapping level.
Just in relation to the exacerbation of, I guess, the risk that wildlife, in particular wading and migratory birds, pose, are you saying that's on top of the inherent risk already posed by the Ahuriri estuary?
Correct.
I can answer that. So the average bird strike incidents per 10,000 movements in New Zealand is 4. Currently, our airport sits at 25. It's already a problem with Air New Zealand, and the plans that are set forth in the FDS would increase that risk significantly. It is already a problem. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think in terms of exacerbating the risk, more habitat can give rise to more birds, which means more increased risk, as simply as that. In terms of the FDS, I think from a planning perspective, I would note that in my opinion, it's not, or the role of the FDS is to identify locations for urban development. And so I think, in my opinion, the FDS should not identify areas of ecological restoration.
And where did it do that?
It hasn't, but I'm just, for completeness, making my planning opinion on that clear.
Just leading on from that, at the risk of being a bit provocative, you've got the Ahuriri Estuary Restoration Trust beside you. I doubt that you would, for many reasons, seek to limit their activity, but if that's successful, you'll get a consequential increase in flora and fauna. Given that the function of the FDS isn't to name ecological sites, then it's a two-part question. It could be actually at too fine-grained a level of detail that this panel will be considering as part of its deliberations. I'm asking more out of curiosity. One, whether you've good on you for reading all that stuff. It's a bit of a tome. But have you had the chance to actually talk with mana Ahuriri around things? I'm posing the same question to them around concerns because you want to maintain the integrity of the airport operations, one, and two, would you see then that those concerns will be better dealt with through a resource consenting process as opposed to the FDS?
Yes, I'll briefly speak to the planning side of this and then I'll pass on to Mr. Flack to address the relationship with mana Ahuriri. From a planning perspective, as you may be aware, Napier City Council are currently undertaking a review of their district plan. Through that process, the airport are seeking bird strike provisions, and those bird strike provisions would require, well, at least what we're seeking, would require the increased habitat to be subject to a wildlife management plan. And so that wildlife management plan, the airport already has one for their site where they need to minimise and eliminate risk. And so that, including bird strike management provisions in the district plan would also help minimise and eliminate risk that's originating off-site. And that can happen through a few ways, either by designing wetlands in a way that makes them less attractive to bird life, or I guess undertaking active wildlife management in other ways. Nick, would you like to speak to the relationship?
I can speak to the relationship. So in the 6 weeks that I mentioned before, I've had 3 meetings with mana Ahuriri, both chief executive and chair, and there is a path to work through our differences there, but it's fair to say that the plans that have been put down to date don't have an airport understanding or an understanding of the airport's operational requirements and the requirements of things such as an obstacle limitation slope or runway and safety areas. Then it's not at that detail. So I think they've provided the plan that's that we reference in our evidence as a bookmark without any real understanding or integration to date with the airport. Not to say that it's not going to get there in the future, though.
Just one further from me. In terms of the Napier proposed district plan review, and I see that the airport's also seeking a 55 dBA noise contour, whereabouts up in the process is that at the moment?
We're currently at the hearing stage as well, so the next hearing, which is scheduled for April, is the noise chapter hearing. I believe Ms. Wilhelm might be able to speak to this better than I can, but I understand that the intention is to have the hearings completed by the end of the year.
So you're seeking through the FDS that we recognise the 55 dBA one, for which there hasn't been a decision out from the council on.
Correct. I consider it relatively low risk to identify that because, as Nick may be able to speak to further, airports are or especially the Hawke's Bay Airport is a intergenerational asset, and once development occurs within the vicinity of the airport, that development is there, regardless of how
big or how quickly the airport grows into the future. I mean, in 30, 50, however many more years, the airport may be accepting jet engines or international flights, or I wouldn't want to see the potential of the airport constrained because of adverse noise effects enabled due to what the current operation is today.
I think it becomes ultimately a technical matter of cart before horse, potentially, in terms of what, if we were to identify that 55 DBA and then Napier City didn't and chose a lesser corridor, there'd be an issue of inconsistency, would there not?
An alternative would be to adopt the noise contours from the operative plan, which are smaller than what's being sought or what has been proposed through the proposed Napier District Plan. In my opinion, the 55 DBL that's been sought has got technical backing. It has been identified by Marshall Day, who are experts in this area. And as I understand it, there are no submissions opposing the extent of that. No, all submissions are about how to manage activities in and around that area.
Thank you. Again, something for the officers to pick up on for us. I'll just see if we have any final questions. Otherwise not. Thank you very much for your time this afternoon. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you. Charlie will close us off now for the afternoon, and we will be off on site visits again shortly.
Tēnā koutou e noho ana I te tapu o te ture. Ka rere te manu I te rā, ka puta mai hina mārama ki runga o te pō, tēnei tumutunga o tēnei wāhanga o te rangi nei, kia ino I tātou. Kia tātou katoa, te ata whai o tō tātou ariki o he hukaraiti, me te aroha o te atua, me te whiwhinga tahitanga ki te wairua tapu, mo ake tonu ake, āmene, kia tūturu whakamaua kia tīna, haumie, huie, tāiki e.